Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. Trade war tensions escalate as China increases its tariffs on US goods to 84%. Amid another day of turmoil for markets in the US and across the world, the president insists, be cool, everything is going to work out well. And over 100 people have been killed after a roof collapse at a nightclub in the Dominican Republic. To our top story, trade war tensions between the world's two biggest economies have continued to escalate as China increases its tariffs on US goods to 84%. It comes after fresh US taxes kicked in today, with China hit by a 104% levy. For more on this, I'm joined from Singapore by correspondent Patrick Falk. Patrick, thank you so much for joining me. So today, China's yuan ended at its weakest level in more than 17 years, but the Shanghai stock market closed 1% higher. And this all comes after China hit back with yet more retaliatory tariffs. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, there's certainly some indications there that the government is lending support to markets given the circumstances. But, you know, the latest retaliatory efforts by China are another major escalation in this trade fight between the world's two biggest economies. China earlier in the day said that its government wouldn't sit idly by while the rights of its citizens were being damaged. It also once again accused the US of bullying and arrogant behavior. The 84% tariffs it's imposed now will kick in on Thursday. That doesn't give Washington an awful lot of time to respond. China also additionally lodged another complaint to the World Trade Organization expressing concern, serious concern about what it described as Washington's reckless behavior. On top of that, it has also placed an additional 6 American companies onto its unreliable entities list and added 12 American companies to its exports controls list. So Chinese companies will be barred from selling goods, dual-use goods specifically. Those are goods that are used for civilian and military purposes to those companies. That's a more targeted response, you might say. We aren't quite clear how that affects the U.S. specifically, but we will be getting more details about that. But one of the things we've been talking about a lot as well is, the conditions don't seem to be being set in a way that the two sides can even engage with one another at this point. China has said that it is willing to talk. That's something that it reiterated today. But, President Trump has been highly provocative in some of the language that he's used and goaded China, you might say, at the White House yesterday, saying that China desperately wants to make a deal but doesn't know how to make that happen. So, it's very difficult at this time, at this point in time, to see the two sides coming together to try and come to any solution.
Patrick, what is the feeling among people in China about how things are turning out? You just said they're highly provocative language. Are they going to be able to come to the table?
Yeah, and for that reason, a lot of people in China support the government's moves and think that they need to stand up to what they also see as bullying behavior by America. From the people that we've heard from, they've been saying that, they don't want to have a trade war, but this is the only way to go. They don't see that there's really anything to be gained out of negotiating with the U.S. There's not really any likelihood of any positive outcome for them. Investors in China are also frustrated with massive losses and the turmoil that it's brought to markets in recent days. So they are backing the government. Or I think also worth noting as well, this has become somewhat a personal fight as well. The tourism ministry in China today issuing a travel alert for Chinese citizens thinking about traveling to America. They are warning of potential risks. So they are saying that because of the deterioration in economic relations between the two countries, that this is something that travelers need to be concerned about. So, there is a sort of very personal feeling about it for people in China. It's got to be said as well that, the U.S. is going to have to take time to negotiate all these tailored deals with 60-odd countries. Trump himself has acknowledged that this is going to take some time. The question is whether or not American consumers are going to be able to withstand the pinch as a result of retaliatory moves by China. That could cost President Trump politically. It's not something that the Chinese government necessarily needs to be concerned about, or at least not to the same extent.
How will other Asian economies be impacted by what's going on?
Well, as we've said before, Asian economies, because of their close relations with both the U.S. and China, are likely to be heavily impacted by all of this. A lot of countries have lowered their growth forecasts for this year, and there's a lot of concern from several different countries, many in Southeast Asia, in particular in Singapore. We heard Prime Minister Lawrence Wong just a couple of days ago talk about how America's actions are not the sort of actions that you take against a friend. He also said that Trump's tariffs marked a turning point, a profound turning point, and the world was entering a new phase of global affairs. He said that it was one that was more arbitrary, more protectionist, and more dangerous.
Patrick Falk in Singapore, thank you so much for your insights this evening. Following China's retaliatory tariff announcement, US share prices continued to fall, deepening fears of a global recession. And just a few minutes after the markets opened in the US, the president took to his Truth Social platform and wrote, "Be cool, everything is going to work out well. The US will be bigger and better than ever before. This is a great time to buy." Stock markets are also down in the UK and across Europe after steep declines in Asia. Turmoil has also spread to the US bond market. Al Arabiya's senior correspondent Karina Camel sent us this update.
It's another turbulent day in global markets with massive falls in stock markets across the world. And a reminder that today is the day that Donald Trump's Liberation Day reciprocal tariffs come into effect. It's also safe to say we are now officially in a trade war between the United States and China. A major escalation today, China imposing 84% tariffs on American goods entering China. That's in response to the 104% tariffs that the U.S. had imposed on China. China is also suing the United States in the WTO, that's the World Trade Organization that governs international trade. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent calling the Chinese escalation a big mistake and a losing strategy. The interesting thing to note is that we saw severe falls across Asian markets. Falls in the Japanese Nikkei, for example, were close to 4%. The Taiwanese market was down almost 6%, and massive losses on the European markets also today. But the Chinese markets and the markets in Hong Kong, which are closely correlated to China, actually gained today. And this has led to some reports that we have seen Chinese government intervention in order to boost equity markets. We've had reports that the Chinese government has instructed state-owned banks and funds connected to the state to go in and buy equities to prevent some of the losses that we have seen. The government has also taken a range of measures to boost local industries, make it easier for Chinese companies to borrow money, and has also loosened some of the investment rules, especially for insurance companies and other sectors. But the Chinese currency today has reached record lows. And here again, we see another Chinese intervention. The central bank in China has been instructing state banks to reduce their buying of U.S. dollars. That's to boost the local currency, because while China wants to keep its currency competitive to increase the attractiveness of its exports, it doesn't want to see its currency in free fall. So intervention in the equity market, intervention also to support the Chinese currency. Now, the other big development in markets today was an unconventional move in the bond market. Bonds, government-issued debt, are usually a safe investment that investors turn to in times of trouble. And when equities drop, we usually see bonds increase or rise. But the odd thing that happened today was that despite equity markets dropping, the bond market also dropped. And that was counterintuitive, which led some people to ask the question, are some foreign governments selling their portfolios of U.S. treasuries, of U.S. debt? There have been some unconfirmed reports, and it's unlikely we'll ever get official confirmation. Is the Chinese government selling some of what it owns of U.S. treasury bills or U.S. debt as a further retaliation against the United States? In the meantime, Donald Trump says that the tariffs are already working. They're bringing in $2 billion a day, he said, to the U.S. markets. And Scott Bessent has downplayed the market turbulence, saying things should calm down.
Karina Camel there, thank you very much for that update on the markets. We can now go to New York to speak to John Burnett, the first vice chairman of the New York State Republican Party. Pleasure to have you on the show, John. Thank you for joining me. So JP Morgan put the chances of a US recession at 60%. And today its chief, Jamie Dimon, has told Fox Business this view hasn't changed. Trump's tariffs have sparked global stock market volatility. Would you still describe Trump's tariffs as a positive for the American people?
Well, thanks for having me. But initially, President Trump actually, before he mentioned the tariffs that he was going to levy on various countries that evolved into reciprocal tariffs, he said there will be interim short-term pain. And that short term, we don't know if it's actually a full year, 3 months, 6 months. But in order to restructure the global trade order that many people within America on the left, right, and center said that has been imbalanced for quite some time, there's going to be some type of friction during that process. And that's what we're seeing play out with countries like Canada, countries within the EU, as well as China. So we can expect this volatility both in the stock market as well as the balance of trade, if you will, with regard to tariffs and non-monetary trade barriers, at least for the foreseeable future with regard to, let's say, the second quarter.
So Donald Trump is urging everyone to be cool on social media as the markets in the US have lost billions of dollars. It's been completely wiped off. Do you think China and other countries are being cool by hitting back and standing up for themselves?
Well, I think it's expected. Countries have they're fighting for their own constituency. So I would have expected China to retaliate with a tariff. Right now, it's a 104% tariff that U.S. has imposed on China, and I believe China has retaliated with an 84% tariff. But I think they'll eventually come to the table and discuss how free and how fair trade will go forward. Now, as you heard reports, many companies are, I won't say fully pulling out of China, but they're committed to investing more money onshore here in America, as well as maybe perhaps move some operations to other countries. And China has to make a decision whether or not it will double down on its tariffs, possibly sell some U.S. treasuries, as you alluded to, in terms of the possibility, or some other elements, but their economy is not as strong as people think it is. And I think that's one of the reasons why President Trump is striking at this particular time, trying to make sure that China doesn't manipulate his currency, try to get some deals on forced partnerships and IP protections, as well as reduce the monetary tariffs.
So, John, who do you think is going to blink first, China or the US, as this trade war escalation continues? I was speaking to our correspondent from Singapore earlier, and he was saying that this is where the difficulty is coming in. There seems to be a standoff. You know, Trump wants to negotiate, China wants to negotiate, but no one's starting the conversation.
Well, I think I would bet on President Trump. But that aside, I think people should actually look at the divestment and the speed to which companies make their decisions to diversify their supply chains and their operations outside of China. I don't see countries leaving America. I see countries investing into America. I don't see people, or I should say countries, companies investing into China. So at this point in time, I think you have to see what decisions are made, where are they going? And I think China's looking at that same data to say, you know what? If supply chains are moving to Vietnam, Thailand, and other Southeast Asian countries, I think China will say, you know what? We're losing too much. We need to start these conversations and end these conversations with some type of balanced, free and fair trade before too much business starts going to Southeast Asia, because that will actually weaken China from their perspective.
So we're beginning to see some fault lines developing around the president. There's been a very public spat between Elon Musk and Peter Navarro. Are cracks starting to show in the Republican Party?
Well, let me just say this. In my 25-year career on Wall Street, working for various firms at the executive level, there's spats all the time. Sometimes those spats leak out. Sometimes it's held within the conference room. But it's good when you have spats. And you're going to have that with A-type personalities, leaders, if you will. If they're not spatting, then they're engaging into groupthink, and groupthink could be actually even more destructive than having a constructive conversation where you're critiquing each other's ideas. That shows not only free speech, that shows free thought, and that shows a wealth, an inventory of different ideas and different strategies.
Very good point. Just briefly, the U.S. Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, has admitted there is a little uncertainty, as you did say to me earlier, of course. If this uncertainty continues, especially in the economy, how do you think the Republican Party will fare in the midterm elections?
Well, midterm elections is far off, but I'm glad you mentioned it, because when you look at money, you have to look at money and investments on a timeline. So the clock is ticking. That's one of the reasons why, if I was to advise President Trump before everything started, I will say, yes, great plan. Let's execute the plan this way. I would say, you know what? All countries are not the same. I would say create an A list, B list, and B list and C list. The A list, that bucket would have China, EU, and Canada. Focus on those countries first, and then second phase, do B and then do C. But before you start any tariff discussions and rebalance of trade, first pass your tax bill. Why? Because that would reduce the uncertainty. How so? Because people will be given, individuals and businesses will be given tax breaks. And Wall Street would have seen that as a positive. But if that, being that that did not come first, and now we have a global trade war, the clock is ticking, and there's no big settlement or agreement with any particular big country, then that leads to fueling the fire of uncertainty on Wall Street. That's why we saw deep dives within the last week or so. So I think it's up to Congress right here in the U.S. to accelerate the passing of the big, bold, beautiful bill to give tax breaks and other things. So that way business will have some type of, you can't do away with all the uncertainty until all the trade deals are negotiated, but at least that will provide some reprieve when it comes to the second, third quarter, and fourth quarter of this year as we move into next year, which is the big year, as you pointed out, with regard to midterm elections.
John Burnett, the first vice chairman of the New York State Republican Party. Great to have your insights. I hope we can have you back on the show again soon. Once
Anytime.
again, thank you. Now, over 100 people have been killed and many more have been injured after a roof collapse at a nightclub in the Dominican Republic. The incident happened in the early hours of Tuesday morning during a concert at the Jet Set nightclub. Hundreds of rescuers are still searching for survivors. Our correspondent Sarah Firth has the latest.
A country in mourning. The president of the Dominican Republic today visiting the scene of the nightclub roof collapse in Santo Domingo that has killed many and injured many more. People are still being pulled from the rubble and rushed to nearby hospitals. Emergency officials say more than 250 people have been rescued so far. The collapse happened at the Jet Set nightclub in the capital in the early hours of Tuesday. Rescue teams have been working through the night at the site, trying to find survivors. According to officials, emergency crews have sought heavier equipment to speed up the rescue process.
In the case of the rescue intervention we are currently carrying out, the operation chief is intervening in 5 locations, and we are trying to intervene more quickly in 3.
And every moment counts, with families of those caught in the disaster anxiously checking lists containing the names of those rescued. The impact of this tragedy written on their faces. Among the dead, a provincial governor and former Major League Baseball pitcher Octavio Dotel. The 51-year-old died on the way to hospital after being pulled from the debris. Locals have been donating blood to help treat those at the hospitals nearby, doing whatever they can to help. The well-known club, once the site of dancing, music and live performances, now the site of an ongoing rescue effort and a tragedy that has left the country grieving. Sarah Firth, Al Arabiya News.
Now let's take a look at some of the other stories making headlines today. A spokesperson from Russia's foreign ministry has said bombing Iran won't pave the way for peace. They also said Moscow hoped that talks between the US and Iran may help to avoid a crisis, adding the world is growing tired of endless threats against Iran. From tomorrow, British passport prices will rise by 7%, with an online application jumping up by £6 to £94.50. The government says part of the cost goes towards funding passport control and border officers and consular support services, including lost or stolen passports. King Charles has become the first UK monarch to address both houses of the Italian Parliament in Rome. His Majesty received a long-standing ovation as he gave a speech on the 3rd day of his state visit to Italy. He warned that countries like the UK and Italy need to stand together in such troubled times. Earlier today, he also met with the Italian Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, for the very first time. A US judge has ordered the Trump administration to restore the Associated Press's access to presidential events. It comes after the White House had blocked the news agency during a dispute over the term Gulf of America. The judge said the administration's restriction on AP journalists was contrary to the First Amendment, which guarantees freedom of speech. Now, the US giant Comcast has announced the first Universal theme park in Europe will be built in the UK. Universal estimates the 476-acre complex in Bedford could attract 8.5 million visitors in its very first year. Prime Minister Keir Starmer has said the multi-billion-pound investment by the company firmly puts the country on the global stage. Here's more of what he had to say earlier.
So this will drive growth here and across the country. Higher tourism, improved transport links and billions of investment. And, you know, people have said to me, government will be a roller coaster, and I can testify to that. I don't think this is quite what they meant. But look, this is our plan for change in action, bringing investment, bringing opportunity, growth, jobs, and of course joy to Britain. And
For more on this, I'm joined by correspondent Stuart Smith, who is in London. Stuart, the Prime Minister was keen to get across how good this is for Britain and highlighted it's part of the government's plan for change in action.
Yeah, Comcast first expressed an interest in this site for a potential theme park as way back as 2023. But in the wake of these new US tariffs, the importance of improving the UK economy has gone through the roof. And Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, using this as an example of the kind of initiatives he would like to see more of to try to, as the UK is doing, increase the pie, increase the wealth of the country as the main way to try and deal with these tariffs. Unlike other countries and other blocs, it's not responding with reciprocal tariffs and instead would like a free trade deal with the US. So more deals like this, the Prime Minister says, ones that help to bring investment, opportunity, growth, and of course, he says, joy to Britain. In this particular case, that will mean 20,000 jobs in the construction industry created and a further 8,000 in areas like hospitality and the creative industries. This would be Universal's first European theme park, and what that means is because Universal has the intellectual property for a series of films like Back to the Future, Jurassic Park, Minions, E.T., Kung Fu Panda, those are the kind of characters and kind of rides you might see at the theme park around those films, and similar in a way to the Harry Potter studio that England also hosts, which is managed by Universal as well.
I would love to go on a Minions roller coaster, but Stuart, tell us more about the plans for the site. It's not just going to be a theme park, is it?
That's right. We're talking about a hotel with 500 rooms, retail, dining and entertainment to go along with it. But the UK Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, was also saying there will be benefits to the local area as well. It's about 80 kilometres north of London where this site will be built. And it's important, the local lawmaker says, because it will bring in around £50 billion, over $50 billion US dollars to the local area, as well as being close to the London Luton Airport, which, as part of the UK's growth strategy, is being upgraded with a new runway. There'll also be new rail links and road links too.
Stuart, it really comes, as you touched on earlier, as countries around the world react to Trump's tariffs, including the UK. The Bank of England has also commented on them today. What have we heard from the BOE?
Yeah, this is a regular report which looks into the stability of the financial system. So it's not so much looking at responding to, for example, Trump tariffs, but of course that's essential as a test of what's going on in the UK financial system. And so the Bank of England, which publishes a report like this every 3 times per year, it says that the rising tariffs threaten to undermine global financial stability, that the sharp falls in asset prices are likely to continue, and we're likely to see more of them, they believe, and also that global economic growth is going to decline. However, and this is what the report is mostly about, it says the UK financial system is geared up for that. The stock markets responded as they should have. They allowed traders to respond to the change in the global economic outlook as they should, and the Bank of England said British households and businesses have so far remained resilient, and that UK banks are in a good place to function properly. So while there's global economic turmoil in the markets, the system itself here in the UK, the Bank of England says, is working as is designed.
Meanwhile, the EU has voted to impose tariffs on some US goods. When will these come into effect?
Yeah, they'll come into effect next week. And these, we should add, are the tariffs in response to the United States aluminium and steel tariffs and other metals as well. They're not in response to the latest round of tariffs that have hit nearly every country in the world. Those will come the week after. But these in and of themselves are pretty big. $23 billion US dollars worth of exports to the US, imports to the EU will now be affected by these new tariffs. The EU is going to stagger them because, as it's tried to make clear, it would rather negotiate negotiate this. It does not want to impose all of this extra tariffs on the United States businesses all at once. It wants to ramp up the pressure over the course of the year. So the first proportion of those will appear next week, but then there'll be later ones throughout the year, all the way till December, when the hardest ones are going to hit. And that is because it's soybeans, something that have already been hit very hard by Chinese tariffs in the United States. They tend to be grown, the ones exported to Europe, in Republican states, so putting pressure on particular political elements of the United States legislature. The EU says the tariffs are unjustified and damaging, causing economic harm to both sides, and it would really rather negotiate them away. But EU member states on the whole, all apart from Hungary, and not unusual in the EU for it to disagree with the other member states, say this is the way they want to respond for now, with those reciprocal tariffs, in order to try to create a change. They say, though, negotiation is what their ultimate outcome is, what they want.
Stuart Smith in London, always a pleasure to have you on. Thank you. Let's take another look at some of the other stories making headlines today. Prince Harry has appeared in court for a second day of his case, challenging the level of security he receives in the UK. A government barrister has told the Court of Appeal his decision to step back from his life as a working royal resulted in a unique set of circumstances. Meanwhile, Prince Harry's lawyer warned his life is at stake. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and political rival Peter Dutton have debated for the first time before the federal election vote on the 3rd of May. Cost of living issues dominated the agenda, and the two leaders were also asked about US President Donald Trump's tariffs. 3 American citizens convicted for taking part in a failed coup in the Democratic Republic of Congo have been returned to the US. The trio were originally sentenced to death by a military court before their sentences were reduced to life imprisonment. They will serve the rest of their sentence in the US. And finally, sea lions are attacking beachgoers in California. Some of the animals are suffering from a neurological condition caused by a harmful bloom of algae that has spread across the iconic Southern California coastline. This particular algae bloom has appeared for years in a row, raising concerns it might be turning into an annual event. The Kremlin has declined to comment on claims that 2 Chinese men are fighting for Russia in eastern Ukraine. It comes after Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky claimed forces had captured the pair and posted a video on X. For more on this, I'm joined by former US diplomat Donald Jensen. Donald, great to have you on the show. Thank you for joining me. Okay, so according to Volodymyr Zelensky, Ukraine has captured 2 Chinese nationals fighting for Russia. Why is this revelation attracting so much interest?
Well, for a number of reasons. First of all, the role of China in the war. China plays a very, very ambiguous role. They try to be internationally a neutral arbiter of a settlement and to help bring it to a conclusion. But in fact, behind the scenes, as you see from this story, they are helping, tilting, as we say, toward the Moscow cause, supplying oil, technology, and that kind of thing. I would contrast it with, for example, the Saudi government, which has been a very productive, positive role in bringing a negotiated settlement along, and I hope we can get peace. The Saudi government role has been positive and constructive, but the Chinese are ambiguous. They say they're for peace. On the other hand, they're prolonging the war. And in the story we saw today, it's another example of China tilting to the Russians. My own contacts in Kiev, I would say, assure me that there are many more Chinese there than just the 2 that President Zelensky mentioned today. He's trying to downplay the story, in my view, because the Ukrainians depend on Chinese technology for drone technology systems and weapons like that. So he's trying to keep it in bounds while raising the white flag. So China, again, is trying to play both sides of the fence, and it's something that people increasingly are not willing to accept. But in the Kremlin, they would deny it, as they say. The Kremlin is desperately short of soldiers. The Kremlin loses 1,000 men a day, killed and wounded. We saw the North Koreans there in an official capacity, and the Chinese contingent there, and as I said, it's likely much larger. The Chinese contingent has Russian weapons, Russian uniforms, but there's no chance that volunteers would go from China to Russia without the knowledge of the Beijing authorities.
Donald, I just want to sort of touch more on the point that you said. You said that sources have told you there's more Chinese soldiers fighting for Russia. What's the circumstances around this? Have Ukraine captured more and they don't want to come out and say it directly?
Good question. I can't answer confidently without talking to my Ukrainian colleagues. Most likely they capture these too, but through a variety of capabilities, particularly electronic intercepts, they can track pretty clearly who's talking to whom. They can track pretty clearly where a lot of these soldiers are deployed. So I would guess, and I'm positive, there's no problem at all knowing that these are Chinese troops. The problem is that the thing now is they've captured some. They can put the video on the camera, as you've done. They can capture and point at them and say, look, we have proof. But this goes to the larger question that Russia needs more bodies. A lot of the media story, partially fed by Russian disinformation, is that Russia's inexorably rolling to victory, that Russia is on the march everywhere. And that's simply not the case. Russia has done reasonably well in the past few months, but they are running out of soldiers. That's just the way that Zelensky is in Ukraine. So it's a crisis, a problem for both sides. But the problem for Putin is that he cannot call up a large contingent of draftees to join the army, because that would weaken the support for the war at home. So he's got to do it stealthily. He announced a call up about 60,000 last week. He can use North Koreans. Now it turns out he can use Chinese so-called volunteers. So what the Russians need is bodies. Their attacks are very bloody. They're not very sophisticated. And the more who are killed, as we've seen, it's been approaching 1 million.
Donald,
and wounded since the start of the war.
Sorry, we just lost your connection
ahead,
there. I
please.
was just wondering if you could hear me, Donald.
Fine, yeah, fine.
Oh, great. OK, Donald's back with us. Donald, just over what you were saying there, how embarrassing is it for the Russian President Vladimir Putin that the world, as you say, is almost noticing how difficult this is becoming for them?
Well, he's been a very deft tactician, as we all know. He says one thing and does another. He sends out massive amounts of disinformation that they're about to roll into Kyiv. And unfortunately, some people in the West believe it. It's simply not true. And I would direct you to the testimony of NATO Commander Kovali last week in Washington, where he said the Ukrainian side, while needing weapons and support, is nowhere near collapse. By all signs, this war is going to go on for quite a few months, and the fact that the Chinese are now more obviously involved on the Russian side is something that I think a lot of people today, this morning here, are looking at with great dismay. And again, China has flirted with being an arbiter. The Indians have. Saudi has done a wonderful job. Saudi Arabia has done a wonderful job. But the Chinese frankly, they lose credibility as a neutral player when they do things like this.
So I just want to bring you some breaking news that we have at the here. Zelensky says Russia is recruiting Chinese citizens via social media. Chinese officials are aware of this. So this is what we're hearing right now. How do you react to this? What do you make of that?
I certainly are. That's exactly what we're talking about in our conversation right here. A lot of this war is high-tech. A lot of the war is drones. A lot of the war is iPhones, where Russian soldiers are openly communicating with each other and apparently with the Chinese and North Koreans through uncovered social media, unsecured social media. This allows the Ukrainians to know pretty well what's going on, and certainly the Chinese authorities and certainly Vladimir Putin knows what's going on. But Putin is in a squeeze. As I said, he needs more bodies, and if the Chinese can provide even some, that, in his view, would help his cause, again, which is running into some hard times at home, not only because of the economic problems, but also because of the fact that if he drafts too many people, especially from Moscow and St. Petersburg, those young men have largely been immune to the draft. That is going to cause potential political unrest, and he doesn't want that at all. Despite what we might see in the West, that the Russian public opinion is not uniformly behind the war. There are hardliners. They want others who want peace. The more you're drafting their sons, the more likely it will be that Putin is taking a political gamble.
Former U.S. diplomat Donald Jensen, great to have you on the show, and thank you for your insights.
Thank you.
A reminder of our top stories. Trade war tensions escalate as China increases its tariffs on U.S. goods to 84%. Amid another day of turmoil for markets in the U.S. and across the world, the president insists, be cool, everything is going to work out well. And over 100 people have been killed after a roof collapse at a nightclub in the Dominican Republic. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora is coming up next, followed by Riz Khan's interview with the British artist Eric Eland. Plus, we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Encrypted doesn't necessarily mean secretive, especially if you add someone into a group chat by mistake. Does that sound familiar? We've all heard about the Signal chat with U.S. officials and a journalist who wasn't supposed to be there. This wasn't just a messaging mishap. It exposed something way bigger, just how messy and misunderstood government secrecy can be. I'm Joanne Soria, and this is Pixel.
The signal's not very good.
No sources, no methods, no classified information.
Let's unpack how America protects its secrets and what happens when people confuse encrypted with secure. We can start with a real example. Senior U.S. officials recently used the encrypted app Signal to discuss a military strike against the Houthi militia in Yemen. But a journalist was on the group chat by mistake. While they claimed no classified information was shared, the incident raised a huge question. What does classified even mean? Most people call anything the government keeps secret classified. But in reality, classification has levels. Confidential, that's sensitive but not catastrophic. Secret could cause serious damage if leaked. top secret could pose a grave threat to national security. Even if something isn't officially classified, that doesn't mean it's safe to discuss it over a messaging app. The U.S. government classifies everything from nuclear plans to invisible ink recipes from 1917. Yes, that's a real thing. But who decides what gets locked up and what gets released? The power to classify or declassify sits at the top. Presidents, defense secretaries, intelligence chiefs, which means the decision can be strategic, political, or personal. Sometimes a piece of information isn't classified because of a bureaucratic oversight. Other times, it's just kept secret because someone wants it that way. Now let's talk tech. Apps like Signal are encrypted, which is great for privacy. But encrypted doesn't mean invulnerable. Encrypted just means only you and the other person, or others in a group chat, can read the messages. If you're using a personal phone, even with a secure app, you're still at risk of hacking, leaks, or in this case, accidentally adding a reporter. That's why true classified material is only supposed to be shared in SCIFs, Sensitive Compartmented Information Facility, secure rooms designed to prevent spying and leaks. And it's not just the big secrets. There's a whole category called controlled unclassified information. Info that's not technically secret, but still sensitive enough that the military bans sharing it on personal devices. Yet, some top officials, when asked about these rules in a Senate hearing, admitted they weren't familiar with the policy. Will there be changes made following this incident? Here's what U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has to say.
Obviously, someone made a mistake. Someone made a big mistake and added a journalist. Nothing against journalists, but you ain't supposed to be on that thing. How did that journalist get on there? Why was this the appropriate? I think there'll be reforms and changes made, so this was not going to happen again. It can't.
So this probably won't happen again, at that level at least. But the takeaway here isn't just about one Signal chat gone wrong. It's about a system where technology, secrecy, and human error all collide. We live in an age where a single message can go global fast, and the difference between confidential and catastrophic might come down to who's in the group chat. Encrypted doesn't mean invisible. Just because something isn't labeled classified doesn't mean it's safe to share. And secure? Well, that depends on the people holding the phones. I'm Joanne Soria. See you next time on Pixel from Arabiya News.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics, and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake, and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Unconventional, unapologetic, and unnaturally bronzed, Donald Trump is far from a traditional US president, and his supporters say that's exactly why he's the right man for the job. But there's no doubt his unorthodox approach to the economy, diplomacy, and even the Constitution is proving deeply divisive. Is this political style just a one-term flight of fancy, or will it reshape US politics? Stay with us for today's debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Fewer than 100 days into his second term, Donald Trump has thrown the rulebook right out the White House window. He's upended global trade, made enemies of allies, smashed government jobs, and lined the White House with his billionaire buddies. His strongman approach has resonated with Americans who felt left behind or left out by the political elite.
There's never been a movement like MAGA, like America First, call it whatever you want to call it. This is the greatest movement in the history of politics.
And it's also been one of the busiest. Trump is exercising his power through executive orders. He's signed more than 110 in his first 2 months, more than any other president. And he wants to keep going, hinting there are ways to change the Constitution so he can serve a third term.
In just 71 days, the President of the United States has inflicted so much harm on Americans' safety, financial stability, the core foundations of our democracy. These are not normal times in America. And they should not be treated as such.
Love him or hate him, President Trump has changed the US political landscape. Here on Counterpoints, we'll ask, has the president delivered on his promises to American voters? Is he governing for the people or for the billionaires? And is America now stronger on the world stage? Stay with us. Joining us on the panel is Pastor Mark Burns, President Trump's spiritual advisor and the co-founder of the Now TV network, and Cenk Uygur, the host and co-founder of the independent American news organisation, The Young Turks. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints. Well, it's been less than 2 months since President Trump took office, and he came in promising peace in Ukraine, a crackdown on illegal immigration to boost the economy and to make America wealthy again. Big promises. Illegal migration is down, but the markets have crashed after the tariff announcement, and we're yet to get a peace agreement in Ukraine or in Gaza. So, Mark, let me start with you. What do you make of the president's record so far?
Well, I think the president is on track to do exactly what he ran on, and again, to be, a two-term, very successful president. The tariffs that have been imposed onto the world is specifically designed to create and regenerate U.S. manufacturing. Let's look at the auto parts and the vehicles that 25%, less than 25% of the vehicles that are purchased here in America are made in America. You have way more made in China signs or tags throughout America, but very few made in the U.S. or made in America. And so it is really a national security threat for America to not be industrial like we used to be. We are the world's greatest spenders or buyers, and the world needs the economy of America. So, yes, the president made it very clear this tariff is going to cause a dip in our pocketbooks for a little bit. But in the long run, America is going to come out on top. The immigration, as you stated, is at an all-time low. That it also is a national security threat. President Trump ran on this, and he has, proven his point that he has been very tough on the immigration, removing M13 and all of the violent criminals that have infiltrated our nation is a top priority for President Trump's administration. And he's proven it to be true. In regards to Ukraine and Russia and Gaza, of course, the president has, he's the president that's been giving javelins to Ukraine. I just came back from Ukraine. My whole opinion about Ukraine has shifted significantly. And maybe we'll talk about that a little bit later. But
we are absolutely going to. I will definitely.
The president is very upset about Russia. He's upset with Russia. He's upset with Putin, and he's threatened to introduce secondary tariffs on Russian oil, which will ultimately crush Russian economy. So the president is moving in the direction to bring peace in the Ukraine and other parts of the world.
OK, Cenk, what do you think? Do you think he is on track to deliver on the promises he made to American voters?
Yeah, no, he's been a bit of a disaster so far. Yes, better at the border, credit where credit is due. Now, of course, even on that issue, he gratuitously shipped some innocent people to a hellhole in El Salvador, and now his lawyers for the government are saying, oh, we don't know how to get them back, and they're saying they're innocent, but they're also foreign terrorists, which makes no sense. And now Trump is saying, oh, yeah, I might deport American citizens to El Salvador. No, don't do that. So he's like Trump does this all the time. He takes a position that is actually fairly popular, close up the border, and he does it. Sometimes he even does a decent job with it, as he did in the beginning here. And then he finds a way to bungle it because he's a serial bungler, What are you talking about arresting American citizens and sending them to a torture jail in El Salvador? That just doesn't make any sense. And kidnapping students off the streets and bringing them to a jail cell in Louisiana and maybe deporting them because they criticized Israel, absolutely nuts, totally unconstitutional, against freedom of speech. And yes, the Constitution applies to everybody in America, even non-citizens. So those folks didn't do anything wrong. They certainly didn't do anything wrong to America, but I know Israel, of course, runs America and runs Trump and ran Biden. Maybe we can come back to that as well. Mm-hmm. So on the tariffs, I'm not against tariffs. I'm a left-wing populist. I think some tariffs that are directed strategically at certain industries like the auto industry can work. But now, if you're pro-tariffs, God help you, because these tariffs have been so badly bungled, nobody will ever want to do tariffs again. He nuked the whole world at the same time, not at all targeted, causing financial calamity for no apparent reason. And which one is it, by the way? Are we going to keep the tariffs forever and it's going to rebuild the manufacturing base over 10 years? Or is this just a negotiation ploy to reduce tariffs or get other concessions from trading partners? Because it can't be both. The negotiation ploy is short term and we're going to take them away. We're going to rebuild manufacturing is long term and we're not taking them away. And he's not been forced to answer that very basic question, and partly because he doesn't know what he's doing. But I can go on and on of all the things he's done wrong.
All right, but I want to throw it over.
Well, let me jump in just real quick.
Go ahead.
Concerning the students. Yeah, concerning the deportation of the students. And listen, the reality of it is, I'm pro-Israel, but I'm also pro-Palestine. I'm pro-peace. I'm pro-human life. I'm pro-everybody deserve a chance to live. I'm anti-Hamas. Okay, and that's the challenge that you're seeing with some of these protesters who are pro-Palestinian. Now, I will, in the next couple of days in Michigan, we'll be speaking to a group of pro-Palestinian supporters. And I hope to be able to go to the Gaza and to be able to have conversations to try to bring peace in that region. But let me just say this. What the Palestinian protesters need to do, they need to make sure that they are not pro-Hamas. When you're holding up signs that are saying we are pro-Hamas. My message is that Hamas is not Palestine, the Palestinians. The Palestinians are not Hamas. Hamas is a terrorist organization that should be wiped off the face of the planet, supported by Iran. And they're using human shields from the Gaza to destroy Israel. I'm extremely pro-Israel, but I'm also pro-human life. And I think that when you're having students who are protesting with the pro-Palestinian protesters who are holding up signs that are saying, we are Hamas. They do not need to be in America. They need to have their green cards revoked and they need to be deported out of this country. We will not support people who are non-American citizens who are also supporting terrorist organizations who are killing more Muslims than anybody else. Matter of fact,
Hamas shaking your
wants
head
to kill you.
little earlier in that response there, Cenk. What's your take?
Yeah, so as usual, they start with good concepts and then mangle it. So if you're pro-Israel, pro-Palestine, pro-peace, I'm with you, brother. You're anti-Hamas, I'm with you, brother. Okay? But number one, we have an absolute freedom of speech here in America. So you can say those things, and that is in the Constitution. The Supreme Court, hold on, has applied it to non-citizens as well as citizens. Now, I don't happen to agree with that speech, but freedom of speech isn't for speech that you agree with. It's for unpopular speech. But that's not even important in this case, because the people they've snatched up weren't pro-Hamas at all, didn't say anything pro-Hamas. In fact, Mahmoud Halil went on national TV and spoke out against anti-Semitism. Öztürk only wrote an op-ed. She didn't even go to the protest. She wrote an op-ed saying that there should be an economic boycott of Israel. None of that is pro-Hamas. They're 100% making it up, and that's the problem with going outside of due process. When you ignore the courts, you don't ever present your evidence. So if you had evidence linking them to Hamas, great, present it, and let's have a conversation.
Well, the evidence,
and a good debate about it.
Yeah, the evidence is a sign. They got a clear sign that says we are Hamas. There's a sign that says you don't have to debate that.
Totally wrong.
You don't have to debate that. You don't have to.
You're wrong.
It's just like Black Lives Matter.
You're wrong on the facts. You're wrong on the
It's
facts.
like Black Lives Matter.
One of those
Black Lives
people
Matter
had
was
a
powerful. I
problem.
was for Black Lives Matter in the beginning until they start talking about killing pigs. Now, what Black Lives Matter failed to do was they failed to say, hey, we're not with those people. We should denounce those people who are talking about killing cops, killing pigs. The moment they did that, they lost the support of millions of supporters. And as you can see, Black Lives Matter turned to be a sham.
Okay, but wait a minute, brother.
But it's the same thing goes with the Palestinians. Hold on, let me finish.
But no, let's apply the same standard. Let's be fair. Let's apply the same standard. Has everybody on the pro-Israel side condemned the slaughter of 50,000 Palestinians, the slaughter of 15,000 Palestinian children? Has everyone called Israel the terrorist state that they obviously are?
Well,
or
do
the
issue is this.
Matter as
That's
much
what
as
media is for. That's what media is for. And that's what people like me is for. That's what the whole purpose of media. That's why we have these conversations. Because because media like you paint one side of the picture. You need more people like me who's willing to go to both sides and conversate. People like you who just paint one side of the picture and not both sides of the picture and be willing to have people to come on there and talk about both sides of the picture. I'm willing to talk about the Palestinians that's been murdered, killed, just like Ukraine. It's not a popular topic within Republican circles, but I'm willing to admit where I was wrong. And I'm willing to admit that, yes, people are dying in Ukraine at the hands of Russian atrocities. And yes,
okay, we are going to come to Israel, Gaza. We're going to come to peace negotiations in a little while, but I'm going to move this on. I'm going to move our conversation on because I want to talk also about tariffs. You've both said that you're not anti-tariff, so let's talk about Trump's record on that. We've seen over recent days share prices crashing, starting to come back again, still a lot of global uncertainty, but many Trump supporters are insisting that this won't impact normal, everyday working class people without a hefty share portfolio. Cenk, do you agree with this?
There's no chance that's true. So here's what's going to happen. If you said to the American people, guys, we need to rebuild manufacturing base here on semiconductors, on cars, and these targeted areas where we need to make sure that we're producing materials in America, especially if it touches national security, and you could maybe even put pharmaceuticals in that category. I think a lot of people would say, yeah, I'm willing to bear the short-term costs and the pain of it, but they understand that means car prices are going to go up a little bit. That means maybe chip prices are going to go up a little bit, but hey, we're going to build the base so it's worth the pain, right? But instead, here what we have is global indiscriminate tariffs on all the industries and on almost all countries. So in this case, is there going to be pain? There's going to be massive pain. The stock market going down is a big deal, and it creates other issues for pensions, for jobs, etc. But the bigger deal is not the stock market. It's the prices that are about to skyrocket. You can't put 104% tariff on China and not have your prices skyrocket when so much of our goods today, whether we like it or not, are made in China and Vietnam and Europe and Canada and Mexico, etc. So it is an economic certainty that prices will go up significantly. And when that phase hits, which hasn't hit yet, when that hits, Trump is going to lose all popularity. His poll numbers will dive because the reason he got elected, the number two reason was immigration. We talked about that and gave him some credit. Number one reason was inflation. So he's about to make inflation way, way worse than it was under Biden. And people are going to hate that. That's why this global strategy was an enormous error.
Pastor Burns, was it an enormous error?
Well, listen, the president is creating jobs, American jobs, okay? 220,000 jobs was created in March. Manufacturing is coming back to the United States of America. $1.3 trillion of investment as flooding into America from all over the world. We're expecting another 144,000 being added here in this month because manufacturers are coming back to America. It's baffling to me. Yes, the prices may go up a little bit for a little while, but that's not going to stay that way forever. This is a long-term strategy, and Biden and Democrats and people like my counterpart who has been using and praising, the Democrats who's been killing our economy as putting us in a slave mentality to the rest of the world. We are an industrial powerhouse, and that is the only way for us to really defeat our real enemy, which is China and Russia, who wants to wipe America off the face of the planet, who wants to devaluate the American dollar through BRICS, right? Brazil, Russia, India, China, and President President Trump is putting a stop to it. And on the way for that to happen is for America to once again become the industrial powerhouse that has made America great and getting us to where we are producing more, which creating more jobs, which is also encouraging people to buy America, to buy American, made in the U.S. That's the whole goal. Now, yes, our prices are going to go up a little bit. Everybody knows this, but they're not going to stay that way because competition is going to draw those prices down. When we have more and more American-made products by Americans for Americans, competition will drive those prices down. That has already been proven before, and it's going to be proven again. That's the strategy. But it's baffling. What we want to keep being the number one buyers of foreign products. We want to keep allowing Mexico to send in cars and products, which represents 38% of their total GDP. We want to let Canada keep sending in products to America at low tariffs, and that represents 28 of their total GDP? No, we don't. We need to put a stop to that, and President Trump is doing just that, which creates American manufacturing jobs. I'm in the South. Cotton, tobacco used to be the products that ran our countries and ran our nation. But we removed ourselves from that by becoming great spenders, depending on foreign products, cheap foreign products like in China, and it has destroyed our ability to be the powerhouse that we once was. That's what President Trump sees happening. If we don't put a stop to it, it is national security if we do not become the great manufacturing powerhouse that we once was.
Cenk, that seems like a pretty logical argument. How can you say that competition is a bad thing?
Yeah, well, I'm not saying that, and it's a straw man. So let's break it down one by one. First of all, he says, I praise the Democrats. That's okay that you don't know my reputation, but there isn't anybody on the left that criticizes the Democratic Party more than I do. Okay, so you got the wrong guy on that one. So number two, no problem. So number two, look, the idea that we created manufacturing jobs overnight is ridiculous. We've been adding jobs. Biden had bad inflation, but he had good unemployment numbers. Trump had good unemployment numbers in the first time around. He had good unemployment numbers heading into this administration. So that's what you're seeing right now. But the tariffs have been around for under a week. They didn't magically create manufacturing jobs overnight. So I do want to create some of those manufacturing jobs here in America. Absolutely, as I've now said 3 times. But it does depend on the industries. Some of things are just made cheaper outside the country, and we don't need to recreate that. We have new technologies, and look, I'm worried about AI, but it also has upsides. Certainly, we've cornered the market on technology in Silicon Valley. We've done an amazing job of creating new industries. So that's the direction we need to go. But Mark, none of these things that we want in terms of rebuilding the base are going to happen overnight. You'd have to stick with them for 10 years for all this. It takes 10 years to build a plan. When you talk about capitalism, look, let's look at, I'm a business owner. I run TYT Network. And so I know if you put a 30% tariff, which is a tax on something, and you've got a 15%, or if you're lucky, 20% profit margin, well, that's going to take your entire profit margin and put you into a loss. So they cannot do that. They've got to pass it on to the consumers. It doesn't magically go away overnight through competition. It just doesn't. So some of those prices will be here to stay. And maybe it's worth that price in specific industries. But when you do it globally, what's going to happen is you're actually going to unite the world against us. Those BRICS that you're talking about, and China and European Union, they're having conversations right now. Do we unite economically against America? Because if we all retaliate at the same time, we'll crash their stock market, as is happening now. We'll have enormous prices on, and Trump will backpedal. He will. And we know this. So, Mark, last question for you is, do you want them to stay for 10 years and rebuild manufacturing, or do you want it to be a negotiation ploy to reduce some of the tariffs? You can't have it both ways. So which one are you in favor of, and which one do you think Trump's going to do?
Well, first of all, let me just say this. I just realized who you was, so please forgive me. I most definitely know who TYT is, so I apologize. You guys got to have me on more, okay? And not talk about me, because you do that a lot in a negative light. But the reality of it is this. I think the president is using for both negotiating, because, again, you start seeing in other countries where they are now starting to offer 0% tariffs because, again, America buying from them is we're just a massive conglomerate client. We are the largest spender for most of these countries. They would not be able to survive if they did not have access to the American market. And again, that's what the reciprocal tariffs were for, so that we just have a fair deal for all sides. If you're going to charge us a 30% tariff, which you have many countries have been doing, like India and certain things, and then we're going to now start charging you a 30% tariff. So the goal of it is to get these countries to recognize the error of their ways and to realize that if you want to gain access to the powerful American dollar and the powerful American market, you're going to have to lower your tariffs and make it fair for American products to also sell into your country. And that's what's happening. And so it's a negotiating tool, but also I think long term, the president wants to empower the American economy through the American manufacturing sector. Again, $1.3 trillion have already been invested. Yes, it doesn't happen overnight. You are absolutely correct. It doesn't happen overnight, but it is the long-term strategy that is already starting to have an effect. The fact that the deregulations of businesses that are happening, the Democrats and Biden administration made it more difficult for business to be here in America. Now businesses are leaving the other parts of the world and they're coming back to America to build and grow and to promote their products right here in America. So I think it works both ways. It is a strategy for negotiations. At the same time, there's a long-term strategy to empower the manufacturing sector of America.
All right, I want to turn now to governance. President Trump secured a convincing mandate during the election. We can't argue with that. He secured the popular vote and all 7 swing states. He promised to deliver real change for real American people. His supporters are now using some left-wing terminology, targeting corporate overreach and rallying against the so-called elites coming from his billionaires. And yet he surrounds himself with these billionaires and self-promoters. So, Cenk, I want to ask you first. I think I can guess your answer. Is he governing for real working-class Americans or just the billionaires who bankrolled his campaign?
Yeah, here context is also really important. I actually believe that there are a lot of Trump voters, a lot of independents, and yes, even big portions of MAGA that are actual populists. And so now I get a lot of heat from my friends on the left for saying that. They say, no, they're all a cult. They'll never break with Trump. They're not real populists. I think they're wrong. I think the voters are actually populists. And that is why Trump has gone in that direction rhetorically. He accurately saw that that's where the country was heading, both on the right and the left and the middle. And so that was a smart strategy for him to win a second time. Now, is he an actual populist? No, not even close. So when pushed to the test, he never passes. So, hey, are you going to put some populists in your cabinet? No, not really. I'm going to stuff him with billionaires and a guy who worked for George Soros and people who worked at Goldman Sachs, etc. He says he doesn't like poor middle class people in his cabinet. He only likes rich people. Well, I mean, you're telling us if that's not a tell, I don't know what is. I'd love to play poker against this guy. So he said he'd cut defense. Elon Musk said it. Donald Trump Jr. said it. Hegseth said it. All the right-wing media loved the idea of cutting defense. I proposed that. They agreed. And now we found out today he's not going to cut. He's going to add $150 billion to the Pentagon that's already loaded up with pork, waste, fraud, and abuse. So he's letting his populist base down on that. He's going to do a $5.5 trillion tax cut that is going to mainly go to corporations and to incredibly wealthy folks. He's going to let his base down on that. He's a fake populist. He was smart to go with populism, but he never meant it.
Pastor Burns, is the president governing for real Americans, or is he just pandering to the billionaires that funded his campaign?
Well, I think the evangelical right, the Christian right, is really excited on the president's strong stance on biological men competing in female sports, and his. But
that's not really answering the question as to whether or not he is supporting working-class Americans.
Well, absolutely. That's the whole purpose of the tariffs. The whole purpose is to, again, the left screw the working class, the manufacturing jobs, the middle class jobs that have been deported to other parts of the world. Absolutely, he's fighting for the middle class. That's the whole purpose of the tariffs. That's the whole purpose of using this tariff war. And yes, we may suffer a little bit, but we want to make sure that long term we can go to work 9 to 5 or good manufacturing jobs that has built the back of America, where black people and white people and young people and men and women and all different races can go to work and have a hard day's work, honest day's work, and pay their bills, pay their houses, pay their mortgages, send their kids off to college. These are the things that have been regulated to illegal immigrants. So many immigrants have stolen these jobs, and now we're seeing more and more illegal immigrants that are now leaving. You're seeing these jobs are filling back up again with good, hard-working Americans, despite the color of their skin. And so this is exactly what President Trump is doing. He wants, when the tide rises, all of the boats rise together. And that's what he's doing with the tariffs. And we're starting to see early effects of it right now. Again, the reality of it is the president is fighting for the middle class. The tariffs is for the working class.
Okay, I want to ask you this then, Pastor. Elon Musk has exercised a lot of influence in the early days of this administration, but there are conflicting reports that he could soon be stepping back, being forced to step back from his role. Pastor, do you think his influence has been a good thing or a bad thing for the administration and America?
Well, I think it's been a good thing in regards to identifying the inefficiencies that has taken place in government spending. I mean, you're just seeing it come out left and right of these rackets that was happening, these funneling of billions of American taxpayer dollar that is going to ridiculous programs that was never designed to prosper the American people. The waste that has taken place. And so that aspect of it, I think, has been very powerful, and Americans are appreciating it. Naturally, again, I think some people don't like Elon Musk because, again, he's, from South Africa and, he's, not an elected, he's a billionaire. But again, government should be for the people, and government should be ran efficiently so that all the trillions of dollars that are being saved by Elon and Doge can now go to other programs like the elderly, like those who can't work. That's what government is supposed to be there for, to help those that really do need the help. And that's what I'm pushing for in the Trump administration, to make sure that those funds are turned towards those who are less fortunate, not lazy, less fortunate.
You're off camera there, Cenk, but I can see you on my monitor shaking your head.
Yeah. So look, I wish that Pastor Burns was right, that they would redirect, that they would have huge savings and they would redirect it towards the poor and the needy. That's very Christian of him to say that, and I appreciate that, Pastor. So now, unfortunately, that's not the direction it's going. So if you take what Elon Musk has said at face value, which a lot of folks have proven is not really the case in terms of all the money that they've theoretically saved, but I'm going to give it to them and say, all right, they say that they saved $130 billion at Doge. Let's say that it is. Okay, $5.5 trillion in tax cuts for the rich. So now we're going to need another $5.4 trillion because we're redistributing the wealth to the top. So that makes no sense. So we were supposed to at least save $100 billion a year from the Pentagon, and they had all agreed to that, and Musk had agreed to that. And now we're adding $150 billion to the Pentagon every single year. And Trump is bragging about how it got to $1 trillion budget. So, well, there goes that money. So there's no savings here at all to give to the needy, to give to the average American. In fact, Trump last time added more to the deficit than any other U.S. president. And he did it in 4 years. He added over $8 trillion. Why? Giant tax cuts for corporations, took their tax rate from 35 down to 21. Now he wants to bring it down to 15%. So we're going to have another giant tax cut for corporations, and the average American is going to have to pay for it. And so this is not populism. It is the exact opposite. And finally, on his donors, my God, does he deliver for them. And so did Biden, and so does the entire Democratic and Republican parties, and we're all sick of it. But look at what Trump's doing. Elon, you get domestic policy through Doge. You cut anything you like. By the way, you can keep the subsidies to your own companies, which is outrageous. And on foreign policy, Miriam Adelson, you take foreign policy, you stuff it with Marco Rubio and Elise Stefanik, and although thank God she's out now, Mike Huckabee, et cetera, all these neocons. And now Israel gets whatever they want. And now Trump is talking about how we're going to rebuild Gaza and we're going to control and own Gaza. That's just ludicrous talk. I'm tired of paying for Israel's wars. Why is Israel first and America second? So I don't agree. And if you don't know, the Adelson family alone, deeply right-wing, pro-Israel, pro-Likud, pro-Netanyahu, pro-genocide family, has given Trump over $337 million in campaign contributions. In America, activist judges on the Supreme Court basically legalized bribery, and Trump is just stuffing all those bribes into his pockets and just giving away domestic and foreign policy to his donors.
All right, we're going to come to foreign policy in just a moment, but I have a very quick question before we move on. Mark, Donald Trump has joked, in inverted commas, about running for a third term. Do you think he's joking?
Well, of course he's joking. I mean, listen, the president sworn to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States of America, and so he's absolutely joking. It is against the Constitution for
he
that.
He did say there are ways. He said we're exploring ways. There are ways.
Well,
he
let
said
me
there
just
are
say
methods.
this. It's the same concept, belief system that we in the right believe that, former President Barack Obama was actually running the third term for, former President Joe Biden. I mean, it's just talk. It's getting people talking about it. We're talking about it right now, and we all know that it is, constitutionally impossible for anyone to run for a third term. So,
Jake,
but I think
is this just marketing 101, or is he serious?
No, he's 100% serious. That's why he wanted to stay in office after he lost in 2020. And by the way, Mark, look,
Trump brain syndrome.
No. Okay, look, two things there. Look, I hope Pastor Burns is right, and I challenge him that if Trump tries to run for a third term, that he join me in saying that is unconstitutional, ridiculous, and Trump should be deeply condemned for it, okay, for trying to go outside the Constitution.
I would absolutely.
Okay, great. I love that, and I appreciate that you're on the record on it. Okay, I love that. Okay, great. So now when Trump was asked, hey, are you joking? Because this sounds ridiculous. He said, no, I'm definitely not joking. And we've thought of different methods to do it, maybe run as J.D. Vance's VP and then have J.D. Vance step down or run or become the Speaker of the House and all this nonsense, just garbage. And because he loves power and he doesn't really believe in democracy or the Constitution. Last time he lost, he said, maybe we should terminate the Constitution. So that's why I voted against the guy. I can't stand the establishment, and I appreciated that at least rhetorically he took on the establishment, but you can't vote for a guy who doesn't believe in the Constitution. So, but it doesn't matter. If Pastor Burns and the right wing is on our side and they say it's deeply unconstitutional and we'll never tolerate it, great, wonderful. I'll take yes for an answer.
Okay, all right. Look, we are going to run out of time very shortly, so I'm going to move us on to foreign policy. Donald Trump came into this office in the White House as a self-described peacemaker and said he would end Russia and Ukraine war on day one and that there would be peace between Israel and the Palestinians in Gaza. Cenk, let me ask you, why do you think the Trump administration isn't going as hard on Israel as it is going on Ukraine?
That's easy. Washington, D.C. is occupied territory. So Israel totally controls both the Democratic and Republican parties. And it's not complicated why, and it's not a conspiracy. So in America, you could give infinite political contributions. So the number one donor in this election cycle was AIPAC. That's a lobby in favor of Israel. Number one donor to Donald Trump is the Adelson family. Number one donor to Joe Biden throughout his career, AIPAC. $5 million to Kamala Harris, AIPAC. And it goes on and on. So, and it's not just specific to Israel, by the way. Anybody can buy American politicians, and the drug companies buy them even more than Israel does. That's why we can't even negotiate drug prices in America. It's insane. It's total. The bribery and corruption in America is unprecedented. I don't know that any country has ever been this open to corruption. So Israel has logically bought the U.S. government, and so they put in, $500 million in an election cycle, and they'll get back $20 billion. the blank check that Biden and Kamala Harris sent them last time for the slaughterhouse in Gaza. And now Trump is saying, hey, I'll do one better. I will go in and own and control Gaza for Israel, wipe away the Palestinians and ethnically cleanse them to other countries. And American troops will risk their lives doing that, apparently. And then afterwards, we'll just he says we'll own it. Of course not. That's ridiculous. The reality is we'll hand it back to Israel and we'll have done all of their dirty work and paid for all of their expenses and done their genocide for them. And the American people didn't sign up for that. And most especially Trump voters didn't sign up for that. They said America first, not America second, not America 18th, not asterisk, but obviously after Israel because they get to buy our government. So no, it's outrageous. People will hate it, and they already do hate it. And I think Israel's going to be in for a rude awakening soon in America because both the left and the right can't stand that they control our government anymore.
Pastor, what do you think? Do you think Israel's actions in the Holy Land are just? Do you think that there is a case to be answered for here, that they're not acting in a just way?
Well, I think it's very sad truth that the LGBT community and Beyonce and all of the movie stars and the R&B stars that Kamala Harris and the Biden team paid to endorse. I think there's a lot of buy-in going along in America on their side. But let me just say this: Israel is God's people. We believe that. Those of us in the Christian right believe that. We believe that Israel is God's people. I, however, do agree that the senseless killing by Hamas is the culprit. Hamas are the thugs that needs to be wiped off the face of the planet, and the peaceful people of Palestine, they need to be protected. And there has to be a peaceful solution for those people. Again, I'm leaving on tomorrow, heading to Michigan, Dearborn, Michigan, to just speak specifically to pro-Palestinian communities and to gain a better understanding. I think when you try to sit down and talk to people and try to understand where they're coming from, you won't be so easily moved by the fake news media that comes from the left and the right. And both sides are culprits. My prayer is that there be enough Americans that will rise up that are not left or right, but they're just simply a human being righteousness and will take those stance. We're just so partisan in America. I stand with Israel. I stand with their right to have the God land that God has given them throughout the scripture. And for me, it is beyond politics. It is a biblical canon into which I and billions of people live by in this world. And so, again, I support Israel, but I also support the innocent free people of Palestine.
Okay, well, what about the innocent people
in these crossfires, who are in these crossfires, and again, who are being used as human shields by Hamas? Again, Hamas is the enemy. Ukraine, I just got back from Ukraine. I had no idea that it was going to blow up as big as it did with my presence.
All right,
in
so
Ukraine.
in Ukraine, do you think the Trump administration's strategy there, he said he would have peace on day one, is his strategy for a peace deal working?
Well, I think that, again, you got two sides of the deal. And let me just say this much. I am praying for the peaceful people of Ukraine. My attitude towards Ukraine has shifted. I am strongly MAGA. I'm very strong MAGA. I'm very strong America First, and I'm very strong President Trump supporter and advisor where he needs me, where he seeks me. But I also know that there are innocent people who have been executed and murdered. 700 religious institutions have been intentionally destroyed by the hands of the Russians. 20,000 children have been kidnapped and now deported back to Russia. They're systematically killing, hands tied behind their back, shooting people in the back of the head. At the beginning of the invasion, of the Russian aggression invasion, they were asked to put white bandanas on their arms, and that white bandana was designed to let the Russian soldiers know that these are civilians and children. But yet some of these soldiers took those white bandanas and tied the hands behind the back, using those same white bandanas, shooting people in the back of the head, old people. Just yesterday, or 2 days ago, 9 children killed. These are not military strategic strong points. These are civilians that have been intentionally targeted by the Russian aggression. And the President Trump has made it very clear. Remember, President Trump sent javelins. Joe Biden sent blankets and pillows. President Trump sent javelins to support Ukraine. And now we're seeing, since my visit For the first time since 2022, the Russian envoy is visiting D.C. to start negotiations because President Trump's strong stance says if Putin do not come back to the table, I will issue secondary tariffs on Russian oil, and that is designed to cripple the economy of Russia. And I will go after the countries that are purchasing Russian oil. And so the president means business. This conflict is going to come to an end. I was on the ground, and I made it very clear. My heart has changed about Ukraine. I was a staunch supporter, a proponent of supporting Israel. But now when you see the people, and I was not paid to go there. I'm not a lobbyist. I was invited by the rabbi of Ukraine, Rabbi Uzman, and my friend Yakov Flishkin. And I was invited to a religious gathering of leaders of Ukraine. And it was there when I discovered the atrocities that the Russians have and is doing. And so they don't want American money. They need American weapons. I've been very clear. 1,000 tanks. Get them 1,000 tanks. Get them anti-aircraft weapons. Get them 300 tanks where they can defend their home. But most important, let me say this and I'm going to stop. Most importantly, the Ukraine people would rather not have weapons. They would rather have peace. So peace is what President Trump is doing. Not so much about weapons, getting them peace, getting them boys off the front lines and having the proper security that they need to maintain the sovereignty of the nation of Ukraine.
What do you think, Cenk? Can the Americans have it both ways? Can they send javelins and say we want peace?
Yeah, I think they can. So I largely agree with Pastor Burns on Ukraine. And there's plenty of agreement on Israel, too, but there's one giant disagreement I want to come back to. On Ukraine, look, what Trump did with Zelensky in the Oval Office was not helpful. What he did in wanting to extract mineral rights, which, by the way, is for lithium, which goes in Tesla batteries and other convenient help for his donor class. So I don't agree with that stuff. But him trying to get to peace, I do agree with. And so we've spent a lot of money in Ukraine. On the other hand, Russia invaded Ukraine, and my heart goes to the Ukrainian people, and I want them to succeed here. But we can create some sort of leverage and pressure on the Russians by sending some weapons. The question is a good debate as to how much weapons we should send over there. But once you create that leverage, you should not use it for perpetual war. You should use it to force them back to the peace table and get a peace deal. And Trump has actually been consistent in pressuring Putin, and that threat of tariffs on oil is a good one. So it's a mixed bag, some good things and some bad things in Ukraine from Trump. Now on Israel, look, I want Israel to be a safe haven for Jews across the world. I want two states. I want a free and independent Palestine and a free and independent Israel. But this talk of they're the God's people, that's what starts this mess in the first place. First of all, anybody can do that. Oh, I just talked to God. He says it's Turkish land, so give it back to the Ottoman Empire. Okay, here, we're even. But in reality, even if you don't go to farcical things, the Muslims there genuinely believe it's also Holy Land, okay? So then we get into a holy war, and I don't want war. I want holy peace. And so I'm not moved at all by I spoke to God. Did you? Did you? And he says that it's theirs. Because both sides say that, and that's what's creating the problem in the first place.
And I'm sorry that you don't use the word of God as your canon. That's your beliefs. There's but one true living God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, through his son, Yeshua, Jesus, the Messiah.
So, okay,
that's your opinion. This is my opinion. And my opinion
superior to all of us.
That is God's law, that is God's land, that is God's people. And America, the majority of America believes that. And that's why we are supporting.
So we've given him $300 billion.
Because you make something.
How much do you want to give him, Pastor Burns?
The reality about
we've given him $300 billion.
The reality about Ukraine is this. Because just like if you're going to raise your voice, I can raise my voice too. I'm not. Don't excuse my pastor title as a weak man. If you want to raise your voice, we can raise the voice, and we can do this all day long. But hopefully, we can have an intelligent conversation. Now, back to Ukraine. The reality of it is this: if you are on the ground, I'm not sure if you've been to Ukraine. I'm not sure if you've had time where there are drones flying over your head. But I was in Ukraine, and I'm going back to Ukraine, and I can tell you the soldiers on the ground there. They would rather have peace than weapons. Thank God for the javelins that President Trump is sending. And I pray to God, thank God that his incoming nominee for the chairman, Joint Chief, is agreeing with me and says that we need to continue to arm Ukraine. But the Ukrainians, they want peace. My prayer is that President Trump will continue to do what he's doing to bring peace to Ukraine. Not send weapons, but peace in any way possible so that people can die. But if we got to send weapons, we will send weapons. But again, there are Russians that are dying, and they are the aggressors. I want to be clear. They are the aggressors, and and 300 rapes have taken place not too long ago. 300 women raped in Ukraine, right? And so these are the things that we need to have these conversations. And the same goes with Israel and Palestine. Again, I am, and I can't speak for everybody else, I am a diehard Trump supporter. I am a diehard constitutionalist, and I'm not going to apologize for that. But I will, however, say, as a man of God, you have to look at the innocent people that is dying on both sides, Palestine and Israel. And yes, I support Israel, but I also want to support the free, innocent people and call out the real enemy, and that's Hamas. Hamas is the real enemy. They are the terrorist organization, and they are the ones that we're not talking about more. We should be talking about them. Palestine died more at the hands of Hamas than anybody else.
One quick right of reply to you, Cenk, and then we're going to have to wrap it up.
Yeah. So listen, we agree on Ukraine, so I don't know why you're yelling about that. On Israel, where we...
Well, I'm yelling about that because I want to get my point across, but also don't appreciate you for what you're saying is sacrilege. And I understand that you may be an atheist.
I can also talk louder, Pastor Burns.
When you talk about your God, it's offensive to me.
Do you want to talk louder, Pastor Burns?
It's very offensive.
Let me say something. Okay.
And for you,
offensive for what? You're the one talking over me for no reason. Okay, so all right,
what
hold
you said was very offensive.
Will you let
every
me
Christian
answer
around the world?
Goddamn question.
Every believer around the world. What you said was very offensive.
Gentlemen, let's have one right of reply to Cenk, and then we're going to wrap up the debate.
Have me on your show, and we'll do the same thing. But what you said was very offensive to every Christian and believer and person of faith around the world.
Cenk, if you could finish your statement, and then we'll wrap up. Thanks.
Okay, so. Listen, I'm so tired of Muslims and Jews and Christians all telling me that they spoke to their God and they have the one true God.
And talk about spoke to no God. It's in His Word. It's in the black and white Word.
Okay.
And I'm sorry that you don't believe that. I'm sorry that you don't have any guts in your heart. I feel sorry for you. I'm sad for you, sir. That you really don't have no faith. It is not somebody talking to some mysterious God. It's in the black and white of the Scriptures. Genesis through Revelation. And Israel belongs to God. It is through the seed of Israel that Yeshua was born. I'm sorry you don't believe that. That's not my fault. And God forbid you. But I'm not going to let you sit here and insult God.
I'm not interested in your voodoo. I'm not interested in it.
I'm not going to let you insult the Yeshua, Jesus, the Messiah, in my faith. Or all the Jews who believe in the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You can keep your nonsense mess. You're the reason why we got so many blasted grown men trying to be women in this world. Because we have no God, no structure.
Let's not descend into another debate. We could have this religious debate all day. But you know what? I'm going to call it there because we've had some excellent agreement with some robust discussions. Gentlemen, let's have some respect for each other. It has been a pleasure having you both on Counterpoints.
My last point is that Pastor Burns is not pro-life. And none of those evangelical Christians are pro-life. 15,000 Palestinian babies and children massacred.
Conception. And I'm so
and not
sad
one
for
word
you.
of complaint.
I feel sorry for you.
Israel massacred them.
And the Bible says all knees shall bow.
15,000 Palestinian children.
That
and
Jesus
pro-life
is Lord.
Not
and you, sir, one day we'll figure it out.
Giant hypocrites. Never believe the
You are the hypocrite.
Enormous hypocrite.
Go raise up a little boy and make him a girl. That's what you want to do, sir.
All right. We are not going to get into a trans debate because that is off topic and that is a completely different discussion for another. It is for today's debate, Pastor Burns. We are going to have to leave it there because we certainly don't have time to launch into a trans debate. Pastor Burns, I'm going to interrupt you there because we're out of time and we are not going to open a debate on trans rights because that's going to be in another show entirely. I appreciate both of you. Right. Your robust views, your firm beliefs are very appreciated here on Counterpoints. Pastor Mark Burns and Cenk Uygur, thank you both for your very robust discussion. And thanks to you at home for tuning in for that very robust Counterpoints debate with me, Melinda Nucifora. You can catch all our episodes at Al Arabiya's English YouTube channel and follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawia Alami and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analysis and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. The news of President Trump's latest retaliatory tariffs on China, which went into effect last night, constituted the main story in most newspapers today. The economic shock waves, as a result, clearly echoed in most opinion articles and editorials published in the past few hours. The Chinese media outlets and newspapers reiterated China's official stance regarding those tariffs. The Global Times editorial, for one, not surprisingly, criticized President Trump's retaliatory tariffs on Chinese imports, labeling them as economic bullying, and the threat also to globalization. It emphasizes that economic globalization is an irreversible trend driven by interconnected trade and mutual dependence among nations. The article highlights the benefits of globalization, including increased trade volumes, technological advancements, and improved global prosperity, while pointing out that the US has been its biggest beneficiary. The editorial argues that Trump's protectionist policies are misguided attempts to solve domestic problems by external means, citing historical failures like the Great Depression and recent tariff experiments that raised consumer costs. It warns that such unilateral actions could lead to de-Americanization of global trade, as he calls it, rather than reversing globalization. The piece concludes by advocating for open cooperation and inclusive globalization, calling on the international community to resist protectionism and work towards a balanced, universally beneficial economic system. On the other hand, the China Daily editorial stressed that tariff coercion won't work against China, which will fight US bullying to the end, as it says. The editorial critiques the United States America First trade policy, particularly President Trump's additional 50% tariffs on Chinese imports, labeling it as economic coercion and a form of global bullying. The article argues that China's firm countermeasures are not confrontational, but necessary to defend its sovereignty and economic interests. Despite US pressure, China remains committed to modernization and global cooperation, emphasizing fairness and mutual respect in trade relations. The piece highlights China's resilience, noting its ability to withstand US tariffs while keeping the door open for dialogue. It also outlines potential retaliatory measures, such as tariffs on US agricultural products, bans on poultry imports, and restrictions on US businesses in China. The editorial warns that unilateralism harms global trade and isolates the US, while China's approach aligns with fostering a shared future for humanity. Moving on to The Guardian, where Marina Hyde had Trump's billionaire friends in mind amid the chaos created by the president's sweeping tariffs war. The article humorously critiques President Trump's tariff policies, likening them to medicine that harms rather than heals the economy. The author highlights the chaos unleashed by Trump's trade war and with China, where escalating tariffs have led to retaliation from Beijing and global markets instability. Despite Republican support for tariffs, the piece underscores the economic illiteracy and disastrous consequences, with hedge fund billionaire Bill Ackman calling it an economic nuclear winter. The article mocks Trump's unpredictability, contrasting his actions with rational expectations of his wealthy backers, who are now disillusioned. It also pokes fun at Elon Musk's passive response and Nigel Farage's silence amidst the turmoil. The piece closes with a satirical take on Trump's defiant rhetoric, urging Americans to avoid being weak and stupid while markets crumble. Ultimately, the article paints a picture of self-inflicted economic chaos under Trump's leadership, blending humor with sharp criticism. Holman Jenkins Jr. tried to make sense of the trade war in the Wall Street Journal. This article critiques President Trump's sweeping tariffs on over 100 countries, portraying them as chaotic and economically damaging. It suggests that Trump could salvage the situation by negotiating away these arbitrary measures, but warns that America's global relations are at risk, with former allies viewing the U.S. as adversaries. The tariffs have sparked market volatility and confusion, with China at the center of an escalating trade war. The article highlights the broader, as you can see here, the article highlights the broader economic impact, including a modest effective tax increase on U.S. consumption and also potential benefits for selected domestic manufacturers. However, it emphasizes that long-term risks of Trump's trade gambit, including deepening economic imbalances and political instability. Criticism extends to Trump's Criticisms also extend to Trump's leadership style, marked by firings and internal chaos, while Congress and the courts are urged to intervene. The piece concludes with skepticism about Trump's ability to resolve the crisis. Newspapers also took interest in the newly announced Iran-US nuclear talks. The Washington Post published an opinion article written by Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. The article emphasizes the importance of diplomacy over military action in resolving tensions with the United States. Recent exchanges between the two nations, including letters and messages, signal Iran's willingness to engage in indirect negotiations scheduled to take place in Oman. Araghchi highlighted Iran's commitment to peaceful solutions, referencing past indirect talks mediated by the European Union in 2021 as proof of their feasibility. However, the minister expresses concerns over U.S. policies, particularly the maximum pressure strategy, which undermines trust. The piece also defends Iran's adherence to the nuclear deal, citing intelligence reports affirming Iran's compliance and peaceful intentions. It argues that mutual respect and guarantees are essential for progress. The message is clear: Iran seeks peace, but will not yield to coercion or threats. Yet on the other side of the Atlantic, The Times published an exclusive by Gabrielle Winiger, warning that the Iranian regime is secretly providing surface-to-surface weapons, some of which can reach as far as Europe, despite preparing to enter negotiations with the US. In a significant development, Iran has transferred long-range missiles to its proxy militias in Iraq for the first time, escalating its military presence in the region. Analysts suggest that this is a part of Iran's strategy to assert influence amidst setbacks, including weakened proxies and diminished defenses. The author emphasizes that the timing of these transfers complicate diplomatic efforts, with President Trump's warning Tehran against militia provocations. While some Iraqi militias have discussed disarming and joining politics, others resist, raising fears of Iraq being drawn deeper into Iran's conflicts. Observers note Iran's dual approach, escalating support for proxies while maintaining readiness for talks. As tensions rise, this development underscores the fragile balance between diplomacy and regional instability. On other matters, the New York Times published an article written by Bret Stephens, who wrote concluding that there is nothing real about Trump's real America. The article highlights the troubling deportation case of Kilmar Garcia, a Salvadorian migrant with no criminal record apart from minor infractions. Despite a U.S. immigration judge's order to halt his deportation, Garcia was sent back to El Salvador, where he now faces life-threatening conditions in a notorious prison. The government admitted this was an administrative error, but has petitioned the Supreme Court to block efforts to return him to the U.S. temporarily. The piece uses this case as a lens to critique the broader failures of the Trump administration's immigration policies, which it describes as lacking compassion and undermining core American values like due process and justice. The author reflects on the erosion of America's democratic ideals under Trump, contrasting these actions with historical examples of moral leadership and decency. And finally, Jed Babin urged NATO members to kick Turkey out in his opinion article in the Washington Times. This article examines the transformation of Turkey under President Erdogan, contrasting its secular roots with its current Islamist state. After the fall of the Ottoman Empire, Kemal Atatürk established Turkey as a secular nation, safeguarded by the military for decades. However, Erdogan's rise to power marked a shift. His government dismantled secularism, consolidated control over the judiciary, military, and the media, and transformed Turkey into what critics describe as a dictatorship in all but the name. Erdogan's policies have strained Turkey's relationship with NATO, as his actions, such as purchasing Russian S-400 defense systems and supporting Hamas, conflict with alliance goals. Domestically, Erdogan has suppressed opposition, jailed political rivals, and the article argues that Erdogan's leadership weakens NATO and aligns with Russian interests. It calls for stronger U.S. action, including relocating strategic military bases and demanding democratic reforms in Turkey. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
On this episode of the Riz Khan Show, I'll meet the British paratrooper turned war artist who's telling the very personal and candid stories of people on the front line in conflicts from Afghanistan to Ukraine.
I am here so that Russia won't come to my home. I want to live in a free country.
Welcome to the show. I'm Riz Khan. As diplomatic efforts to find peace in Ukraine continue to ebb and flow, most media attention focuses on the words of world leaders in Washington, Moscow, Riyadh, Kyiv, and other European capitals. But while a ceasefire proves elusive or perhaps evasive, soldiers and civilians continue to suffer in relative silence. Derek Elan served as an officer in the elite British Parachute Regiment before jumping, literally, to an entirely different career as an artist. His paintings of the English Lake District are popular, but away from the easel, Derek's fascination with life on the front line continued. And he found a unique way to combine his art with his military experience that would tell the stories of people at the edge of existence, from war zones to Mount Everest. Well, he recently returned from the conflict in Ukraine, and joins me now from his home near The Hague in the Netherlands, a place known as the International City of Peace and Justice. Derek, thanks for the time. Now, the parachute regiment, or the Paras as they're known, are supposedly some of the toughest in the British Army. So tell me about that journey, from soldier to artist that you went through.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? I've always been a painter at school. I painted at university, and I decided to join the army, and I went to Sandhurst, and I went through parachute regiment selection at Sandhurst, which was a rigorous interview. And the chairman of the interview board, he said to me, what did you do in the summer before you came to Sandhurst? And I said, I went to Paris. And he said, what were you doing? I said, I was visiting art galleries. He said, what did you visit? I said, the Tuileries Gardens. Which art did you like? And I thought, this is quite a bizarre interview for the parachute regiment. And I got into that regiment and then discovered that it's quite an erudite mix of people, of writers and artists and poets and the usual warriors. So I kind of fitted in, and I always parachuted with a tin of paints and a sketch pad, and I was in trenches in various places in the UK and other places, drawing and painting, and I think it slightly endeared my soldiers to me. And they were fantastic, and they kind of loved it. And I kind of learned that the parachute regiment accepts all kinds. It likes a bit of creative flair, and it likes a bit of warrior spirit.
When you said you travelled with paints while you were parachuting, I'd be most impressed if you were painting while parachuting, but let's not go there. Now, most people would imagine artists to be there in a studio in front of an easel, not on the front line of a war zone. So how did you get to take your art, your passion for art, to a war zone, to the front line in Afghanistan?
Well, I had a career change. I went to art college about 20 years ago now, and I'd been painting before that. And when I went to art college, I got a residency in my local city in the UK, and I was on top of the tallest building in the city, and I was painting the city from above, a bit like the great German painter Gerhard Richter, who would paint bombed German cities from above after the war. So I was kind of following that, and I'd open up my studio to visitors. People would come up in the lift, have a look at the view, have a look at my work. And I thought, this is going quite well. And one day a woman visited, she came up and said, it's all very well, you painting the city from above, but you have no idea what people in this city think. And she was a campaigner for the preservation of a local Art Deco theatre, 1930s theatre. And I suddenly realized she was right. I was isolated from the real world. So immediately after that, it was a bit of an epiphany. I decided to ask people whether they loved this particular city, Carlisle in the north of England, and what they would like to change. And I called it Love Carlisle because I thought it wasn't very loved. And I set up a diary room, like a Big Brother diary room in the middle of the city. And I asked people to write on Post-it notes, coloured Post-it notes, what they loved and would like to change about the city. And I got about 5,000 responses, all kinds of incredible responses. Predominantly, they wanted a Primark, which was a bit countercultural. But that work ended up in the County Art Gallery as a massive installation. And as Damien Hirst once said, well, if it's in an art gallery, it must be art. So I was encouraged by that. And it was that project and a connection in the military that led me to go to Afghanistan as a war artist in 2011.
So funny enough, I lived in Carlisle when I worked at BBC Radio Cumbria, and I actually did like it very much. Very different, of course, from Afghanistan in many ways. How important were your military connections and the experience you had in the military when it came to being there as an artist on frontline environments?
Yeah, I think it was pretty important. I know of other people who went to Afghanistan as war artists and struggled with the kind of the military, the wariness of it. Being on patrol, for example. But I had a good sponsor, a very intelligent, thoughtful brigade commander who I knew. He wanted to take a war artist who was bringing something different to the easels and paints and even photography. And so the idea of a socially engaged art project on the front line involving these diary rooms and collecting stories was something he encouraged. And it wasn't an easy journey to get to the front because there were people in the military, particularly at say company commander and battalion level, who were hesitant about having someone come along and ask their soldiers what they really thought about being in Afghanistan, what they thought about being human there. They wondered whether it might be seditious. So those were obstacles to overcome. And, I got on the ground and the support was incredible. I set up 3 frontline diary rooms in different locations in Helmand with different British units, and then just engaged everyone I met, whether they were soldiers or civilians, British or American or Danish, asking the question, what is it like to be human here? And the kind of the central idea was 100 years on or thereabouts from the First World War and letters from the trenches. Let's do a modern day equivalent of letters from the front line or postcards from the front line in my case.
In the case of the commanders being perhaps a bit nervous in some cases, though you had encouragement in others, how about the soldiers themselves? Do they feel pretty free to speak once they were told, well, it's okay?
Yeah, they were briefed beforehand, but didn't know what to expect, really. They knew an artist was coming to spend a month with them. And when I did turn up, in spite of what they'd been told, they thought I was going to have a smock and a beret and an easel and paintbrushes, the stereotype. And when I got there and I met them and explained that I was going to be collecting their personal handwritten stories from the front line, they got it straight away, but they also thought it was funny because they thought, well, aren't we doing your work for you? And I said, yeah, exactly. And, the kind of sense of painting with people kind of came up. I was facilitating, I was doing a performance artist piece in helping to build a relationship and getting their trust, which was critical. And one of them said to me, he said, well, one of the reasons why we want to help you and we want to write our story about being on the front line is that you're taking the same risks as us. And therefore you have a right to ask the question. And they took to it incredibly readily. In the middle of patrols, we would stop and they would write their story. And I noticed that, and I photographed them writing these stories. And I also saw them fight. And I kind of realized that they were writing their stories with the same intensity with which they fought, which I thought was, a powerful thing to see.
It's interesting because you did refer to the letters from the trenches, and in an age of video cameras and digital imagery, you chose to go with the written stories more than anything else. And that was interesting. Why?
Yeah, I think I'd learned through the project in Carlisle that there's something very honest and powerful and immediate that comes through handwriting that maybe you don't get in an interview to camera, where people may be a little bit self-conscious. And I discovered that through the use of handwriting, we all write. We've all written since we were at school, and I found it was a very interesting way to get an honest view, to get inside people's heads, to enable people to write down their thoughts privately, but then to show them publicly. And there's nothing more powerful than reading someone's handwriting, knowing that was written in the moment at the front line or wherever, because it does connect you with that human person.
And Derek, you indicated it wasn't just British soldiers. How did that dynamic work with the non-Brits?
I mean, people like the Danes I worked with were, they absolutely loved it. They were very open to it and very, very, very thoughtful. I think the Americans were maybe a little bit more reserved, but I also worked with Afghanistan interpreters, soldiers and police, and any civilian that I came across, which was tricky because you're living mainly in compounds, separated from, the ordinary working Afghan. But anyone I met, I asked to write their story about being human, often in their own language, in their own handwriting, translated later. And they would write about hope as well in the same way, or they would write about their families as well in exactly the same way, regardless of nationality.
You were also allowed to go out on patrol, and there was a time you actually came under fire in a firefight overnight with the Taliban attacking. Tell me about that.
I think I might have been in bed at the time, and I heard gunfire, and then I heard mortars firing off, and they were the mortars from the unit I was with. And I got out of bed, and I had a little Sony Handycam with me, and I just went to the mortar line and filmed them. And then in the dark, I just gradually worked my way up to one of the sentry boxes where there was a big 50 caliber machine gun. And I was looking out over a schoolhouse, maybe half a kilometer away, and that's where the Taliban were. They were firing rounds into our little patrol base, and we were firing back. So there was an exchange of fire, and I just filmed it. And I think, having been a soldier, you're not consciously thinking, I'm not wearing an armor vest or I'm not wearing a helmet. You're also working. So I thought, well, I need to record this as part of the context for those stories that I'm collecting. And I just filmed this firefight to the point where, artillery rounds were coming in, and I could certainly hear and feel bullets passing overhead. So it was very real. It's quite kind of very important for me to see that and to experience that again, because I wanted the stories to be embedded in reality, and having filmed that, I was able to provide context when the stories were exhibited.
The footage is quite dramatic, I must say. Now, how did that experience change your perspective, both as an artist and former soldier there in Afghanistan?
Yeah, it was a tricky time, I think. I wasn't there to represent any particular view. I was an official British war artist, but I wasn't being political. I was being creative in collecting these stories. It kind of made me realize that there are other human beings on the end of those guns that are firing in, and everyone has a story to tell. And we all grew up during the Northern Ireland Troubles, and it's easy just to see one side and not another. I think it's important to understand. You don't necessarily have to empathize, but you have to understand. And I think that gave me a real understanding of the other side. And just wandering around Afghanistan, being in patrols and coming across families and children and farmers, it was kind of heartbreaking in a way.
And you came back with all that material. As you quoted, if it's in an art gallery, it must be art. Who got to see the exhibition?
Well, it's interesting because I went through a censorship process, first of all, in Camp Bastion. A colonel looked through all the work, and the only thing that he took out were the names of those who'd been injured. So if the soldier's been injured, they didn't want to reveal a name, but happy to reveal those who had been killed. And other things that I thought were maybe sensitive were released. So the work was then cleared for public viewing. And the first thing that happened was that it went on show in the Ministry of Defence main building in Whitehall, because I think the army thought, well, maybe the civil servants need to see what it's really like in the front line. I thought that was a really good start point. And then it went to the Imperial War Museum. So it was, still in the war theatre. But after that, it went on exhibition in galleries. Middlesbrough Institute of Modern Art, for example, up in the north, is one of the Tate network of galleries. They did a very good installation of that exhibition. It toured. Parts of it went to Australia and the States. My mission in all of these things is to get these stories out there. You kind of feel privileged to be there. In my case, not painting, but collecting handwritten stories. And therefore, afterwards, the job is to get the stories out into the wider world, to get these stories out. It's never about me as an artist. It's about me trying to help get these voices heard and seen. And so I've been doing that with the Afghanistan stories ever since. And I'm still involved with a charity in the north of England that helps ex-service people into the creative arts. And I do a talk every year to them. So I'm still involved, and I still get these stories out there whenever possible.
Well, that project in Afghanistan, the success of it, led you to take that format to a very different, but perhaps equally dangerous situation over to the Himalayas and Mount Everest, where the mountaineers were preparing to climb. Now, how did that experience, having done that, the war zone in Afghanistan, compare with suddenly being up there in the Himalayas?
Yeah, I'm kind of interested in people, humans in difficult and stressful and challenging situations. Before I went to Everest Base Camp, I did a project for a couple of years with Bournemouth University and their Dementia Research Institute, looking at people who live with dementia and using their stories to help reveal the truth. And so the theme of trying to understand people in challenging, complex, difficult personal circumstances is one that runs through all of my work, I think. So, going to Everest Base Camp, whilst also being a personal ambition and goal to see that environment, the chance to take this work there was pretty extraordinary. And I was supported by the British Council to go there, to take a diary room from Kathmandu up to Everest Base Camp, set up this diary room for 6 weeks, be embedded with a climbing team, mainly from India, and to live with them. And then to collect these stories from everyone who was there about, I was asking the question, and the questions are really key in these projects. You have to get the question right and the framing right so that it's very simple and it's really to the point and people understand it. And the question at Everest Base Camp is, well, what are you doing here? Why are you here? What's the driver? And, I was asking everyone there, for Sherpas and for people who worked there, it was a livelihood. For climbers from the West or from India or from Japan, they revealed incredible stories about why they were there. Often with people, there was a tragedy in the background. There'd been a bankruptcy or a marriage breakdown or a nervous breakdown, or something dramatic had happened with their lives, and they were kind of trying to find themselves again in this remote and dangerous place. So those stories were incredibly real.
Derek, what were the similarities between those soldiers in Afghanistan and those climbers there in the Himalayas, both sort of contemplating danger ahead?
Yeah, I guess they were volunteers in a sense, both volunteering to be in a dangerous place. Obviously being a soldier is very different to being a sports climber or a tourist climber. But they were placing themselves in danger, and there was the anticipation of danger ahead, which drove the honesty of the stories. So the climbers I was with, and I collected about 300 different handwritten stories in my diary room tent at base camp. Those stories reflected the past and why they were there, but also a nervousness about what was to come. That was, I think, common to Afghanistan. People again talked about family, and they talked about missing home and the desire to get back to those families and to those homes one day.
And notably, some of those climbers didn't survive the climb. So I'm guessing those messages, those last words to some degree, must be particularly poignant.
Yeah, you don't think about this thing before you do a project like this. And it was the same in Afghanistan. Some of the soldiers who took part in the project wrote their own stories, went on to be killed or seriously wounded. And I've always kept in touch. I've tried to keep in touch with those families and those soldiers afterwards. And it was the same at Everest Base Camp. My own climbing team from India was involved in a high-level rescue on Everest. One of the climbers had been stranded there, and she had to be rescued from very close to the summit. But others I met and worked with and got to know and were kind of friends with also died. And there was an Australian woman who died, and she was with her husband, and it was obviously heartbreaking. But I again kept in touch. I kept in touch with the husband afterwards. I didn't want to show her story without his permission, and whether I was there working or not, those things would have happened. So I always thought, and I still think, it's better to have been there and collected their stories than not to have done so.
How did you exhibit those Everest stories then, Derek? How was it different?
It was different because, the context is very different. I think I used a lot more film. I recorded a lot more film at Everest Base Camp. And so the installations had a greater film content to them. But at the center of each of those exhibitions were those handwritten stories, were those heartbreaking stories. And so the installation was shown in the UK. I took it to the US, to a mountain festival in Colorado. And again, elements of that exhibition have been seen widely, worldwide, both being covered by the international press and both being published in books as well, which again is another very good way of getting these stories out there.
That takes us to your latest project in Ukraine, Derek. At a particularly significant time in the conflict too, what did you hope or expect to learn or see on the ground there?
Well, I mean, the timing was good in many ways. With the third anniversary of the full-scale Russian invasion, that was kind of coincident to the project happening. It's a project that had been discussed the previous autumn, and we'd been planning it, and then it just happened that we were there on the ground. And I think what I was keen to understand and we were keen to learn was, 3 years on from the full-scale Russian invasion, what is it that keeps you going? How do you keep going after such losses and such hardship and the relentless bombings of civilians and infrastructure that's taking place? So for me, it was to try and surface those things in a different way to what had been perhaps covered by journalism.
Well, again, you managed to get remarkable access and face those logistical challenges in a war zone. Tell us about that, getting to there.
Yeah, I was partnered up with an old friend from the Parachute Regiment, Adrian Simpson, who volunteers and runs a charity called Mission Aid for Ukraine. And for a couple of years, he's been delivering 4x4 vehicles and boats to frontline units. Great danger to himself to go so far forward. But what has resulted has been some wonderful relationships with those frontline units, with Marines and paras and infantry and drone units. And so the idea was to use those incredible contacts to get access. So we traveled together with an interpreter. We were delivering a vehicle, but we were delivering that right at the end of the trip. So we used that vehicle to travel through some of the major cities, but then almost circumvent the entire front line from the north front above Sumy, and then right round through Luhansk and Donetsk and round to Mykolaiv, getting as close to the front line as we could to meet up with those frontline units. So the access was extraordinary. We went through roadblock after checkpoint after roadblock, showing papers and ID, often held up for an hour. So it's very hard to get around, very close to the front line in Ukraine. But through this access and through our interpreter, It was doable. And, for me as an artist wanting to get these stories, it was an incredible experience.
It occurs to me too that if people have to read the stories as opposed to kind of passively watch them, there is a more active participation in understanding what's being said.
Yeah, exactly. And, these words have extraordinary power. They connect straight to the individual. And in the case of the work in Ukraine, I asked people to write their story in a slightly different way on a larger piece of paper, and then hold that to camera and to be filmed holding that. And I think what it does in this case is it connects even more strongly the story to the person. But that person who stared down the camera for maybe 15 or 20 seconds, I didn't tell them what to do, but in most cases they stared the camera down quite defiantly, which I thought was interesting. Sometimes people also smiled occasionally, but someone who saw those films early on said, "Gosh, they're quite unsettling, aren't they?" as a viewer. And I thought that's good feedback. That's exactly what we want to do. These stories are meant to unsettle, because unless they unsettle you, they won't change you, and they won't change your view.
So, Derek, let's get through some of these messages that you managed to record while in Ukraine. I mean, there's one here, filmed it in Nikopol by the Dnieper River, it's about 3 kilometers from the Russian lines. Tell me about that, the woman who was a lawyer.
Yeah, incredible and heartbreaking. I met this woman who had been a lawyer before the war, had given up that life to set up and run a dog's home for stray and lost dogs. When it's one of the consequences of a war and invasion that we don't necessarily think about straight away. We think about people and we think about humans fleeing away from the war, from the disaster, from the bombing, but they often leave behind their pets. And many people had fled from what is now the occupied territories and had to leave their dogs behind. They just weren't allowed to bring them. And so this woman has been rescuing these stray dogs, and she got a bit of land from the council, only a kilometer up from the Dnieper River, in full view of the Russian side, under constant daily artillery and drone range, often heard in the background. And she now has, with a group of volunteers, she's got about 300 dogs that she looks after. It's an incredible setup. And, dogs are not humans, but they're pretty close. And, you look into the eyes of some of these dogs who are, there was a dog that had been shot in the head. Some dogs have been blown up. Most are traumatized in some way. And so she's bringing them back to some sense of normality and then trying to get them resettled. And so that is just one story of one person who is helping the war in her own way.
You also get a sense of how much lives have changed, because I know you had one anonymously written piece by a soldier who was actually a drone unit commander in Sloviansk on the Donetsk front. Now, he was writing about being 14 in 2014 when the first invasion occurred. And that makes him literally just 20 in his early mid-20s now.
Mid-20s, yeah. And we met him just behind, maybe 10K behind the front line. We met him in his own hometown of Sloviansk, in fact. And he was the most humble, quiet, generous, quietly spoken man. But he now runs a drone team. And this is the war of the drone, clearly, and those people are critically important. And he now runs a large drone team, and he was a store manager. He ran a warehouse store before the war, and so he's obviously pretty good at organizing things. But what a contrast and what a change! And I think he wrote that he'd been near Kyiv when the invasion had happened with his own son. and had to try and escape from the Russians as they were pressing in towards Kyiv. And, you know, that realization of doing that with his own son made him never want to have to do that again.
You also came across an artist on the streets of Kyiv, and she was very young apparently and wanted to join and fight.
Yeah, no, it's incredible to meet her. I met quite a few of the artist community, part of trying to understand what the setup is there. I certainly, didn't want to be an artist from Western Europe coming in and not connecting with the local art community. I think when we come to do the exhibitions, that collaboration with local artists and artist groups is going to be critical to the success of it and getting the word out there. And we met her in a cafe in Kyiv.
People around motivate me most. When I see how brave and great-hearted they are, I can't run away or just sit. I try to do my best too.
She knew people who lost their homes. She was young. She wanted to help. She felt she wasn't doing enough. She wanted to go and fight. But she thought, well, there are people better able to do that than me at the moment. And if conscription changes, if the age range changes, then she will certainly go. And she was like she was wonderful, but fragile. And you wondered how that was going to work out for her.
Many people obviously contribute their own way. There's one story that was interesting of the artist who paints portraits and then donates the money to the military.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, there's a group of artists in Kyiv who do this, portrait for donation. And I met them, and I had my own portrait painted, and I donated. And these are people. These are three women. Their husbands, their partners are all fighting, and I think they are, maybe as artists, we often struggle to think how we can help and how to make our work meaningful and important and relevant. And, they had found out how to do that by raising money through these portraits and then, writing about it and then holding it up in the streets of Kiev, almost a million miles from the front line, but very connected to that front line.
Let's look at a few more of the stories and messages you got there on the front lines too, Derek. Now, the sense of loss, personal loss, comes across in one of the ones you had of a soldier standing by a vehicle that had been destroyed by a Russian drone, and he's got a picture of his fallen comrade, his friend, actually on his phone.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. So, again, not choreographing it too much. I let people decide what to do in front of camera when they were holding their story. In his case, uniquely, he got his phone out and showed a photograph of a comrade who I learned had been killed recently. And as I was filming, he spoke about that comrade. And whilst I'm not necessarily including the sound from these films in the final work, the fact that he's speaking to camera and showing something, a photograph of a dead colleague, I think is powerful enough.
People suffer a lot without the power generation and stuff. And there's one you have of a soldier standing in the snow at a village near Izium, which was largely destroyed by the Russians, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'd met him previously in Kyiv, and then we met up again on the outskirts of Kharkiv, and then traveled down to this particular place. And he was very keen to show us where the fighting had been at its most intense in 2022, when they were pushing the Russians back out. And we stopped in this village, and I filmed him. He said, "You can't walk any further than where the vehicles were, because there were minefields still." And this village was deserted, entirely empty, and they'd fought and recaptured it from the Russians, but then the Russians had shelled it destroyed it as they retreated. And he wanted to show that. And in his story, he says that he never trusted the Russians, would never trust them.
I think one of the things that comes through in many cases in a conflict is how ordinary people's lives are changed. And I know you had one soldier, and many of them are obviously, they weren't soldiers before they started fighting, but they see the loss of, the civilian population. There was that block of flats that was bombed by a Russian airstrike. It was hit by a Russian airstrike in March of 2022, and there was about 50 civilians, including children and elderly people, killed in that. And the soldiers there, written anonymously, though.
Yeah, I think he wrote about the fact that if he doesn't fight, then his wife will die and his son will die. And that's a really stark, it's a very bleak and stark thing. But, if you give anyone on this planet a reason to fight, that would be the strongest reason. And that together with that background of that building just completely torn apart by a Russian airstrike is, it's profound and it's powerful, and it's the image and the story together, is something that will help change perceptions and change views of this conflict at the human level, I hope.
Talking of that human level, the fact that people have to get on with their lives and still try to add to their value to the conflict came across that female medic you filmed in Kramatorsk, who had just 3 months earlier lost her son.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, I wasn't aware of that at first, and she was with another colleague who was a medic, and we met them both and talked to them both, and then they wrote their stories, and then I filmed them holding their stories in Kramatorsk.
I am here so that Russia won't come to my home. I want to live in a free country. And
her colleague said to me afterwards, he said, "Oh, she has only just lost her son who joined up, who was 21 and who'd been killed by the Russians." And it was interesting because she didn't particularly want to write about that. I think it was too near, too painful, but you could see it in her. And when I found that out, I personally I found that quite emotional. There were a few moments in this trip and in this project which emotionally affected me, and that was one of the key ones. And I just wanted to give her a hug, which I did.
What's been your response to what you saw, not just as an artist, but also as a former soldier, to what you saw and the people you met in Ukraine? I mean,
it is an incredible thing to visit a country at war. It's a very different experience to Afghanistan, which is more of an insurgency type operation. But in Ukraine, you have a sense from the moment you enter the country that this is an entire country at war. Every city I was in was attacked by drones and had sirens going off at night. When I was in Kharkiv, a Russian drone struck a building 200 yards round the corner, and many people were injured. And there was the constant sound of anti-drone guns and so on. But when you get closer to the front line, it's a very surreal experience of every single vehicle you see is there for the war effort in some way. And many of the vehicles have anti-drone technology on the roof to defeat drone attacks. We obviously didn't, so that was a little bit of a worry for us. But going forward to meet those forward units and also to meet civilians in the big cities, the overriding sense you have is, yes, it's a country at war, but it's a country incredibly steeled and determined. It's a people who won't willingly give up.
Considering the state of war you've just described, entirely present in the country, what sense did you get that people are hopeful that there will be peace soon?
It's interesting. A lot of people talked about peace, and when we engaged them as part of the art project, they wrote about peace. They wrote about the need for peace for themselves and their families and their friends. There's a desperate yearning for peace. But when you talk to them, there's also a strong sense that peace will not be at any price. So the numbers are disputable on both sides in terms of killed and injured. That they haven't been fully revealed, but it's a great many on both sides. Enormous numbers of Ukrainians have died and been killed in the war or by shelling, and also what happened prior to the full-scale invasion. So because that's happened, I got a strong sense that this is a nation and a people who don't want to willingly give up and have fought for nothing.
So they wouldn't want to give up land to Russia for peace, it seems.
I think not. That is my sense. And the soldiers I met, they said, we definitely don't want to give up our land. This is our homeland, our motherland, or however they described it. And the blood of their soldiers is in the ground, and it's not something they want to just give up to an invader.
What did you learn about what the people there thought of President Zelensky and President Trump?
Yeah, it was interesting. There are figures out which kind of reveal the real perception, but I got a strong sense on the ground that the tide was turning, probably in both ways. There was a sense beforehand that Zelensky was not as popular as he'd been, and also a sense beforehand that Trump was quite popular. And when I was there, the tide was turning, and I think it has turned. Zelensky is now incredibly popular there now. In the sense that they believe he's fighting for their cause, not necessarily agreeing with some of the tactics, but agreeing with the strategy of fighting for that country and giving it all. And also a sense strongly that maybe Trump isn't there for them, or a realization that he isn't there for them. And one of the soldiers said to me, and he wrote about this, he said, well, it doesn't matter what Trump says, it won't affect how far my anti-tank gun can fire. And the reality on the ground is very separate to the political debate taking place at a high level, but people are nervous.
And of course, what we saw happen in the White House between President Zelensky and Trump was not exactly the best thing for the people of Ukraine to see as a reassurance, I guess. Did you at least were giving their voices a platform by documenting their stories? Do you think people feel in general that their voices are being heard?
There's certainly a lot of coverage, and it obviously comes and goes with whatever's happening in the world. And obviously, we're all consumed by tariffs and trade. So the public gaze does shift, but inevitably it will come back to Ukraine. There has been enormous coverage by the media. I just wonder whether at an individual level, people feel they have been heard. That was one of my senses, and I think one of the reasons I felt that was because of the willingness to engage with this project. No one said, I don't want to take part. Everyone wrote their hearts out. Everyone wrote with a great honesty and integrity about how they felt. So I don't think it's possible to get to a point where you've exhausted those voices. They still need to be heard.
Freedom still matters. One day I would love to lie in a bed without having nightmares, without sweating and calming my hands down. And that's it. But we must take responsibility for everyone who fought before us, yesterday or 100 years ago, because we will be here forever. It's always a choice to get up and continue doing your own thing, where everything is filled with meaning, because some have sacrificed the most for those meanings. Freedom still matters.
I think one of the most important things in this discussion we should think about Derek, is the fact all these stories you tell, whether it be Afghanistan, Everest, or Ukraine, or anywhere else you go, they're only a fraction of the huge, the massive stories that are actually out there. And this is a sampling, and it just shows how much there is to tell. So, you potentially have a lot on your plate.
Yeah, I think so. And I think it is only a sample, but I'd like to think it's a representative sample. If you asked another 1,000 people, you'd get variations of the same. And so, it's a bit like, it's a bit like kind of Me Too, really. That could be my story. That could be your story. That could be anyone's story in that conflict. And therefore it is universal, and therefore it's relevant.
I think it's the idea that so many people are affected is what I'm getting at.
Yes. Yeah, the scale is incredible.
Taking that into account, Derek, and, considering the connections you make when you're out there in these environments on the front line, whether it be at Everest, Afghanistan, Ukraine, do you feel you have a duty to represent their voices?
Well, I do very much so. It's a bit like if you're a painter, you want your work to be seen. I mean, it can be terrifying to have your work seen, and for me, it is the most important thing that the stories that were given in the moment, they were given freely and willingly, built on a short relationship of trust. I'm compelled to get these stories out there. I think that's why the stories were written. They were written to be seen, and my role is, without question, to get them out there in whatever way possible.
They have to evoke an emotion, yeah. Tell me about your future exhibition plans, Derek.
Well, having only just returned recently, I've only been back less than a month. I think before we went, the idea was to collect the work and then plan the exhibition schedule, the installation, put it together in whatever form that would be. And whilst we were in Ukraine, we visited some galleries. We connected with some people in the art sector in Kharkiv and in Kyiv. And I've also got connections in the gallery and art world in the UK and Europe. So the idea was to put together an exhibition and then to show that. But the realization when we got back that takes time, and we're at a critical moment, a real crux with Ukraine at the moment, and unsure of which way it will go. So the sense very strongly was that these stories need to be seen now, and obviously doing this with you is a wonderful way to do that and to begin that journey of getting these stories out there. And I think the exhibitions will follow, but let's not wait for the exhibitions. Let's get the word out there as soon as possible.
Well, let's look ahead too, Derek. And what would be the next project in your mind? I mean, would Gaza, for example, be like the ultimate?
Gosh, I think Gaza would be the ultimate. I mean, it's heartbreaking, and obviously there's been the recent, the killing of aid workers in Gaza, which is a real controversy. There's an untold story there somewhere. There are voices which aren't being heard in Gaza in a non-political sense, just human voices, and of those families and those young people and those older people who have no involvement at all in the politics of it, who just want to exist. There are also issues around immigration. Globally, it is an issue, and it's an issue in the West. And I live in the Netherlands, and it's clearly an issue here. So that is also something which greatly interests me, the human story of immigration and migration. I think the Gaza thing would be incredible. It's again how to get access. I'm confident that if I was on the ground, I could get the stories, but it's how to get the access, and I'm open to suggestions.
Well, I know whatever you choose to do next, Derek, you will definitely evoke some thought with your style artistry, if you like. Thank you very much for taking the time with us. It was really good to hear the stories.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Riz.
That's it for now. Don't forget to subscribe and leave your comments and thoughts. From me and the team, thanks for being with us. We'll see you next time. But we leave you with a few more of the memorable accounts from the front line, documented by Derek Eland.
Every single person is supposed to have their thought and the right to have a free life. Master Sergeant RVP, Fire Support Platoon. I want to be free. I just want to live.
My strongest motivation is people around me. Living in Kharkiv, you start valuing your life more than ever. And so do people around you. Despite all the explosions and threat from Russia, we continue with our lives, wipe the dust from coffee tables in the destroyed coffee shop, play music, and enjoy our lives.
I'm a junior sergeant and have been in this war since the first day of full-scale invasion of Russia Federation. My family and I were under occupation in the first day, and that would encourage me to protect my family and motherland. We have been defending Donetsk, Kharkiv and Sumy regions with my battalion since the first day of the war. I must stay together with my brothers in arms until our victory, so our families can sleep peacefully and wake up without the fear of bombing, so our children can live in the free and best country in the world, our Ukraine.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. The dollar strengthens as President Trump announces a 90-day pause on some tariffs except for China, who will now be raised to 125%. Trump's decision comes as China increased its tariffs on U.S. goods to 84%. And 130 people have been killed after a roof collapses at a nightclub in the Dominican Republic. To our top story, and President Donald Trump has announced there will be a 90-day pause to tariffs for everyone except China. Writing on Truth Social, the U.S. president said, based on the lack of respect that China has shown to the world's markets, I'm hereby raising the tariff charged to China by the United States of America to 125%, effective immediately. At some point, hopefully in the near future, China will realize that the days of ripping off the USA and other countries is no longer sustainable or acceptable. Just after the announcement, the U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent held a press conference outside the White House to respond.
I was out telling other countries, don't retaliate. And I think what a lot of people are missing here is that the levels that were put out last Wednesday are a ceiling. So if you don't retaliate, that is a ceiling. So we've been overwhelmed with the response to come to D.C. and negotiate.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by media strategist and former editor-in-chief Michael Jabri-Pickett and Al Arabiya journalist Jennifer Bell. Thank you both for joining me. And there we are. We just know the news now that things have changed on the tariff front. Kind of a total 180, if you want to say, from President Donald Trump. He always said the tariffs were non-negotiable. But here we are, a pause for everyone except for China. What do you make of this?
So the first thing I would say is, if you go back and you look at that clip, didn't you get the sense that the Treasury Secretary was almost like the adult in the room, saying, we have a child, don't retaliate, you're the grown-up, you have to make sure that you're acting in a mature manner. And I wonder if maybe the nations that didn't respond, and there were a couple that said we were going to sit and wait. And I wonder if maybe they were thinking, maybe we'll just see if he'll actually follow through or if he'll do just what he did. And there had been, just a couple of days ago, there had been talk about a 90-day pause for a couple of hours before they say, no, that won't happen. But here we have it. It's almost, I wonder, now we can reverse engineer, right? We can look at this and we can say, this is what he's been saying all along. He's wanted people, and he mentioned this last night, to essentially come in and kiss the ring. And he wanted that to happen. And so now he can be, again, the man at the center of the storm who can listen to all the different countries that are approaching him. He can negotiate, but he can also say, this will happen or this won't. This is what he's built for. This is what he loves to do.
I think you're absolutely right. I think this is what kind of makes Donald Trump tick. But we obviously just spoke there, Jennifer, about the fact that he's had calls, people want to negotiate. Trump's a businessman. So last night, the president was on stage. He boasted that the phone hasn't stopped ringing and all these countries have been calling him. He was right, wasn't he?
He was, and I mean, I think there was no one around the world who didn't put their head in their hands and thinking, what's he saying now? And another headline for journalists, but I mean, it just seemed quite arrogant at the time of Trump bravado, standing by what he's done. But, you know, he has been right. You know, countries have come, I think something like more than 70 countries have come around the table and they've earned themselves some temporary reprieve.
Yeah, but I do think that, once again, we're just talking about a pause here. And I think we still have to note that markets have been volatile. This is a pause, but the uncertainty continues, really.
Well, and this is what we've learned about, well, throughout the past 100 years about markets. They need predictability. They need stability so that there is a way forward, even for an American investor. If you want to build a plant in the States, are you comfortable now building it? And all this does is it extends, I think, the uncertainty for another 90 days at least, right? It could, of course, be extended again. But I think that there is that the markets right now need the stability, and I don't know that they're getting it. What is nice, though, is that Trump is coming across as maybe a little bit flexible. Maybe this is Trump 3.0. If the first term was Trump original, and then the first 80 days or so was Trump 2.0, this could be Trump 3.0, where maybe he's recognized, I have to listen to the Republicans who are in Congress, the other Republicans who are starting to go on TV to talk about maybe this isn't the right way forward. And then, of course, we presume that he was hearing from Jamie Dimon and Bill Acker and all of these others, high-level investors, hedge fund guys who were saying, maybe this isn't the way forward, President.
Yeah, because we did hear Bill Ackman earlier in the week basically calling for a 90-day pause. But I must also say, earlier I spoke to John Burnett, first vice chairman of the New York State Republican Party, who told me there was always going to be some friction and volatility in the short term. But ultimately, people want to invest in the U.S.
I would bet on President Trump. But that aside, I think people should actually look at the divestment and the speed to which companies make their decisions to diversify their supply chains and their operations outside of China. I don't see countries leaving America. I see countries investing into America. I don't see people, or I should say countries, companies investing into China.
Well, Donald Trump is actually speaking right now, so we're going to see exactly what he's saying. We're going to take a bit of that. So if you just stand by, Jennifer and Michael, let's hear what the president has to say.
One of those things I don't know quite. They're proud people. And President Xi's a proud man. I know him very well, and they don't know quite how to go about it, but they'll figure it out. They're in the process of figuring it out, but they want to make a deal. And we have many other countries, as you know, many more than 75, and they all want to come, and they want to come here, or they'll go to Commerce, or they'll go to Treasury. We have our great senators here and congressmen. They'll call John, they'll do somebody, they'll go through somebody, but they're all calling, how do we do this? They all want to make a deal. Somebody had to do what we did, and I did a 90-day pause for the people that didn't retaliate, because I told them if you retaliate, we're going to double it. And that's what I did with China, because they did retaliate. So we'll see how it all works out. I think it's going to work out amazing. I think that our country is going to be at the end of a year or shorter, but I think we're going to have something that nobody would have dreamt possible. A man like Roger Penske, I don't want to get him in trouble with China, so I won't, but he would know that you have to, someday you have to cut the bow and you have to do what you have to do, right, Roger? And that's what I did, and I'm very happy to have done it.
Mr. President, was there anyone the Prime Minister of Greece just told Breitbart's Matt Boyle that he thinks absolutely the European Union and the United States could work out a trade deal that's win-win and, quote, mutually beneficial to both sides. What do you think about the Prime Minister's comments, and do you think a deal could be struck with the European Union?
First of all, I know him, he's a good man, and I appreciate his comments. Yeah, a deal could be made with every one of them. A deal's going to be made with China. A deal's going to be made with every one of them, and there'll be fair deals. I just want fair. They will be fair deals for everybody, but they weren't fair to the United States. They were sucking us dry, and you can't do that. You know, we have $36 trillion of debt for a reason. We don't have it there for fun. They have it for a reason, and people took advantage of our country, and they ripped us off for decades. I've been thinking about this for decades. If you ever saw me on television, I was young like these guys. And it was a good old days, I'll tell you, Roger. But I was like these guys, young, and I was talking about it. Nothing changed, and nothing was done about it. Then I did it. In my first term, I did it, and did it well. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China and others, and I started the process, but then we had to fix up from the COVID mess caused by China. We had to fix up from that, and we did a good job of doing it. And when we handed back the reins after a rigged election, and when we handed back the reins, the stock market was higher than it was before COVID coming in. So, you know, we did a great job, but we didn't have time to do the big thing, which we're doing now. And it's, you know, it's like a patient is sick, you have to do surgery. Patient is very, very sick. And Joe Biden handed us over a country that was in very serious trouble, economically and in every other way. They let China run away with things. They let other countries run away with things. And maybe worst of all, in a certain way, is what they did at the border. We had people pouring into our country by the millions. Many of them were murderers and drug lords and thieves and people from prisons from all over the world. And there were people from mental institutions, insane asylums. They were taking their mentally insane, and they were dumping them into our country. And I'll tell you, Tom Homan and Kristi Noem are doing a fantastic job in removing them. And now the courts, the Supreme Court just gave us numerous good rulings where we have to be able to get them out. You had other judges trying to take over the system. And think of it, they take over. They want these people coming back, Tren de Aragua from Venezuela, the Venezuela jails that cut off the fingers of a man in Colorado. They cut off his fingers because he called the police looking for help. They said, "Did you call the police?" He said, "Yes, I did." "Put your hand down," and they cut off the fingers. This is what they want to bring these people back now. And I want to thank the president of El Salvador for the job he's done, because that is...
So, Michael and Jennifer, there we are. President Donald Trump, I'm not sure where he's speaking. It looks like in front of the White House, completely resolute. He believes in everything that he's done. He says that America's going to be amazing. He's looking for these deals. What did you make of that?
Well, apart from some of the moments where he went a bit off tangent there, and a bit of backslapping. But yeah, I think he's basically doubling down what he's said, you know, previously, that we're going to target China. I mean, yes, we're going to give some of these other countries, we get some sort of temporary reprieve, but I think maybe was this his plan all along, to kind of double down on China. And I think it means that this tit-for-tat trade war between two of the biggest world economies isn't going anywhere. I mean, Michael, what do you think of some of the comments there?
So there was so much to unpack there.
Yeah.
The first thing I wanted to do, and I started to do it, and there were too many, is to count the number of I's. And then he was going from everybody who took advantage of us. He's been talking about this for decades. He talked about all the young people around him, talked about the COVID mess, also blamed that on China, talked about the rigged elections, and then he talked about the big thing, and I guess this is the big thing for him, right? And this is something that I think has been at his core for decades, which, you know, he's been quoted as saying that the word tariffs is one of his most favorite words, right? It's God, it's religion, it's love, it's tariffs, in that order. And so this is the big thing for Donald Trump. But it was almost, it's a stream of consciousness. And it's I think it's one of the things that attracts a lot of his supporters to him, is that he thinks it, he says it. And so many of us can relate to that.
He's got an honesty about him in a lot of ways. You know, it's kind of that he says it as he feels it, and that's quite unusual for politicians, really.
And, of course, he's not a politician, and he would say he's not. He only came into this quite late in his life, and he had never held elected office before being the President of the United States. So there is that everyman appeal. I don't know how a billionaire can have that everyman appeal, but he does have it with his core audience.
She's just so uncensored. I mean, he's a journalist dream, really.
Yes,
really.
Definitely.
But very interesting comments there. I think, obviously, he wants to double down, like I said, of just what he wants of all his intentions all along about, like you said, about the tariffs has always been something very important to him. But he has also mentioned in recent weeks that he wants longevity, and he is considering a third term, so he's thinking long term now. So I think maybe that's where some of those comments come to.
But I also thought one word stood out to me, and that fair deals. He says they want fair deals. And I thought you said earlier, is this the era of flexibility for Donald Trump? And maybe this is a sign that he's looking to be fair and flexible, got the conversation on tariffs, you know, started, and now he's kind of rolling back a little bit.
But what would have been so much nicer is if he had laid out a strategy. He had come forward, addressed the nation, talked about what it is that he's trying to achieve. Like, the economists and the analysts for days have been saying, what's the end game? Is it to get everybody to come to the table and kiss the ring? Or is it for the tariffs, and that's the most important thing? And I think that why he's probably not a good politician is because politicians need to be consistent. They need to be manipulated a little bit by their PR people, and they need to listen to the people around him. And this is one of the accusations that gets leveled against him, is that he doesn't listen to the people around him.
No, and that leads to mixed messages, which leads to market volatility, as we've seen. So
yeah, and uncertainty. Well, stay right there, because we're going to have a look at the UK. So we're going to do a little bit of a gear shift. So turning to the UK now, and the US media giant Comcast has announced the first Universal theme park in Europe will be built in the UK. Universal estimates that 476-acre complex in Bedford could attract 8.5 million visitors in the first year. Prime Minister Keir Starmer has said the multi-billion-pound investment by the company firmly puts the country on the global stage. Here's what he had to say a little bit earlier today.
So this will drive growth here and across the country. Higher tourism, improved transport links, and billions of investment. And, you know, people said to me, government will be a roller coaster, and I can testify to that. I don't think this is quite what they meant. But look, this is our plan for change in action, bringing investment, bringing opportunity, growth, jobs, and, of course, joy to Britain. And
so, Keir Starmer, he's even made a joke. He's very happy today about this, isn't he? Championing all the news. What are your thoughts on the theme park opening?
Well, finally, a bit of a bright spot for British economy. It's not been the best time, and it's obviously on the back of the tariffs have just been talked about. But, you know, theme park, the Universal theme park is going to be one of the largest in Europe, I think, and it's certainly the largest in the UK. It's expected to bring lots of tourism and revenue to the UK. I think the figure was banded around about something like £50 billion. £28,000 jobs, which is incredible, and all the revenue that comes with that. So I think it's nice to have some kind of positive news come out of the UK today after all these tariffs.
Yeah, absolutely. What are your thoughts? Are you a theme park man?
I'm not a theme park man, and I am quite comfortable saying that, quite proud of that fact. But I would also say this, that I think what the UK, it's interesting that it happened today, because I think it was the perfect example of how interconnected we are. And the reason I say that is because when you look at a theme park, this is coming from America. And if you look at what Universal has specifically in Florida, you have Harry Potter rides, for instance, and Harry Potter attractions. And Harry Potter's, of course, from the UK. And yet you have the best of America, which is to commercialize something, and you have one of the best series of books in the last few decades from the UK, and it's coming together. And this is, I think, a great analogy that shows just how interconnected we all are. And it doesn't matter if it's Bollywood or if it's Taylor Swift. We all recognize what it is that we all share in common. And I think because this news is happening, and I agree with you, it's wonderful news for the UK, for the local economy especially, and I think it's a great opportunity for people in the UK to maybe stop and appreciate that this is a good day here as well as in Washington because of the pause.
Yeah, and I would agree with that. And also, Luton Airport isn't too far away from where this big theme park's going to be built. And they have announced that they want to expand Luton Airport. So it seems like the UK government is really moving forward in its growth plan. That's something the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, has talked about extensively. So maybe we could see the UK entering a bright spot. And obviously, Trump's tariffs have had an effect on the UK, Michael, to some degree, lesser so, 10%, than what we saw in the European Union. But did you think the UK probably thought they were going to get a better deal than anyone else because they've got this special relationship with the United States?
So I think that they were optimistic, but I think a lot of countries were optimistic. A lot of countries were, of course, completely caught off guard. It didn't matter if you were penguins or if you were in the UK, you were going to get caught up in this. And I think, again, going back to the idea of globalization and how it works, this is something that the U.S. helped create right after the Second World War. And it's been 80 years. It's been so successful because we're all dependent upon each other. And it might not be what economists always talk about, but from that humanistic point of view, I think that we all have to appreciate that I'm better if you're better. Even though we're in different countries, I think that that has a real impact on economies local and global.
Jennifer, you're actually from the UK. Yeah, not from Bedford, but
a little further north.
A little bit further north. What do you think about this for the UK? Because I was just trying to think of some theme parks that we've got there. I'm not a theme park person. Alton Towers, yeah. And they're such major attractions. Do you think this is like a really good, bright spot? And how do you think family and friends are feeling about it?
Well, I am a thrill seeker, so I'm quite excited to go back to the UK in 2031 when it's going to be built. I'll go on it. Maybe look here in the Middle East, where we are now. I mean, we've got huge, theme parks being developed here, more in the works. We've got, Yas Waterworld and Ferrari Park, and these are huge draws for countries, like this. So I think it is great news. I mean, it seems like, it's a theme park, but I mean, when you talk about that level of jobs, that level of injection to the economy, and then what it does to the, like you said, to the airport, what it does to the infrastructure around it. I mean, so I just think it has got many untold benefits, really. But like you said, very interesting day to announce it.
Yeah, absolutely. So just stay right there. We're going to look at some other stories of the day, and then I'll be right back with you. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. A spokesperson from Russia's foreign ministry has said bombing Iran won't pave the way to peace. They also said Moscow hoped that talks between the US and Iran may help to avoid a crisis, adding the world is growing tired of endless threats against Iran. A US judge has ordered the Trump administration to restore the Associated Press's access to presidential events. It comes after the White House blocked the news agency during a dispute over the term Gulf of America. The judge said the administration's reaction on AP journalists was contrary to the First Amendment, which guarantees freedom of speech. Now, from tomorrow, British passport prices will see a 7% rise, with an online application jumping up by £6 to a total of £94.50. The government says part of the cost goes towards funding passport control and border officers and consular support overseas, including lost or stolen passports. And King Charles has become the first UK monarch to address both houses of the Italian Parliament in Rome. His Majesty received a long-standing ovation as he gave a speech on the third day of a state visit to Italy. He warned that countries like the UK and Italy need to stand together in such troubled times. Earlier today, he also met with the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni for the very first time. Now, the Kremlin has declined to comment on claims that 2 Chinese men are fighting for Russia in eastern Ukraine. Yesterday, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky claimed forces had captured the pair and posted a video on X. Earlier, I spoke to former US diplomat Donald Jensen, who told me the Chinese have always maintained neutrality, but he believes they are playing both sides of the fence.
My own contacts in Kiev, I would say, assure me that there are many more Chinese there than just the 2 that President Zelensky mentioned today. He's trying to downplay the story, in my view, because the Ukrainians depend on Chinese technology for drone technology systems and weapons like that. So he's trying to keep it in bounds while raising the white flag. So China, again, is trying to play both sides of the fence, and it's something that people increasingly are not willing to accept.
So, Michael, what did you make of that? I thought that was a really interesting chat I had earlier with Donald Jensen. Could there be more than just Chinese nationals fighting on Russia's behalf, do we think?
Definitely. And the reason I say that is just what he said, where they're playing both sides of the fence. Isn't that what geopolitics is all about? And I think when he also said that they are usually neutral, I would say that most countries are neutral. They'll say they're neutral until they're caught doing something they're not supposed to be doing. And I think that when you have the 11,000 North Koreans who are fighting with the Russians, there's no reason to think that there aren't others. I think that they could be sanctioned as well as unsanctioned. The North Koreans were definitely sanctioned. That was the agreement that the North Korean leader and Russia had decided upon. But I also believe that there are definite reasons to think that when you have 70 nationalities fighting on the Ukrainian side, why would you not also have a few fighting on the Russian side?
Yeah, and Jennifer, obviously we heard a lot about a ceasefire deal between Russia and Ukraine. Obviously, we saw that bust up in the Oval Office between Trump and Zelensky. It seems to have gone a little bit quiet. What's happening on that front?
Yes, well, we haven't seen the 24-hour deal that President Trump had promised. We had seen some optimism this year when there was obviously some sort of ceasefire accords when it came to attacking energy infrastructure, but that as we've seen, hasn't also held. I think, you know, like Michael said, if you've got, you know, rumours of Chinese nationals fighting, and I think Zelensky was very careful on his Telegram post saying that that was Russia was kind of recruiting the Chinese rather than blaming any direct Chinese national involvement. But you said you've also got the 11,000 North Korean troops. After 3 years, this doesn't show to me that Russia has got any sign of wanting to end this war. It looks like it's got no sign of abating.
But earlier in my conversation with Donald Jensen, who I was speaking to, he said one of the reasons that this could almost be embarrassing for Russia is the fact that there is a high count of men that they are losing during this war. And this is something we don't always discuss. They've obviously tried to enforce conscription, but I think it once again highlights the vulnerabilities that these countries are going through. Obviously, we know Ukraine is calling for weapons, and now Russia seems to be in a almost difficult position.
I think so, because the world has changed so much from, say, the Vietnam War in the 60s and 70s that the U.S. was embarking upon. And I think nowadays what you have to understand is that people are aware of what everybody else is going through around the world. And there were some real issues in the early days of the war when things started to go a little bit south for the Russians, and a lot of young Russian men were fleeing the country. And there were a lot of people who were not 100% behind this war. Much like there were not a lot of people behind Trump's tariff initiative, a lot of people were not supportive of President Putin and what he was doing in the Ukraine. And this idea that you have so many people who are still struggling with what it is that they're fighting for and when is the end going to come, I think leaves a lot of young men struggling with, is this something that I want to fight for?
Yeah, absolutely. And one reason you mentioned to me that on Telegram, Volodymyr Zelensky seemed quite conservative about these Chinese soldiers that apparently were captured. Do you think one of the reasons would be because they also treading the fence? We know that they import a lot from China. There's obviously weapons being made, a minerals deal they're trying to reach with the US. It all seems to be fine lines at the moment.
It does. I mean, it was, I'm trying to use the right words, but he was very, very careful with his wording. It was definitely not trying to anger China in any way. It seemed he'd taken a great deal of thought to say, you know, this was Russia recruiting China. I don't know. I think maybe that more evidence needs to come out. Maybe there's other cards he's holding to his chest, but I don't know. What do you think, Michael?
So I think that he definitely is walking a fine line, and he has to. But again, when we're talking about tariffs and the globalization of the world, why is it that, you know, these countries that are in the midst of a 3-year war would not be relying on so many other players who are behind the scenes? It makes perfect sense. There's accusations that the Russians are using Iranian drones, for instance. And it goes on and on and on. I mean, where are all the weapons that the Ukrainians are using coming from? Of course, we know they're coming from the States. And up until recently, so much of the intel was also coming from the States. I wouldn't say it's a proxy war, but you do have so many other players in this game that are behind the scenes.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. And it's something that we'll watch and see how the ceasefire deal can ever be reached and how negotiations keep on going. But stay there for a moment. At least 130 people have been killed and more than 150 are injured after a roof collapsed at a nightclub in the Dominican Republic. Hundreds of rescuers are still searching for survivors at the Jet Set nightclub. Our correspondent, Sarah Firth, has the latest.
A country in mourning. The president of the Dominican Republic today visiting the scene of the nightclub roof collapse in Santo Domingo that has killed many and injured many more. People are still being pulled from the rubble and rushed to nearby hospitals. Emergency officials say more than 250 people have been rescued so far. The collapse happened at the Jet Set nightclub in the capital in the early hours of Tuesday. Rescue teams have been working through the night at the site, trying to find survivors. According to officials, emergency crews have sought heavier equipment to speed up the rescue process.
In the case of the rescue intervention we are currently carrying out, the operation chief is intervening in 5 locations, and we are trying to intervene more quickly in 3.
And every moment counts, with families of those caught in the disaster anxiously checking lists containing the names of those rescued. The impact of this tragedy written on their faces. Among the dead, a provincial governor and former Major League Baseball pitcher Octavio Dotel. The 51-year-old died on the way to hospital after being pulled from the debris. Locals have been donating blood to help treat those at the hospitals nearby, doing whatever they can to help. The well-known club, once the site of dancing, music and live performances, now the site of an ongoing rescue effort and a tragedy that has left the country grieving. Sarah Firth, Al Arabiya News.
Let's take a look at the top business news now. Tesla will start selling cars in Saudi Arabia on Thursday ahead of Donald Trump's expected visit to Riyadh. Tesla's CEO Elon Musk's relationship with Riyadh has improved since 2018. The Chinese firm Luxshare, which supplies Apple, is looking to shift more production outside of the country, including to the US, as they respond to President Donald Trump's tariffs. The remarks by the company in China, which assembles iPhones and makes AirPods, is a rare insight into discussions by companies as tariffs do take effect. Turning to the sports news now, and Arsenal's Declan Rice has never scored a free kick in his personal career, but that all changed on Tuesday. After 339 games, he scored 2 free kicks to seal a sensational 3-0 win for Arsenal over Real Madrid in the Champions League quarter-final first leg at the Emirates Stadium. And the legendary tennis player Billie Jean King has received a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. King, who is 81 years old, is the first woman to be given the honour in the new sports entertainment category. The Hollywood Walk of Fame was previously reserved for stars of cinema, television, radio, theatre and, of course, music. And finally, we've reached that point in the show where Michael and Jennifer, you've come up with some quirky stories that we're going to talk about now. Michael, your story first. I don't know where to really start with this. Controversial, do you think? Controversial skinny restaurant.
I vote not controversial, but I think I would lose that if we actually went to the polls. So it's the smaller the gap, the bigger the reduction. That's their slogan. So this is a restaurant in Chiang Mai, which is in the north of Thailand. And their policy is, well, their offer, I shouldn't say their policy, their offer is there are 5 options. You could get no discount, a 5% discount, 10, 15, or 20. If you are incredibly skinny, you can fit through the bars that allow you to get the 20% discount. Now, some are saying they're fat shaming. I don't agree with that. I understand that argument, but I don't agree with that.
When I was just looking at it, we had it on the screen just a minute ago, and it is in Thailand, of course, as you said. Do you not just think this is a bit of a tourist attraction? Like, I would now go to that restaurant to see how much discount I could get and which polls I could fit through, no?
Yeah, very interesting marketing ploy, but I do think it is controversial. I mean, I find it offensive going to a restaurant with there's calories listed on the menu, let alone a gateway you have to go to see what discount you qualify for. I mean, what's next?
But it's not really about the food, is it now? It's become sort of a bit of an attraction. I know it's maybe a little bit offensive, but at the same time, I would be like, I'm probably with you a little bit more. Like Michael's bit of a tourist attraction in Thailand are great at doing that.
It's a great marketing ploy. We're all talking about it.
Yeah. But I don't think I would fit through the 20% discount just because of my head. So I don't think that that's fat shaming. I just think that's the genetics.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I've never, ever measured the size of my head, but I might not go through it either. And Jennifer, you had such a good story, and it brings back lots of memories for me of Boris Johnson. Oh, I know. He was attacked by an ostrich. Oh, what happened?
Well, he was taking his young son to a wildlife park, I think, in Texas. And I think, it was one of those drive-through ones where you can, open the window, feed the birds. I think he was kind of egged on by his son to kind of feed the ostrich. And kind of darted in and like it almost headbutted him. I think he used some choice language and a very British term like crikey, and then kind of sped off. Yeah. I think my favourite point about this story really was some very funny memes that went around after this, because they were kind of put a picture of the ostrich and put a picture of Boris Johnson next to it, and they both kind of had the same unfortunate shock of blonde hair. But yeah, it just goes to show that even Boris Johnson's partner can show him up on social media. Yeah,
exactly. It was Carrie, his wife, wasn't it, who had taken...
Too funny to miss. Exactly.
Yeah. Any wild animal stories?
Not for me, not today. Well, I could think of when I was younger, we owned a fat dog.
Oh.
But maybe I won't talk about the fat shaming aspect.
No, we can't.
I wouldn't want to shame the poor fellow.
But it is so interesting because, you know, animals are so unpredictable, and we know this. And, you know, we always go through these wildlife parks. You never really know what can happen, do you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
I would have kept my window up.
What have you? Oh, I don't know. A monkey stole me once. And my
I've had a monkey on a car.
Yeah, monkeys
monkeys are cute.
Yeah, monkeys are cute, but also they can be naughty.
Yes, I was just going to say, they're usually doing something that's naughty in front of you.
That's why I like them.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for both joining me. I really enjoyed it. That was media strategist and former editor-in-chief Michael Jabri Pickett and Al Arabiya journalist Jennifer Bell. Here's a reminder of our top stories. The dollar strengthens as President Trump announces a 90-day pause on some tariffs except for China, who will now be raised to 125%. Trump's decision comes as China increased its tariff on US goods to 84%. And 134 people have been killed after a roof collapses at a nightclub in the Dominican Republic. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. G&T with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next, followed by special interviews with the Syrian Olympic swimmer. Goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya News. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's program, US President Donald Trump's tariffs on dozens of countries take effect, including massive 104% duties on Chinese goods. Beijing says it has filed a new complaint with the World Trade Organization. Elon Musk hits out at one of President Trump's top economic advisors, calling Peter Navarro a moron. Well, the White House dismisses this, saying boys will be boys. Following the capture of 2 Chinese citizens fighting with Russian forces on Ukrainian soil, Beijing rejects claims that there's a significant number of Chinese troops on the ground there. And Britain's Prince Harry is back in a London courtroom where he's appealing against a UK government decision to cut back his taxpayer-funded police protection during his visits to the United Kingdom. Hello and welcome. The trade war between China and the United States seems to have escalated further, with tariffs now soaring. While China has imposed an 84% tariff on all US imports, following on from President Trump's 104% duty. Well, Beijing is refusing to back down, and now this new wave of US levies on the world's #2 economy takes effect today. Meanwhile, Jameson Greer also defended the Trump administration's decision to apply a 10% tariff on Australia, despite a free trade agreement, citing the country's ban on the imports of U.S. beef and pork.
We're addressing the $1.2 trillion deficit, the largest in human history that President Biden left us with. We should be running up the score in Australia.
Ambassador Greer, answer the question on Australia. We have a trade surplus with Australia. We have a free trade agreement. Why? They are an incredibly important national security partner. Why were they whacked with a tariff?
Senator, despite the agreement, they ban our beef, they ban our pork. They're getting ready to impose measures on our digital companies.
With your Greek letter formula, the fact that we have a trade surplus.
We have a global tariff on everyone. We're trying to address the $1.2 trillion deficit that Biden left us with.
I think that answer, sir, you're a much smarter person than that answer.
Meanwhile, Senator Ben Ray Lujan also challenged U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer, asking him to confirm that the tariffs were indeed the cause of the worst stock market drop in years.
Have we seen one of the worst drops in the stock market in over 35 years?
We've certainly seen volatility.
Have we seen one of the worst drops in the stock market in over 35 years?
I think, and Senator Warner talked about
We'll move
this.
on. If you don't want,
well, I know everyone's concerned about Wall Street, and I'm just concerned about Main Street and getting these jobs.
Well, we can get more now, and we can cross to Michigan and speak to Clark Judge. Clark, great to have you with us once again here on Al Arabiya News. You served as a speechwriter and special assistant to both President Ronald Reagan and Vice President at the time, George Bush. Let me just start by asking you, how do you think those two presidents would think of President Trump's tariff policy? What do you think they'd make of it?
Well, you'd have to look into two factors. One is that President Reagan was a professional negotiator before he was president. He was head of a union, Screen Actors Act union, and he understood very well the dynamics of negotiation, just as Mr. Trump does. And Mr. Bush was also a negotiator in the in his business life. Not as intensively as President Trump or President Reagan, but still very much savvy in that. This is what we're seeing here is a negotiating is not a backing off from globalization. What we're seeing here is a course correction in globalization, that the United States has entered into a number of trade deals and some of those deals being administered somewhat differently than was anticipated in negotiations, and now finding itself not just in this area, but other areas in a considerable need of revamping policy. The other areas being primarily financial as well, but also security. So I would say that Mr. Bush might not like the Mr. Trump's style. But he would understand the dynamic. Same with Mr. Reagan. I think he'd recognize very quickly all the points of negotiation: a strong opening, then a call for getting together, then movement towards an area that was an outcome that was fixed our problems, but was also amenable to all sides.
Okay, so when you say you don't think Mr. Bush would like the style of Mr. Trump, I mean, what in particular are we talking here? The language?
Well, both Mr. Bush and Mr. Reagan were of a gentler style in their diplomacy than Mr. Trump is. But remember, a lot of Mr. Trump's, in fact, all of the harsh words of his style are done in public forum to make a public point. He is understood, as I understand it, from people who've worked with him and have negotiated with him. When he gets into negotiations, it's a very different way and much more traditional.
Do you think we're seeing any signs that this approach to get people to the negotiating table, to bring about a sort of a reset in how the United States trades with the rest of the world, do you think we're seeing any signs that this approach is bearing fruit?
Well, yes, and so do the markets. You've seen this morning, at least in the United States, you've seen that the markets have been rising sharply. And this is in response to the Japanese and a number of others reaching out to enter negotiations. That's a pretty clear sign that the markets understand what is going on here, and that so long as others respond in a way that reflects that they too understand that there are imbalances in the trade agreements that have made a big difference in the United States. You mentioned that I'm in Michigan. Michigan is a center of the auto industry in the United States. In the community I live in, several years ago, in one day, all of the auto parts companies, and they were substantial in this community, announced that they were moving to Mexico, and a few weeks later they had. That's the kind of shock that has gone through a number of American communities, particularly in the Midwest, and it's it's a product of flaws in the way various trade deals were negotiated. This is not against trade; it's against the particular. It's a correction in the mistakes in particular trade deals.
But I mean, in terms of how President Trump and his administration has addressed and spoken about certain long-standing allies, trade partners, I mean, how do you think President Reagan and the late President Bush as well would think? What do you think they would think of how President Trump is treating trade partners and allies?
Well, I would say that they would. I can't speak for them, obviously, but I would say they would recognize that we're in a very different situation now. The world is, the United States is, than was the case in the period they were in office. And remember, what's going on in your particular period if you're a president, has everything to do with how you approach things. We're in a period when we've been through a number of years of 4 years, really, just before us, of tremendous profligacy in the budget. The budget is our finances as a country are very weak by historical standards. At the time that the end of the Second World War, we were half the world's population. We're about a third now, but also at that time, we were we were the most financially capable entity, our government was, in the history of the world. Now it's not even going by bond ratings, not even the most financially capable entity in the United States government I'm talking about. So these are very different times than when those two men were in. In fact, very different times than we were in any time from, say, the 1940s to just the last half decade or so.
There's going to be, according to many economists, some pain, possibly short-term, who knows, could last longer, for American consumers who might see price rises. There may be supply chain issues, meaning that they can't get everything they want to get. There could be bottlenecks. Do you think the Trump administration has done a good job of communicating the rationale and the logic behind these tariffs to the American public?
I think they're communicating it pretty effectively. The one thing you cannot say about President Trump is that he's quiet and reserved. That's not his style. He's doing multiple meetings with the media every day. He's on the internet himself. He's giving interviews to television hosts. Last night he gave an hour-and-a-half speech to the National Republican Congressional Committee annual dinner, in which he talked a lot about the need for Congress, the Republicans in Congress, to speak, to work with him, and that there was a clear plan and a clear goal that everyone had signed off on, and it was time to line up. He is communicating almost nonstop. So I don't think you can I think he's been in that way very effective.
And in terms of
this kind of situation, let me just say, with this kind of situation will lead to jitters in the financial markets, as we have seen in the early stages. Later stages, as we're also seeing today, later stages coming fast at this point, taking a different view. So we have to see how this works out, but it has to do with coming to an understanding that there needs to be a course correction in these areas.
Okay, any cracks showing in the ranks of the party or in the ranks of the inner sanctum of the Trump administration that you're able to see?
No, in the ranks of the party, the cracks have more to do with the tax bill that's also going through. Things like that. These cracks, the budget bill, I should say. The taxes we're pretty much united on, the Republicans are. The budget, there are those who want to cut deep and cut fast. You would think, given all that's happened with Mr. Musk and his Doge exercise, that we're moving pretty fast right now, faster than ever on cutting costs. But and revealing waste and fraud, which used to be a slogan and is now, he's demonstrated, Mr. Musk has demonstrated is a reality that can be addressed. You'd think that everybody in Congress would be on board with we're moving as fast as humanly possible. I say we, I mean the administration. I'm not a part of it. But some are demanding more. So that was one of the themes of Mr. Trump's speech last night, that it was time for the Republicans to unite, and we'd get as far as anybody could wish at some point, the country would, in terms of reducing spending, but the party has to hold together. That's a division in the party between those who want to go fast and those who want to go faster on some of these issues. And those who want to go faster are often hard to please.
Okay, we're about 20 days short of the all-important 100-day milestone. Possibly a little early to be giving a report card to the Trump administration at this stage. But as things stand, when you look at tariffs, when you look at the activities of the Doge, all the other things that have been done so far in the last 80 days or so, is Mr. Trump delivering on that key promise to make America great again? Is he making America richer again, do you think?
Well, in the present, it's way too early. Most economists would say that it takes 6-8 months for almost any change in policy to be reflected in the prosperity of the country, the rising jobs, and that sort of thing. But yes, this is the most impressive 100 days that we've seen since Franklin Roosevelt. Franklin Roosevelt, you recall, his first 100 days are legendary in American history for the sharp turn and for the large amount of legislation and executive orders that were issued in that time, legislation that was passed, or at least proposed, and ultimately passed. We hadn't up until this presidency seen anything even remotely like that. We did have a fast start in the Reagan years, but not as dramatic as this or as FDR. And this is on the same level as Franklin Roosevelt's.
And just lastly, one of China's rebukes, well, one of them has been to file a complaint with the World Trade Organization about these tariffs. One of the other things we've seen come out of China is this speech that Ronald Reagan gave in 1987 about trade. I don't know if you remember that speech. Perhaps you helped write it. But why do you think the Chinese are referring to that 1987 speech all these years later?
They're playing hardball in a negotiation. It's as simple as that. These are all moves of negotiation. Can they get a little bit of a drop on? That's a sort of term out of an old Western movie. A drop on someone. That means draw your gun faster. Can you? Are they getting a drop on Mr. Trump, or can they move him a bit in his negotiation? The Chinese would be extremely unwise not to engage. But right now, that's the preliminary to engaging, I hope. If they don't, that's very unwise. But
the message from President Reagan, albeit in a very different context, and you've already touched on this, was that imposing tariffs forces the closure of businesses. That seems to be the essence of that particular speech that he gave.
Yes, and that can be true. But it's also true that Mr. Reagan imposed tariffs, most famously in the protection of Harley-Davidson motorcycles, when there was a view that the terms of trade, at least the rules of trade, were unfairly balanced against them. The first speech I wrote in the Reagan administration was not for either the vice president or the president, but was for one of our senior trade people, which concluded that our purpose, and it was addressing the same issues. How can you justify calls for open trade when you're being so tough? And our response was that we were interested in reducing the barriers to trade, the barriers that all nations establish in trade. In this case, as a consequence of poor negotiation or a lack of attention, the rules have tilted strongly against the United States in many areas, autos in particular in Europe and other places. And we are, just as we were then, looking for the reduction of not just ourselves, our barriers, but of our trading partners' barriers too, some of which were not anticipated in negotiations. And as I'll just return back to the German example, there was a story recently in one of the financial papers about the taxes put on American Jeeps in Germany. And one of those taxes was a very high tax, 77%, I think, on a luxury vehicle tax. Now a BMW is a luxury vehicle. A Maserati is a luxury vehicle. A Rolls-Royce is a luxury vehicle. A Jeep is not a luxury vehicle. We've seen this kind of switching around of categories and all in lots of areas, sleight of hand, that has worked strongly against a truly open market. It's been allowed to go for a long time now. Mr. Trump is addressing those kinds of issues.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. We're out of time. Clark Judge, former speechwriter to President Ronald Reagan.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
Meanwhile, Elon Musk has publicly clashed with President Trump's trade advisor, Peter Navarro, calling him a moron and, quote, dumber than a sack of bricks. Well, he made those comments on his social media platform, X. Well, the feud erupted after Navarro criticized Tesla, claiming that Musk was not a car manufacturer, merely an assembler. Well, Navarro, discussing Trump's tariffs policy, also expressed the desire for more US-made auto parts to be made in the future. Well, Musk, who has voiced opposition to White House trade policies, called Navarro's claims demonstrably false. Well, this marks the most public disagreement between Musk, the world's richest man and the head of the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, and President Trump's trade team. Well, when asked about the row between the two men, the White House spokeswoman Caroline Leavitt shrugged it off, saying these are two individuals with different views on trade and tariffs. She added, boys will be boys.
These are obviously two individuals who have very different views on trade and on tariffs. Boys will be boys, and we will let their public sparring continue. And you guys should all be very grateful that we have the most transparent administration in history. And I think it also speaks to the president's willingness to hear from all sides, that he has people at the highest levels of this government in this White House who have very diverse opinions on very diverse issues.
Well, let's get more analysis. We can speak to Paul Glastris, former chief speechwriter to President Bill Clinton. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to join us, sir. We just heard the White House spokeswoman there in sort of damage control mode. She seemed to sort of shrug it all off, saying boys will be boys, and showing, she said that the White House is incredibly transparent about all of this. I mean, do you think it is a serious spat between these two men?
It is a serious spat, and the White House, has been trying to clamp down on everyone in the administration and the Republican Party. The one person they can't control is the world's richest man, Elon Musk. But everyone else in the party is trying their best to get on message, even though I think the vast majority of Republican voters, office holders, and so forth think this tariff regime is madness.
Yeah, so just for the clarity, for the benefit of our viewers, Musk doesn't seem to think these tariffs are a particularly good idea, does he? He thinks there should be zero tariffs between the United States and Europe. I mean, that's a pretty major difference of opinion between him and pretty much the rest of the Trump administration, isn't it?
Well, like I said, I think if you got truth serum in 9 out of 10 Trump members of his administration or members of Congress, they would agree with, probably agree with Musk. This is being driven by the president. This is the one idea of his that has very, very little support in his party. And so, oh, by the way, the tariffs between the U.S. and the EU are extremely low. Getting them from where they are now to zero would not be a huge lift, and would not do, frankly, a whole lot of good for either side. There are some specific tariffs on specific items, agriculture and so forth, but on balance, we don't have high tariffs between us and the EU.
So when we hear Elon Musk saying that Peter Navarro is, quote, truly a moron and, quote, dumber than a sack of bricks, how do you think that sits with President Donald Trump, who has said he's not going to stand for disloyalty? I'm assuming he doesn't like disunity either.
I'm sure he doesn't. But, he is the one who invited Elon Musk to take control of the federal bureaucracy and decimate it. And, Elon Musk is, worth, well, he's worth less than he was a week ago, but still worth more than $100 billion. And, Donald Trump has decided to attach himself to Musk, and he has to kind of live with the dissent that Musk is providing.
So on the one hand, Musk is dissenting, and he's a controversial character on certain issues, some might say. On the other hand, they've got Peter Navarro, who's come up with this. He's the architect, many say, of the tariffs policy that many seem to be opposed to. So who comes out on top in a sort of were the two men to be put into the ring of public opinion? Who's going to come out on top out of Navarro and Musk?
Well, that is going to be entirely up to Donald Trump. And we honestly don't know his own mind, and it is pretty clear he doesn't know his own mind. Because, if there's any hope for across-the-board high tariffs creating new manufacturing in the United States, they have to be consistent and over the long term for any business to want to take a gamble on spending hundreds of millions of dollars building plants in the United States. If they're going to be negotiated away tomorrow, nobody's going to invest. So, Trump has gone back and forth within the same day of saying these are permanent tariffs and saying they're up for negotiation. So it's just chaos from, all the way down.
I mean, supposing these tariffs turn out to have been a stroke of genius and all countries come cap in hand to the United States, and we understand 50 plus, possibly 70 plus countries have already done so, although we don't have a clear tally. Maybe you know more on that. But supposing they all do that, I mean, this is going to make Peter Navarro look incredibly clever, isn't it? And win him quite a lot of points and quite a lot of credibility within the administration.
Well, if that's the aim, right? Again, is the aim to negotiate new trade rules with other countries, or is the aim to have a permanent tariff? And this is how Donald Trump and Peter Navarro have mostly described it, a permanent set of high trade walls within which the United States can rebuild its manufacturing base. So, you know, I suppose they could flip and say, oh, it was all really a ploy to negotiate. And I suppose if they get some major concessions and we don't have a recession or a global trade war and a global recession, the Trump administration can come out ahead. But that's a big if.
OK, and supposing this doesn't turn out to be a stroke of genius and somehow this backfires on the United States, I mean, does Peter Navarro find himself out of a job?
You know, Donald Trump can be incredibly loyal to people who agree with him and he thinks supports him. He can be incredibly cold-blooded if he thinks otherwise. And, you know, will he... Yeah, who knows? I have no idea about Peter Navarro. You know, he pardoned him once. Maybe he'll pardon him again.
I mean, what about President Trump's relationship with Elon Musk? We touched on it at the beginning, but I mean, he is, you know, they sort of need each other, don't they, these two men? And they're together and united. They're a pretty formidable duo. But do you get the impression that there are tensions and that perhaps there are more cracks than would perhaps initially meet the eye in terms of the relationship between the two men?
I mean, I don't have any insight that, you know, your viewers couldn't get reading the same sources that I do. But one senses that, you know, this is a combination of both men deeply exploiting what the other can provide, and at the same time, I'm sure thinking ill of the other. It's kind of scorpions in a bottle. But, you know, each is getting a lot out of the relationship, but, you know, each has to accept things that gag, you know, the gag reflex happens. So that's probably what's going on.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, clearly public buy-in is important, and keeping the public on side is key to, you know, getting them to come on board with this idea of tariffs for all the US trade partners. I mean, do you think they've done a good job of explaining to the US public what the rationale is here?
Oh, my God, no. They've done a horrible job. They keep throwing out different arguments, and they don't prepare the public for what's to come. You know, nowhere in the run-up to this did they warn, oh, by the way, your 401k is going to lose 10% of its value within a week. You know, nowhere did they say the price of most things you buy will go up, even though I campaigned on bringing them down. He certainly has talked endlessly about tariffs, and nobody should be foolish enough to think he wouldn't do it. But their messaging has been all over the map.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us at short notice. Paul Glasters, former chief speechwriter to President Bill Clinton. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Now, following on from reports of North Korean troops fighting in Ukraine, 2 Chinese nationals have now been captured on the front line fighting for the Russian army. That's according to the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Well, he also revealed that intelligence suggests that the number of Chinese soldiers is likely to be much higher. Well, Ukraine's foreign ministry stated that the presence of Chinese troops raises questions about China's stance. He confirmed that China's envoy in Kyiv has been summoned to offer an explanation. Well, for more, we can speak now to Cormac Smith, former advisor to Ukraine's foreign minister, who joins us from the UK. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, sir. Can Kyiv says these two Chinese nationals were fighting with Russia in the Donetsk region of Ukraine. I mean, what more do we know about these people? What do you think they were doing there?
Tom, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to join you. We don't actually know an awful lot more. Volodymyr Zelensky has told us, obviously, that they have captured two Chinese nationals. The Ukrainian government believes there are many more fighting, and I believe they have instigated an investigation by their security services. Now, obviously, there has been no comment from Beijing as yet. Two things I would say. One, our intelligence services, and when I say our intelligence services, certainly the British and the Americans and others have been telling us for over a year that China, along with North Korea and Iran, has been supplying lethal aid to Russia to use in Ukraine. So I don't think it would be a surprise if these nationals were there under the official auspices of the Chinese government, but we simply don't know yet. It could be a case, it has been suggested to me, that these were migrant workers from China working in the Russian Federation, and of course they would be taking advantage of the very significant bounty which has been offered to join up the military and fight, which is significantly more than the average daily wage in Russia. So the truth is, one would be very, very suspicious given China's links to Russia and the aid that we know China has already been given. But I guess until there is some sort of a statement out of Beijing, and also pending further investigations from the Ukrainian government, we simply don't know, but it's worrying.
Okay, but how significant is it, though, the idea that there should be Chinese nationals fighting on Ukrainian soil, given, in particular, China's, they say, neutral stance on the conflict?
Well, as I've already said, I don't believe China is neutral in the conflict. They have placed themselves very, very firmly on Russia's side. It is hugely concerning. Ukraine is currently struggling to get more support from Western allies. Russia has stated point blank that they will not accept Western boots on the ground in Ukraine under any circumstances. Yet we have already seen tens of thousands of North Korean soldiers openly fighting with Russia against Ukraine. We know for certain that both that North Korea is supplying ammunition on a regular basis, artillery shells in particular, and of course we know that Iran is supplying Shahed drones, which are daily being used to fire on Russian or on Ukrainian civilian targets. So this would be a very, very worrying escalation. We have what up to recently a number of us called the axis of evil, which was Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran. And if we are to see Chinese soldiers fighting against Ukraine, this is worrying indeed.
Yeah, I wonder how it's going to be viewed by Washington, because the Trump administration from the very beginning has been pushing for a speedy conclusion to this conflict. A lot of diplomacy by this new administration. No breakthroughs so far, but I'm just wondering whether you think this is likely to anger Washington, because perhaps they might see Russia isn't quite as sincere about peace as they might have thought or might have hoped.
Well, there were signs about a week ago that I would be careful of my language, but Donald Trump said that he was peed off with Russia. He saw Russia stalling. Look, it's very, very clear that Russia has absolutely no interest in a peace deal. Donald Trump famously claimed that he would end this war within 24 hours. That was never going to happen. He then moved to 100 days. I do not believe that's going to happen. In fact, my assessment and the assessment of senior people who I speak to is a peace deal this year is very, very unlikely. It would seem that, going back to your question about how might this anger Donald Trump is obviously engaged now in a deepening trade war with China. He has put significant tariffs on China. He has warned China not to retaliate. China has retaliated only today with very, very significant tariffs. The other thing that we also need to bear in mind, it is believed that what Donald Trump wants to do by working closely with Putin, which he clearly is doing, and all the pressure he is putting on is not on Putin, it's on Ukraine. And we believe that people have referred to what they call a reverse Kissinger, that what he might be trying to do is drive a wedge between Russia and China. I've got to tell you, I don't believe that will happen, and it's strategically naive of Donald Trump to think that he can do that. But you know, there's an awful lot. Donald Trump is doing an awful lot of different things in a lot of different spaces at the moment. We wait to see if indeed he overreaches on this. But this is not very good news for Donald Trump, certainly.
I mean, from the beginning of his administration and on the campaign trail as well, we heard not just from President Trump, but also from a lot of people in his party saying it's not reasonable to expect the United States to foot the bill to the extent that it has done for this war in Ukraine. I wonder what you say to that, and I wonder what you make of the plan to try to recoup some of that money in the form of the minerals deal. Do you think that's a good deal?
No, I think it's a very bad deal. I think it's a deal that's tantamount to mafia extortion. And I can say a little bit more about that in a moment. But I think, you know, the first thing that I would say, Donald Trump has claimed erroneously that America has given $350 billion in aid to Ukraine. That is clearly false, and all reasonable audits come to a figure of probably just under 120 billion. Now that was a grant. That was never money that was supposed to be paid back. He has also claimed that the US has given a lot more support than Europe. Europe combined has actually given more support in dollar terms than the United States has. That's just to put that on the record in terms of Donald Trump's lies. But, you know, the mineral deal, the last sighting of the mineral deal was something that Ukraine could never sign up to. There would be a majority shareholding on the board of Americans. The Americans would have the ability to stop or override any decisions. They would take all profits up front, and they would decide at a point in the future what profits Ukraine would get out of it. There was also murmurings that they were interested in Ukraine's gas and oil and in Ukraine's energy industry. So clearly a week and a half ago, I was interviewed by other stations where I said this was a deal which the Ukrainians could never accept. Now, the people I speak to are telling me that Ukraine is due to come back possibly even this week with a counter proposal on the deal. The fear is, and certainly my fear would be, that if the Ukrainians don't sign the deal that Trump wants them to sign, he will simply withdraw both intelligence and military support, as he has already done for a period of a week, and that would be very, very costly to Ukraine. And the one other thing, Tom, if I could say to this, if we look at the noises that Trump and J.D. Vance are making in Greenland, and they are saying they must have Greenland for security, this is patently ridiculous. There is an agreement which goes back to 1951, which says America can have as many military bases on Greenland as they desire. And of course, Denmark, as a NATO ally, they would be pushing at an open door. Denmark would cooperate in any way. So, you know, Donald Trump clearly covets Greenland, not for defensive purposes. But again, I would suggest for the rare earth metals that lie below the Greenland ice sheet. And this, I think if we compare what he seems to be trying to do to extort Ukraine and what the noises he's making in Greenland, it puts a very, very different complexion on what Trump actually wants. As I say, this is tantamount to mafia extortion.
Okay, and just finally, I mean, turning back to Ukraine specifically, and given your former role there as an advisor to the Ukrainian foreign minister, how do you think morale is holding up there in Kyiv amongst your friends and former colleagues at the ministry? I mean, it's presumably been quite a tough couple of months for them.
Yeah, I talk to people on a regular basis. A tough couple of months, Tom. It's been a tough well over 3 years at this stage. And, you know, Ukrainians are absolutely worn out. There isn't, and I said this to a close Ukrainian friend recently, and he said, yes, absolutely. There isn't a Ukrainian now who hasn't lost somebody close to them, or at least has a close friend who has lost somebody. And I actually spoke to a Ukrainian friend who I go to the gym with here in London. And he just said to me, yes, I've lost 4 friends in the war. So, you know, I always quote a very good friend of mine, Oleksiy Mikheyev. He's currently Ukraine's ambassador to Berlin. We worked very closely together when I worked for Pavlo Klimkin. And Oleksiy said to me, within the first few weeks of this horrible war, or the further invasion, the war obviously has been going on since 2014, he said, Cormac, it's very, very simple. If Russia stops fighting, there will be no war. If Ukraine stops fighting, there will be no Ukraine. And Vladimir Putin has consistently made it clear that his objectives in Ukraine remain absolutely maximalist. That is to take over not just to take over the entire country, but to wipe any sense of Ukrainian national identity off the face of the map. He does not believe, and has said many times, he does not believe that Ukraine is a real country. You know, we have had many myths and lies and disinformation, such as NATO expansion and Ukraine being full of Nazis, as to why Russia felt they had to invade. There are 2 reasons and 2 reasons only, and I've been saying this since January 2022 to anybody who would listen. 2 reasons why Russia invaded Ukraine. One, the greatest threat to the kleptocratic regime in the Kremlin is a viable, successful, democratic and free Ukraine on its doorstep, because that would send a very strong and a very dangerous message to the Russian people. And the second reason, obviously going back to, we're talking about Mr. Trump, Ukraine is potentially, if they could get past this horrible war and get Russia's boot off their throat, a very, very wealthy country. And, you know, Russia covets not just the rare earth metals that lie under Ukraine's famous black soil, as Donald Trump clearly does. Ukraine is also one of the world's great bread baskets. So, you know, this is, and in terms of what Russia is doing, this is a 19th century war of colonial conquest. So to answer a long answer to your question, how are Ukrainians? I think they're absolutely worn out, but they cannot afford to stop fighting. And there was it's interesting, there was a recent survey less than a week ago, which said that even if America pulled out, that over 82% of Ukrainians insisted that they must keep on fighting. The Ukrainian people are aware of how existential this war is for them.
Okay, well, thank you. We're out of time. Really appreciate you speaking to us. Cormac Smith, former advisor to Ukraine's foreign minister. Thank you very much indeed for your time today, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
In other news, the Duke of Sussex, also known as Prince Harry, has been back at the High Court in London today for his latest legal challenge regarding the level of police protection he receives. Well, the UK government recently downgraded the level of personal security he's entitled to. Well, the Prince is now challenging that decision after previously losing a case to reinstate his automatic police protection whilst in the United Kingdom. Well, let's get some more analysis on this. We can speak to Di Davies, who's a former head of UK Royal Protection. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Just for people who don't understand all the sort of the details of this particular case, what is it that Prince Harry wants? So what's he currently got by way of police protection when he visits the UK?
Well, a very good evening or good afternoon from North Wales to you. Essentially, at the moment, RAVAC, which is a group of high-profile individuals from the Home Office, Foreign Office, Royalty Protection, the Metropolitan Police, decided some years ago now, I think we go back to when Prince Harry decided to leave being an official royal, as it were. They decided when he applied for full-time protection that he didn't warrant it anymore. And the rationale they give it is that he wasn't a working royal. If, however, he gave notice, they would look at it on each case-by-case basis. And the truth is, if you know the history of attacks on the British royal family, as I do, going back to 1760, there has only been one occasion where Metropolitan Police protection officers have had to draw their firearms. The big thing for him is that he wants it 24/7 when he and his family comes. And he claims that he would be under threat in the United Kingdom, that his family would be, and without armed police protection, he can't possibly bring his family. I have to tell you, it's palpable nonsense, in my professional opinion, having been in this game at home and worked in Dubai, the Middle East and Far East. England, Britain is still a very safe place compared to most places that he has traveled to. And for somebody who doesn't want to have publicity, boy, does he go about it the wrong way.
OK, you've mentioned lots of points there. Let me pick up on one or two of them. I mean, Prince Harry, whether or not people like him, is the fifth in line to the British throne. That doesn't change just because he's gone to live in the United States and do fewer royal duties or no royal duties. But he remains, doesn't he, a pretty high-profile target, potentially?
Well, he's been around for a number of years now. I think he's 40 plus or nearly 40. And there has been no real physical attacks on him, to my knowledge. Neither has there been on his wife or indeed his family. He does travel extensively. When he comes to this country, he is afforded a liaison officer by my former command. In other words, if he's here, he gets a qualified protection officer to act as liaison. He also has former royalty protection officers, my officers, who actually now work for him in a private capacity. And I've worked in LA, I've worked all over America. Boy, is it so dangerous as compared to our country here still, I'm pleased to say. So as I say again, it is palpable nonsense to say that he is under threat, or his family would be if he comes here. His cousins, his aunties and others have all been downgraded because the threat allegedly doesn't warrant it. Now, I'm not in a position to look at the threat assessment now, but I can assure you, if there was a credible threat in any shape or form, either in here, and it would be passed on to the American authorities in California, and again here, if there was a credible threat. There isn't. He has previous for making up threats. In my professional opinion, he does not warrant it given the state of that intelligence. Nothing is perfect, and I might be wrong. I concur.
I mean, the paparazzi is in itself a major threat, and the death of Prince Harry's mother nearly 30 years ago is a good example of that. I mean, he would argue, and there was a case in New York quite recently where him and Meghan were pursued, they say, by the paparazzi, that they do represent a major threat. And you know, we've seen an example of that in Paris in 1997.
Well, with huge respect, I was in command when Princess Diana died in Paris. It was a drunken driver that actually caused the fatality to the princess. Yes, as a former protection officer to his mother, Ken Wolfe says the press can be a pain in the rear end, but they don't kill you. What kills you are drunken drivers. If you get into a car, as indeed he did in New York, he got into a yellow cab, not knowing what kind of driver it was, what the threat was. And again, when the whole event was looked at by the authorities, it was greatly exaggerated, I am told. I wasn't there. But again, I say again, yes, the press can be a pain, and there are, if you're with qualified people, you can prevent them and develop strategies to prevent their harassment. I agree they're a pain, but they don't mount a threat in the same way as the Provisional IRA, Al-Qaeda, and Uncle Tom Cobley and all. No, let's get real on this. This costs millions, and it has to be carefully scrutinized so that those who really warrant it get it. According to current information that I have, he doesn't warrant it in any shape or form, despite, as you say, being sixth to the throne. His cousins, the Prince Andrew doesn't get it anymore either, because of his behavior, and neither do his two girls. Princess Anne's children, who arguably was the one who was attacked by an individual with a gun who shot 4 people doing it, her children have never had it, neither does her current husband. So let's get real.
Okay, I mean, we're talking here about the King's son. He's taking action, legal action against the British Interior Ministry or the Home Office. I mean, that's probably quite embarrassing for the royal family. They don't really presumably like these kind of headlines. Prince Harry back on the front pages, 2 days of court proceedings in London. I mean, what do you think the Queen, who you worked for and for whom you provided protection, what do you think she'd make of all of this?
I would have hoped they said, please stop it. If there are discussions to be had, let's have them privately. Let's look at it case by case, and let's see if there's a proper compromise. But I say again, if he was here on his father's territory, as it were, doing either helping his father, being concerned about his father, and actually carrying out any kind of royal duty, he would get royalty protection. Make no mistake about this. So I say again, this is a storm in a relative teacup, which he is mainly of his making, as far as I'm concerned. And again, he seems capable of taking all manner of people and quarreling with people. And I won't go into what he said in his book. And I've actually read the book. I was actually lecturing on a cruise ship, and I had time on my hands, and I read that book. And again, there's a lot of nonsense there as well, in my opinion.
What do you think the British public make of Prince Harry and his wife Meghan?
Well, if you read certain papers, it's sort of 90% against, who have turned against him. And he was very popular, there's no doubt about it. But his actions, certainly, since he turned against his own family, certainly the British, as far as I'm concerned, don't like that kind of behavior. And so I'm afraid he has to live with the consequence of opening his big mouth verbally and on paper and making false allegations, all kinds of allegations, including racism, which is a palpable nonsense, again, against the royal family. I can't think of a family who are less racist than our current royal family, and certainly the King and his brother. So, again, I regard those heinous allegations as he's made as totally unfounded. And I've been around a long time, so, you know, I've lived with the royals for most of my life, certainly the late Queen, been all my life. So I have a huge regard for them. They're not perfect, but they're certainly not as he describes, as far as I'm aware.
I mean, it sounds like you've formed your opinion, and you've got pretty strong opinions on Prince Harry. I mean, I'm wondering if they built up over a period of time, and perhaps when he was younger, you started to build up a picture of what sort of a person he is. I mean, have you got any anecdotes you can share with us about how he behaved and what sort of signs he showed from an early age of being perhaps a more difficult customer than some of the others?
Well, when I was looking after the royal family in my day, we had, I think, 21, 22, including the late Queen Mother and, of course, Princess Diana, until she herself stopped having royal protection. And again, I thought that was a mistake. But, you know, since I retired, many of the royal family don't have 24/7 protection as they did in my day. And I think, frankly, that's a mistake. If you're going to do it, you've got to do it properly. He was a little boy at a prep school when I was there. I think, see him at his public school in Windsor. But I formed an opinion based on what I've read, what I've seen, and historical knowledge that I have about the history of royalty family. As I say, I lecture on the whole issue of the British royal family because I find it historically so interesting. from Edward VIII, who abdicated, etc., etc. And history tends to repeat itself. So I try and apply a non-biased opinion on anyone, whoever they are. But his current behavior, and that indeed, I would allege, of his wife, they've added to the disdain that we in Britain have for him. He's gone from a popular, isn't he, bit of a naughty boy, to now intensely disliked, I allege, not by everyone. And I also accept there are those who are his supporters. In fact, I was on a television program yesterday, and the announcer there said she had sympathy with him. Well, I don't have sympathy, because if you want protection, you keep a low profile. You do as you're told by your protection team, and the last thing you do is throw dirt at your family if you don't want this kind of publicity. I mean, whatever school of advice he has been and is getting, clearly they need a sharp reminder of common sense and good manners too.
Okay, if Prince Harry and his wife Meghan watch this channel and you have a message for them, what would it be?
I would say grow up. And if you want protection, go about it in a discreet, sensible, practical way and evidence why you should have it. And then stop behaving like a spoiled kid.
I mean, supposing, something does happen to them. I mean, it's going to put the king in a terribly difficult position, isn't it? If he is perceived as being, having not provided adequate protection to his son. I mean, this whole saga does put perhaps the king in the most difficult position of anyone, doesn't it?
Well, in fairness, he wrongly says if the king wanted it, he could have ordered it to be done. It doesn't work like that, with great respect. They are this group called Ravak, which are there to provide common sense, to provide intelligence, provide the latest intelligence and the latest threat, and therefore apply it to those perceived to be at threat. So it is outside the king's realms. The king can't order a policeman or woman to do anything in that sense. So he is above it. It is those principles behind him, or those people who are paid to advise on security, and it rests with the Home Secretary ultimately and the Prime Minister. They are the ones who will decree should the evidence, and I keep saying to you, and so please take this on board, he will get and does get protection when he comes to this country. He gets it through his own means, who are professional, they're a professional team, and he gets 24/7 a professional team to support and advise him. It's the big issue is whether they should be armed or not. If he's here on official business, and if he chooses to actually work for his father for once, he would get the appropriate protection. So it's entirely in his hands. He chose to go and live in a far more dangerous place than in England, and there was no evidence that there was physical attacks. Yes, one or two extreme right-wingers have made threats, but they are in prison. It does happen, but it happens to every other royal in one shape or another too, and you apply the kind of common sense that you apply in your day-to-day role, in my role, and in those who have advised me.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Really appreciate it. Di Davies, former head of UK Royal Protection. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
That is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence, they've got to have a vote and a say. It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome to this special interview. I'm Joanne Surya. My guest today is an Olympic swimmer, UNHCR Goodwill Ambassador, and someone whose extraordinary journey from war-torn Syria to the global stage has inspired millions. So much so, her story became the subject of a powerful Netflix movie. She recently returned to Syria for the first time in a decade, and today she's with us to reflect on that emotional homecoming and the legacy she's building. Yusra Mardini, thank you and welcome to Al Arabiya.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, of course. First, I want to start with your recent return to Syria. It was your first time back in 10 years. Describe what it felt like when you first arrived.
Oh gosh. Yeah, it was very emotional for me. I was in complete denial. It felt like I was dreaming. The point where I crossed the Lebanese borders and I was like in Syria, like I was on my way and I was like, I saw "Welcome to Syria." I immediately started crying, and it was more emotional that my mom was sitting next to me, and it was also her first time in 10 years. So I felt very, very grateful and lucky to be able to go back.
And you did share powerful footage of the destruction, even where your family's home once stood. What was more difficult, leaving that first time at the start of the war, or going back now and seeing all the destruction?
I think there are two completely different experiences. Also, I'm in a different age in my life. When I left, I was 17 years old, and now I'm 27. So I learned a lot in the past 10 years, and I grew up a lot. And for me, when I left, I was a child. I didn't understand what's going on, politics, nothing. I just knew that I had to run. I had to save my life. And now I went back intentionally to my country to be able to help, to be able to rebuild the country. So both leaving was something that was very, very sad, but returning doesn't have to be, right? So yeah, there are two completely different experiences, and I reflect on both of them.
I want to go back to when you were leaving Syria the first time. Can you describe the days leading up to the day you actually left?
Yeah, it was honestly years. It wasn't just like specific days, but I shared another video on social media where I showed the place where the missile hit in the pool. And for me, this was insane for me to see again. But that was the day that me and my sister decided, okay, we need to risk our lives maybe one more time and live and have dignity the rest of our lives, because that day there was a missile that hit the pool. There was a bomb attack that happened on the football field where someone died, unfortunately, and then the hotel where athletes lived in also was bombed. It felt like a scene from a movie. We got in the car with my mom, and like the missiles were hitting like behind, and I would turn and I would see the glass, like I would see from the glass of the car that like the missiles are hitting, and to me I cannot acknowledge that still in my brain, to be honest. And then my sister and I think we were young and naive and brave enough to say, hey, we can do this. Like we can take this trip. And we weren't the only ones. Millions of refugees did that.
And you were saying you were young and naive. If that had happened 10 years later, now at this age, what would you do? What would you have done differently?
I'd be way more terrified. I would 100% trust myself and my sister to do it again. And I feel like my father raised us to be fighters. My mom taught us that education is very important. So we were raised by tough parents, and we were taught not to give up. And I think, I don't know what the outcome of the journey would have been, but I know that I would have fought until the last breath.
And going back to your recent visit, being away for 10 years, I'm sure there's so much that you missed. What were some of the things that you did, some places that you went to see, any people that you went to see that you haven't seen in 10 years?
It was very overwhelming for me, because the reason why I went back, it was a mission with UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency, and Syria's refugee crisis or displacement crisis is the #1 in the world. It's really sad. It's 30 million people were displaced within and outside of Syria. 7 million still are displaced, and 81% go back to their destroyed homes, including myself. So for me, I have a plan B, right? I have a home in Germany. I established a new life, but other people don't. So it is my duty and my responsibility to go back as a Goodwill Ambassador. And we went to multiple cities in Syria. We met with families. We saw projects that UNHCR are running on the ground. It was incredibly helpful for me to see that even in the destruction, I met a young girl that came and her smile was bigger than all of us combined, right? And I was like, for these children, I want to do my best. And then I also saw my grandma. After 10 years, I saw my friends. I saw the pool. For me, the pool is more home than home. And for me, just to be able to sit and just like listen to the quietness and just the birds, as cheesy as that sounds, it gave me so much peace. But I'm not going to also make it sound like it was only positive, because when I came back now, I've been struggling for like a few days, like with traumas resurfacing. How can I help my people? How can I move forward? I also saw the destruction to the point where I'm like, how can we recover from this? But I have so much hope that we will, and I have so much hope that people like me, UNHCR, so many organizations will rebuild the country.
We'll talk about your humanitarian work in just a bit, but still on your Syria trip, you mentioned your grandma. You didn't see her for 10 years.
Yep.
How was that reunion?
It was amazing. So my mother did not tell anyone that we're going back, and I told her maybe we should tell grandma. And then she was like, no, I want to surprise her. So I think she was in a shock. It took her a while to really fully believe that we were there, and it was she's definitely older, so it was amazing that we got to see her, and the look on my mother's face, seeing her mother after 10 years, was definitely priceless.
Yeah, of course. Another big part of your story is the pool. You mentioned that earlier, and also it was probably one of the most dramatic scenes in the film and in your life, in real life. So the missile landed in the water while you were in the water, and you're saying that pool is where your journey began as a swimmer. Describe how it felt being back where it all started for you.
Yeah, it is really emotional, because a lot of people ask about this specific missile scene, and this happened every day. It happened in the pool, it happened in my school, it happened on the streets, it happened where I live. I would see people protesting, and then someone would get shot, and then they would carry the body and protest again. So for me, it's just, it was really important to share what was happening with millions of Syrians. It was never about me telling my own story only. Me and my sister understood the responsibility of this is the story of millions of refugees around the world, not just Syrians as well. So when the missile hit the pool, in reality, I was training, and everyone ran outside of the pool, and we all went to the changing rooms, and then we took our stuff, and then we went to the gym, because the gym had a downstairs room where we all stayed. We waited for our parents to come. And then I still remember when I got to the car, to my mom, she was shouting, because she was like, are you okay? And because I was in a shock, I couldn't answer. Because when I was walking outside of the pool, it wasn't only one missile, it was multiple attacks. Why? Because every sports complex in Syria was a military base. So we were targeted all the time. Not athletes, but there was so many things that were going on that we didn't understand. So when I got to the car, before like 2 minutes of getting to the car, there was an explosion in the hotel. So all the glass flew, and I was like in a shock. I got to the car, my mom was like literally shouting, and I was like, so this is something that happened every day, unfortunately.
Yeah. And looking back at that, if there was never a civil war, and you never experienced all that trauma and that experience, how different would your life be now?
Oh my gosh, yeah, this is a very interesting question, but I don't think I can answer that one, to be honest, because it happened, and I learned from it, and I'm grateful for it. And if I stayed in Syria, I would have still had the same dream of going to the Olympic Games. I would have fought for it every day, but I don't think I would have learned as much as I learned now. Mm-hmm. I would have not been able to understand that I have a bigger role in life than just sport. And I am definitely deeply grateful for every step of the way, for meeting the refugees that I'm meeting, for being able to tell not just my story, but the the stories of millions of refugees around the world. So, you know, I believe there's a universal plan for me, and I'm happy that I get to learn about who I am and what can I do in the world, and that I can do better and I can help people.
You mentioned your visit to Syria was actually part of a UN mission.
Yeah.
You've done incredible humanitarian work since becoming the youngest UNHCR ambassador Goodwill ambassador in 2017. What has that experience over the years meant for you, especially now after having returned, to help rebuild your country and help your own people?
Yeah. To me, UNHCR and everyone that works in it are silent heroes, because you don't get to see everything they're doing on the ground. But I was very surprised in a positive way with everything that they're doing in Syria, because it is a very difficult country in the way of like the sanctions. How can we help with the sanctions? You know, still there are very, very heavy sanctions on Syria right now. And UNHCR is doing everything in their power on the ground to tell people that like 370,000 people went back to Syria right now, as example. But they went back to their destroyed homes. And they don't have access to food. They don't have access to clean water, to medical attention. They don't have the basic human rights. And UNHCR is there to make sure that these refugees or these returnee families are, you know, taken care of. And when I went to like a few of like the community centers and I saw the kids and I saw what they were doing, I also had like a circle where I talked to women because they come in for therapy, as example. And one of the women told me my dream is like to continue my education, so I can come back and be a therapist in the community center. And to me, this is incredible, because you're learning how to, they're teaching refugees how to give back already, you know, with the very little that they have. So for me, the work that I do with UNHCR and being an advocate is the most important job in my life, because I understand how important this is, and I understand how important my voice is. Because if a girl saw me in the camp or saw me in Syria now and she was 6 years old and said, Yusra could, so can I. That's everything I want in life.
Yeah. And you did meet one of those girls. You posted her video on Instagram, the one in the peacoat.
Yeah.
Tell us more about that encounter.
It makes me both happy and sad. Her home is destroyed. As you can see in the video, like there are literally holes on the walls, and then like they live in the second floor. So one thing that really concerned me is that like when they're looking out of the window, they're kids, and let's say like she's this tall and then the wall is like this tall. So this is already a concern. There is no safety. The windows are like still being built right now because like UNHCR is supporting them. So for me, I was so sad walking in, and then she came in and she was wearing her Eid clothes, and I was like, what are you wearing? And then she was like, this is my Eid outfit. And I was like, this is life. This is what I learned from refugees, that no matter how dark these times are, there's always light. There's always positivity, and this is my story. When there was no hope for me, there was sport, and there was something that's keeping me going. And now what keeps me going is people like Khulud, because she came in, she gave me the biggest smile, you know, until the moment I left. We had a conversation. She came and told me, your nails are pretty. And she like asked me questions about my life. I talked to her and her brother and sister. So in general, these are the stories and these are the people that give me motivation to do the work that I do. And I hope that I can go back and help her and help all the young children, you know, whether they're orphans or not. I hope I can give back.
And I think that's the thing about kids, right? They're so innocent. They don't really know what's really happening.
Yeah.
So something so little as a coat or your nail colors just made, you know,
absolutely
caught their attention, made them happy.
Absolutely,
yeah. So in addition to your work with the UN, you actually, just over a year ago, you launched your own Yusra Mardini Foundation. Tell us more about that and why it's important to you to support refugees of all backgrounds, not just Syrians, because that is part of the mission, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So after participating with the Refugee Olympic team in 2016 for the first time, you know, the team happened for the first time. So it was something very new. I was like, I don't know if I want to be called a refugee. I'm going home. So for me, I didn't understand the magnitude of everything going on. I didn't understand what could this team mean. So when I decided to be a part of the team and I went to the Olympics, I realized that we gave hope to the whole wide world. And I was like, oh, wait, hold on. This is not only about me anymore. This is about the kids in the camps. This is about the mothers. This is about the teachers, the architect. This is about me spreading a message of hope and this team spreading a message of hope. So I started receiving messages from young athletes, from grandmas, from people. And then when the swimmers was released, I told my team it's time. I was like, it's time to launch this foundation. And then they were like, are we ready? And I was like, we need to launch the foundation. It is time. So when we launched the foundation, we decided to, I co-founded with my coach, the one that trained me for the Olympics, and we worked together on it, and I have incredible support from UNHCR as well. So the projects that we focus on is giving access to education and sports to refugees worldwide, because my father advocated for sports in my life, and my mom advocated for education, and both are so powerful. And I want to give them the opportunity to dream. I want to give them the opportunity to be able to say, I want to become a doctor. I'm like, okay, how can we do it? How can we help you? So we started with sports projects. We started with a few projects on Lesbos, as example. I also returned after 9 years last year, and I swam in the ocean where it all happened, but for a good cause. It's called Swim for Good. And you swim as a relay with refugees, volunteers, whoever wants to do it. And the distance is 10 to 12 kilometers to honor the journey that refugees go through to arrive to safety. And many don't. So that was really important for me. And then there are projects that we did in France. There's a resettlement project we're working on with the International Olympic Committee and a university in Canada where athletes get to study and work towards getting an asylum in Canada. So yeah, it is all very new. I'm learning step by step, but I think it's the best thing I've ever done.
And how do you hope to expand that foundation?
I hope to expand that foundation specifically this year in helping my country. As I mentioned earlier, it is still the biggest displacement crisis in the world, and I think there's a lot of work to be done. And for me, my dream for this year is to be able to build schools, to be able to build hospitals, to be able to help my people heal and understand that we can all work together towards a better future. But that's basically what I want for this year. In general, my dream is to be able to help every refugee around the world, even if it sounds crazy.
You can do as much as you can, I think, and it makes a difference for, even if it's one person, it makes a huge difference. So from everything that you've seen, everything that you've experienced, and we can't not mention that incredible journey that you took from Syria to Turkey and then swimming in the sea to make it to Greece. Do you think people actually understand what it means to be a refugee without having experienced it?
It depends. It depends on the person you are. It has nothing to do with a country. It has nothing to do with where you're from. I think the education about who is a refugee, why are they refugees, where are they coming from, there's a lack around the world. I think we need to educate our children who are refugees, why do they leave their homes. So many Syrian refugees are already returning home, right? And the reason they left is because they lost their homes. They lost their parents. It wasn't safe enough for them. They were thinking about their future. So for me, it's really important to educate people about what a refugee is. I did not turn into a swimmer when I arrived in Germany, right? I had the dream since I was in Syria. I was a swimmer. The doctors that left Syria, forcibly because of the conflict, because of everything that happened, they arrived in Germany and continued doing what they love, which is, being a doctor. So for me, it's I never judge. And I never want to judge someone that's judging refugees. I want to be someone that can explain that to them and say, hey, let's have a conversation. You love our food, right? Like, you love Syrian food, you love Lebanese food, you love Middle Eastern cuisine, so give us a chance as well, right? When I got to Germany, it wasn't easy for me neither. I was like, it's cold, I don't know if I love the language, but slowly when I gave it a chance, I realized that Germany is an incredible place, and it hosted me, and I call it my second home now, right? So I think it's about being open-minded and learning who refugees are and why they leave their country.
And how much do you think social media plays a role in explaining this, this idea of refugees and what it actually means?
The most powerful tool right now, in my opinion. I think social media can everything that like our generation or even the younger generation is seeing on social media is incredible. It's a tool of journalism, in my opinion. It's a way of bringing the truth out, and it's a way where you can educate yourself about a lot of things, but also it can be very misleading. Sometimes I saw stories about myself. I was like, wow, who is she? Like, I don't, that's not my story. So you have to be very, very careful who you're following, who are you getting your information from. But in my opinion, social media is a very powerful tool. Look at the video I just posted about my home. And I posted it because I understood the magnitude of why I need to do that. And because a lot of people can't, and I can. And my voice is heard, so I had to.
And you also showed another side of Syria, driving through the streets, the people. Tell us more about that part of Syria that's still, alive and moving.
It's a beautiful, beautiful country. A lot of people have the wrong idea about Syria, and I say it's one of, the oldest countries in the world. The oldest capital is in Syria. The culture and the history is so rich. I hope people get to, educate themselves more about it. Listen, it's not perfect, and it needs a lot of help right now. And it needs, like the streets, you can tell they're very old. They need everything needs renovation. Even like when you're driving, the ways are not they're not fixed. And but it's just like, we love it so much. We're so proud of where we come from, and leaving as a refugee even makes you miss it more, because it's also the people. When you go back, you're like seeing your grandma, her apartment is the same, you're like going to the same place, and you're like, oh, this is a new restaurant. It wasn't there when I was there. But also, like, I was passing through places in the car, and I was like, oh my God, this is the corner, and this is that, and this is that. And the driver was like, wow, you remember a lot. And I was like, I love my country. So it's a beautiful country, and it's a very rich of culture country. So for me, I really, really hope that we can come together as one nation and build it again.
Hopefully one day. Just to wrap up, just last question. Do you plan to return to Syria one day permanently, or is Germany a new home?
Syria is my home, and Germany is my new home. You can have multiple homes, I believe. And for me, I cannot tell you like what the plan is 100%, but what I know is that I have two homes. I have people that I care about in Germany. I have people that I care about in Syria. So for me, that would be a dream, to go back and live in Syria, but I need to be realistic. The country needs a lot of help. More than 90% of the population needs humanitarian aid. So my role right now is thinking of people before thinking of myself. But I would love to. I would love to go back and, open a swimming academy. I would love to go back and be someone that rebuilds schools, as I mentioned, someone that is like a force for this country. But I have no idea what the future holds. But I think that's the situation of many, many Syrians, not just me. But what I can tell you is that we love our country very, very, very much.
Great. Thank you so much, Yusra. I really enjoyed that conversation. And I look forward to what else you're going to do with your foundation and the work that you do.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. And to my viewers and the audience, I hope you enjoyed this conversation as much as I did. This was just one story of many people who have left their countries or were forced to leave their countries to make a future for themselves and now give back to their people. Thank you, and see you next time.
have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Amsterdam. Trust us, there are many reasons to see Amsterdam other than the things the city is notoriously known for. A few walks into Amsterdam and you'll certainly fall in love with it. The Dutch city is unique and amazing, and there's definitely so much to do. First, you can just enjoy the weather, take in the magnificent views, and ride a bike around the city. You can easily rent one. There are so many bikes, hundreds and thousands on the streets. It's definitely a great way to see the city, enjoy the scenery, and mingle with the locals. You must also visit the Dam Square for a dose of the city's history. You can check out the Royal Palace, the Nieuwe Kerk, or New Church, and the National Monument. Aside from seeing the sights, you can also shop or try the local delicacies. One of Amsterdam's specialties are its waffles. These sweet treats are excessively popular. Their famous Stroop waffle is made from 2 thin layers of grilled waffles stuck together with syrup. You can eat it however you like, with more sweets or fruits, such as strawberries. You'll also love Amsterdam for its local beer. It's a must for those who love beer. After all, the city is considered home of Heineken International Headquarters. Not much of a beer drinker? No problem, as there are many cafes you'll surely stroll by. What's best about these cafes are their seats that face the streets, the perfect way to people watch. Aside from that, there's also the Fashion and Museum District. Notable museums are the Rich Museum, the Van Gogh Museum, and the Stedelijk. Definitely not to be missed. The city is also a place to shop high-end luxury brands. Amsterdam is also known for its great shopping malls, housed in historic buildings, such as an old post office. The buildings are of great design and are luxurious sights to see. Inside it are the top-tiered brands for both men and women, beauty finds, and more. Indeed, the city's got everything you'll need.
Hi Scott, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. So we're here at the Festival of Golf. As you can hear, it's all lively in the background. The Live season opener in Riyadh. What are your expectations for this weekend?
Well, first starts with fun and probably ends with families. And so having our first round last night, which was so exciting, it is my first Live event. And just to walk the course and see people smiling, you might hear the music in the background. We have music playing, we have DJs in our neon forest. And we have a fan zone that's to the likes I've never seen before. And the Backstreet Boys are playing tonight. So, I mean, when are you going to come to a golf tournament, see the greatest stars in the world? You got DJ, you got Brooks Koepka, Bryson DeChambeau, Waco Neiman. I mean, it is a who's who of golf, and pretty fun.
There's something for everyone, as you said, at the Backstreet Boys. I know a lot of the non-golf fans who are here are looking forward to that as well. There's also another first here. The tournament is being played under lights. What was the inspiration for that?
Well, you know, we have an incredible leader in His Excellency, Yasser Al-Rahman, and he thought, hey, what an incredible opportunity to play at night. It'd be the first time it's ever been done before. We're in Riyadh, which is wonderful for television back in the US. You might know we have a new deal with Fox, so it puts the broadcast times in the right zone. It gives the players kind of an opportunity to test and try something new. And we have stars in this league that want to do something different. And I think it gives us an opportunity to showcase innovation, do something new and fun, and hit some broadcast windows in the US that are helpful.
Of course, absolutely. And we'll get to that point on Fox in a moment. So here it is, it's growing as a golf hub. What is the main driver behind that? Obviously, Liv is hugely involved in this. Where do you see the game growing over the next 5 years?
Well, there are so many incredible golf projects in the kingdom. I mean, you have Dariyah Gate, the project Greg Norman designed. You have what's happening in Qadiyah with those two beautiful courses down there. And it was just with a gentleman from Neom, which seems like that's going to be incredible too. So first off, it starts with the quality of golf courses. You clearly have commitment in this market. They continue to showcase, as we have here, a spectacular golf course and continuing the fandom to build. And I think that momentum is really going to help us for the next 5 years.
Absolutely. What are your favorite aspects of the Liv model? Obviously, like we've got the music here behind, the team aspect. Why do you think that is growing at such a fast rate in comparison with the PGA? Average age of the fans in the PGA is in the 60s. The average age of Liv fans is now in the 30s. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, I mean, my favorite aspect is the team aspect. I was with Sergio Garcia yesterday having lunch, and he was talking about how passionate he was about helping his guys, Luis and Puig and Abraham, kind of emerge and develop. I mean, and that to me is the specialness of this model. You have the greats of the game with an opportunity to kind of carry forward this next generation and help them emerge, not only as professionals and elite golfers, but also as human beings. And I think that's what brings me the most joy.
And kind of speaking about the human being aspect, I was lucky enough to walk the course behind Bryson DeChambeau last night, at Cameron Smith, at Dustin Johnson. These guys are just incredible.
You can't believe how athletic they are, right?
Yeah.
Like Bryson's drives, DJ's raw athleticism, and Cam's short game, you actually got to see it all. Like, that is the best of the best on display.
Yes, and that is why, so like in terms of viewership, obviously you're competing against the PGA. As you mentioned earlier, you've just signed the deal with Fox as well as ITV in the UK.
It's a wonderful deal.
You're really starting to compete now for viewership with the PGA. This must be very exciting.
Yeah, I prefer like kind of co-opetition. I mean, I think all of us in the golf ecosystem, a rising tide lifts all boats. I don't think we're coming anywhere near scratching the surface in terms of the opportunity we have to drive more fans, golfers and non-golfers alike, into this golf family. Our household viewership opportunity in the 100 countries where we're broadcast is almost 800 million homes.
Wow.
And so, so we have such opportunity ahead and such good momentum so far. And I'm rooting for the PGA Tour to do really well. I'm rooting for the DP Tour to do really well. And Liv is what I'm really passionate about.
And you yourself have had an incredible career, obviously, in the States. You've managed some of the biggest sports franchises in the world. What fundamentals from managing those are you going to bring into Liv to help further the game for Liv?
Well, the fundamentals are very similar. If you look at the business model here, it's TV. And so we've made some good progress as of late. We have a ways to go, but incredible progress with Fox and ITV, among others around the world. Our sponsorship base, if you don't have to look too far, then over my right shoulder to see Madden come in as one of the top. It's one of the 6 largest mining company in the world with a world-class CEO. Riyadh Air, Roshan, and our good friends in Bahri. So we have a great sponsorship base, and that's going to have to continue to grow around the world. But we've had such incredible support from the region here, which has been great. And then, look, we need more people coming. We need more people watching, reading, wearing our merchandise. get this vest at a store near you, and experiencing this incredible hospitality. So I would just encourage you to give it a try. If you have a chance to come out and see a live event, it is probably like no event you've ever been to in your life. It is fun, it's engaging, it's family friendly, and you get to see more stars than you see in any constellation in the sky.
Agreed about that. It was incredible last night. So you have come into live at somewhat of an interesting time. Obviously, there's a lot of talk of allegiances with the PGA as well as the DP World Tour. Are you the man to achieve that goal? Is that something you want?
It never has been, never will be, it never could be about any one person. This is led by our incredible chairman. We have an incredible staff, and we have a golf industry that, as they say, inshallah, is actually pulling together and wanting to do what's best for the game of golf, to grow the game of golf, to come together and to make sure that everywhere around the world, golf fans are satisfied with what they're getting in terms of coverage and access to events.
President Donald Trump has recently met with the PGA Commissioner as well as Adam Scott, who also works for the PGA, to discuss a potential merger. There has been a lot of talk about this. Donald Trump has said on his campaign trail that in 15 minutes and one phone call, he could get a deal done. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, my thoughts are that if the leader of the free world is spending his time on golf, I am very happy. This game matters. It's one of the great life teachers in the world. It gives values that this world needs more of right now. It brings us together with connectivity. It gets us outside. It gets our phones in our pockets. It teaches us integrity and resilience and consistency, all things we all need to be successful in this world. And if there's commitment for all sides to bring the game together, which is good for the game of golf, I couldn't be happier.
Have you spoken with Trump?
I have not.
Okay.
But we are playing at his golf course in Miami in a few weeks. So
and he is a fantastic golfer, obviously, with kind of break 50 with Bryson, who's obviously doing huge numbers online. That's been incredible to watch. Yeah. Another point, the US Championship announced on Wednesday that it will accept players from LIV. This is a huge coup, isn't it?
Well, I don't know if it's a coup. The RNA announced this similarly today. So for the Open Championship, we'll see the same in Northern Ireland this year. So very exciting. For us, is when you look at when you consider the majors, the biggest stage in the world for the biggest stars in the world, and that's obviously the Masters at Augusta and the PGA of America, PGA Championships, and then the U.S. Open and the Open Championships. They want the best stars in the world, and we have quite a few of them. And so I think when there's an opportunity to put those two things together, good things will happen. And we're really pleased and grateful and appreciative of this, the olive branch and the step forward. We've got great leaderships in the organizations that matter, and we're thrilled to be a part of it.
I'll just end on quickly. Do you have a favorite golfer who plays elsewhere that you would like to see in LIV?
No. I have one favorite golfer. That's my father-in-law. I have to love him for something.
Yeah. Well, we look forward to seeing him on the course soon.
Okay, good. You will soon.
Thanks so much, Scott. A pleasure.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hi, Cam. Thanks so much for your time.
No worries.
So we're at the beautiful Riyadh Golf Club here for the first LIV opener of the season. What are we expecting?
Well, it's going to be different this time around. We were here back in December for the International, and that was a great event. We're playing it under lights this time. I think it might be a little bit tougher just because the ball's not travelling as far. It's a little bit colder at night. And then just kind of the depth perception, I think, at night is a little bit different as well. So it'll be an interesting week, one that I'm looking forward to. And, every time this time of year comes around, the first event of the season, everyone's hyped up and ready to go. So we can't wait to get started.
And even going back to your point, obviously, it's been played at night, it's been played under lights, even for the judging of the greens, and even as an amateur golfer who's not that good, it must play a huge part, even for lies as well, and especially on the greens. How are you preparing for that?
Yeah, I think, like you said, the longer stuff is, pretty much the same. I think when you get around the greens, the bunkers, the rough, if the ball sits down a little bit, all becomes a little bit, it's just not what we're used to, just a little bit harder to judge. the green slopes. I think the pace of putting will be very difficult this week. Yeah, so all stuff that we're trying to get prepared for, but is all very different.
And so being here in Riyadh as well, this has had a huge effect on the popularity of golf here. How is it in your perception?
Yeah, I think, you know, I've come to Saudi now for 3 or 4 years, and every time I've come here to an event, there's been more and more people, and I think that's a great thing. You know, that's what we're trying to do out here. The
next event is in Adelaide. It's on your home turf. How excited are you for that? I know it was a ripper last year, as you'd say.
Yeah, no, obviously can't wait to get back home. It's always nice. You know, I think having the home ground advantage there is nice as well. You know, it's what we grew up on, and really what we're used to, and what we, you know, fell in love with the game for. So can't wait to get back there. It's always a great time. It's a great tournament. I'm very biased. It's my favourite tournament I think I've ever played, but it's always exciting to get back down to Adelaide and bring world-class golf down there. Absolutely.
So in order to go back to your point on the love of the game, we've heard Rory McIlroy say, obviously, there's 39 events on the PGA. Mm-hmm. Here it's 14. They've said they're a bit overburdened, overworked. Do you feel the schedule is better with Liv?
I do enjoy having an off-season. You know, going down to Australia is something that I've kind of missed throughout the years. Being able to play a few more events down there, you know, bring back golf to Australia and try and make it more popular and better for the future. So there are definitely some benefits to having an off season, you know, kind of doing what you want and spending more time at home is never a bad thing.
And better for the future, as you say. You've got the Cam Smith scholarship system. Mm-hmm. As well. So that must fill you with great pride to bring obviously 2 players every year over to Florida.
Yeah.
How much are you enjoying that?
Yeah, it's been awesome. It's something that I do really enjoy, and I think, you know, as much as the kids learn off me, I feel like I learn off them. It's always nice to, you know, just have a fresh mindset on things. You know, the kids play with such freedom, and you know, we were able to bring them to Chicago last year, and they had a great time around the team, and even hitting balls and doing putting on the greens and stuff. They loved it, so it does bring me a lot of joy.
So Tom McGibbon, obviously, as you spoke about young players, he's only 22. He's joined Liv. Rory McIlroy said, bit of a mistake, he was saying, at this age to be joining Liv at such a young age. What's your take on that?
I mean, again, I'm biased. I think it's great out here. I think it'll be great for him to develop his game around, you know, he's on John Rahm's team. He'll spend a lot of time around him, seeing what he does, and obviously being such a great player and spending time around other guys as well. I think it's very different out here with the team environment. You know, you maybe get some tricks of the trade off John and the rest of the team, and you know, hopefully makes him a better player. And I think this is a great spot for him to be.
And in terms of being a better player, we've seen you had some great results at the Masters. With that coming up, is there a green jacket coming your way?
I mean, I hope so. It's been one that's been very close to me a lot of times. I feel like I've done a lot of work this off season and in Australia to kind of prepare myself for the event. So hopefully I did all the right things and it can work out this year.
Absolutely. We've heard as well in the media that you and your wife are expecting your first child. Would you like your child to get into the professional golf world?
Geez, it's so hard to say so early, but I mean, it'll definitely spend a lot of time around the game. You know, hopefully it falls in love with the game the way I did as a kid. You know, I always look back on what my parents did for me as a kid and just going out there and enjoying the game. So maybe it'll be a little bit different being around some kind of high stress scenarios, but absolutely, I think it's the best game in the world, and you know, maybe not even professional golf, but just being able to go out and have a hit with your mates and you know, spend some time. It's unlike anything else. So
just to finish, I've got an Australian producer who said I have to ask this: are you Ford or are you Holden?
Oh, geez, that's a great question. I wasn't expecting that, to be honest. I was going to say like league or union or league or AFL or something, but I was brought up in a Holden family, so I'm a Holden fan through and through, and I love cars, so I've had a couple of Holdens in my time, and yeah, always Holden.
You heard it here first. Cam, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Hi there, Sergio. Thanks so much for your time. It's a pleasure to have you. So what can we expect here from your golf this week?
Well, we're super excited about it here at Riyadh for the first time with Live Golf for the league and playing at night. So it's going to be something new, something very, very exciting for not only us the players, but I think the people watching, all our fans and everything. And you know, we're looking forward to it. So it's something that it's never been done before in a full tournament, and you know, it should be a great experience.
How does the prep change in terms of reading greens and the lines? How long have you been practicing under lights now in preparation for this?
Well, we've been here a couple of days practicing a little bit. It is a little bit different because the light is different. It's different than the sunlight, obviously, that we're used to playing in. But you know, at the end of the day, it's the same for everyone. So everybody's got to figure out their own way and see who gets it right the most. And you know, but I think at the end of the day, the most important thing is it's gonna be something new, something exciting, and that's what we're always trying to do. You know, bring new and exciting things to the game of golf.
And speaking of getting it right, it was you and your team who got it right in Spain last year. How special was that, winning on home soil?
It was super special to be able to win in Spain for us, being mostly a Spanish team. It was super special, and to be able to it was our fourth win as a team, but to be able to make it my first win as an individual, it was, you know, the cherry on top. So you know, it was a great week, and we're super excited to come back and defend our titles there.
And speaking of Spain, obviously a country with huge sporting prowess, especially in football. Obviously, Saudi have just been awarded the 2034 World Cup. How excited are you for that?
Yeah, it's always exciting. I think that at the end of the day, the most important thing is to expand all the games, all the beautiful games we have in the world, and expanding everywhere in the world. And you know, obviously we saw Qatar getting it a few years ago, and now Saudi is getting it for the future. So I think it's great. It shows, you know, how all sports are growing everywhere. And you know, I know that everyone here in Saudi are super excited about the possibilities that they're going to have. And you know, you can see their league is growing, and you know, they're obviously investing and doing a good job at that.
And you've been invited to the PGA Championship this year, the first time you've played in that since 2022. Obviously, it's been a little bit difficult for the LIV players. Do you imagine going forward it's going to get easier?
I hope so. I mean, I think at the end of the day, I'm super thankful that because of the way I played last year, I got invited back to the PGA Championship. It's one of my favorite majors, and I'm super excited about going back, without a doubt. I think that at the end of the day, I think what, you know, in my personal opinion, what the majors want is the best players there, and obviously we have a lot of those great players that deserve to be in a lot of those majors. The only thing we can do is kind of keep playing well, keep representing our game the best way possible, and then you know, the majors will make the decisions in who they want playing in them.
So you have the most points in Ryder Cup history. You have recently paid your fines to DP World. You hope to be selected. How important is that for you this year?
Yeah, I love the Ryder Cup. Everyone knows that. It's my favorite event of the year of in golf, I guess. But yeah, I mean, I think that you know, we're members of the European Tour again, of the DP World Tour. That was the first criteria to be able to be eligible to be a part of the Ryder Cup. And now it's going to depend on how I play throughout the year, and hopefully, you know, with the amount of tournaments that I'm going to play, hopefully if I play really, really well, I can make it on my own. If not, then obviously I will depend on a pick from the captain, from Luke Donald. But we'll see. The only thing I can do is play the best golf that I can play, and then see where that kind of puts me.
And this is the first time in the Ryder Cup history that players from the US are going to be paid to represent their country. Do you think players should be paid in order to represent their country?
Look, I think at the end of the day, for me, as a European, we've never thought about that. We never even, not even mentioned it, but we never even thought about it. So I've never been on that, on that side of the spectrum, I guess. And it's something that I don't think about it. What I want to do is be a part of the Ryder Cup, and that to me it's honor enough to that. Nothing else matters. So that's the way I see it. And
obviously, being an Irishman, I have to ask, it's being held in Ireland in 2 years at the magnificent Adair Manor Hotel. You very much see yourself playing in that, opposed to being the captain.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to be playing still. Obviously, there were some talks about maybe the possibility of me being the captain there, but obviously my focus as of now is on playing and hopefully making a few more Ryder Cups if my game is good enough. And when that doesn't happen, then we can try to focus on other things. But I don't want to think about that until I know that I'm not good enough to be a part of it.
And at a day when you're not good enough, I can't imagine that being anytime soon. What are your plans after golf?
Well, I mean, we're still obviously here with the firewalls and everything. I have a stake on the team, so obviously I will be very involved in that, trying to make the team grow as much as possible when I'm not playing. Then I've started doing golf course design, so there's several things, and then we do a lot of great work, my wife and I, with our charities in the US, in Austin, and trying to help as many people as we can that need it. And so there's plenty of things that we can do, not only financially or as a business, but also on helping people.
We look forward to it. Thanks so much, Sergio.
Thank you, my pleasure.
Ian Poulter, the first thing I'd like to ask you, this is going to be played under lights. The first time a tournament has ever been played under lights. How has your preparation been for that, in terms of, obviously, you've got the lies, you've got the greens. How's that prep been?
It's been good. It's been, for me, half man, half mattress. I like to lay in. So obviously teeing off at 6 p.m. Is going to be very different. But from a golf playability perspective, it's new, it's innovative. Like when you see it as it is now, it looks very different at night. So it's going to be a good test for us all, I think, to be able to, really kind of pick your lines off the tee visually. It looks a little different at night to what it does in the day. So get your homework done over these few days to be able to select, exactly where you want to hit it. And it's a challenge, but it's a great challenge. The lights, obviously very different. Standing there, you'll have the odd shadow, kind of, which you have to get used to when you're setting up over the ball. But I think it's brilliant. I mean, I think for us to, showcase live golf and do it in a slightly different way and make it a bit more fun, you'll see that over the coverage. It'll be awesome.
And speaking about live golf, obviously, the live opener is here in Riyadh for the first time. Everyone's talking about it. How excited are you?
I'm very excited. I think all of us, we've played obviously before Royal Greens, but for us to come to Riyadh, I think is special. Live Golf themselves, concerts on all throughout the weekend, which is fantastic. And, it's great to be able to get a little bit more culture here, to see the city and, take it all in.
It's well documented, your fashion sense on the course. Are you planning any glow in the dark?
Well, no glow in the dark. Castor, our new sponsor, we're pretty proud to obviously launch that this week. It'll be the first time, out in the new gear this week. So, yeah, I feel, even though it's not quite bright colours, but it looks great. We're very, very happy with our new clothing sponsor.
So, as a competitive as golf is now. We're obviously going into a Ryder Cup here. You're known as Mr. Ryder Cup. Do you ever see yourself coming back into the fray? Obviously, there's talk of Donald Trump. He said in one phone call in 15 minutes, he would get a merger done. I know it's not going to be a merger. It's going to be an investment from LIV into the PGA. Is that ever possible? I know a lot of fans that'd love to see you back.
Look, never say never, right? As it stands today, that isn't an option for me. But look, things change quite quickly, like we've seen, in the golf landscape. So let's see how things play out. You never know.
Michael Jordan has said the one thing he's afraid of on a golf course is Ian Poulter. What are you afraid of on a golf course?
What am I afraid of? Well, I've never played against Michael, so I wouldn't know if I have to be afraid with him on the course, but maybe one day I'll get that opportunity to take him on. That would be quite fun. But no, there's nothing really that I'm afraid of. I don't like snakes. I don't like, those animals with no shoulders. That's about the only thing I'm afraid of.
You heard it here first. It's from Michael Jordan. The challenge has been set. So that would break a lot of numbers on social media. Obviously, you've seen Bryson DeChambeau has done amazing things on YouTube with his Break 50 series.
Yep.
Do you have any plans to engage the world of social media in your own way going forward?
Yeah, I think in the not too distant future, you might see a digital channel coming out. So you'll have to wait and see.
Ian Poulter, thanks so much.
Pleasure.
Hi, Henrik. Thanks so much for your time. So, how has the prep been? Obviously, this is the first tournament that's ever going to be played under lights. How has your prep been?
I think coming over from the US, I've tried to stay a bit more on a different time zone. We're going to be playing late at night, so staying in my US time zone schedule is making it a little bit easier. I've played every practice round has been played under the lights. Haven't had a lot of experience prior to this week, so we made the most of it. Played Monday night, Tuesday night, playing again tonight. So we should be accustomed with the with kind of the slight challenges on the odd thing, with the shadows and so on. We sometimes get it playing late in the afternoon as well. You can have sunset and so on, and how you see certain undulations on the greens and so on. But in the bigger picture, it's been fine. I think it's going to showcase really well on TV. I haven't seen any footage from the event so far, but I can imagine it's going to look really cool, and it is a different experience. And I think the people that come out here and everyone watching is going to get a different feel for it.
And how about in the off season in terms of normal practice? Do you tend to play once a week? Do you not want to see a set of golf clubs at all? Are you still honing your skills in the off season?
Yeah, I've certainly been playing more in daylight in the off season. We've had a long off season, which is something I really enjoy with my current setup. I've been traveling the world for many years, and you feel like 1 year has kind of tagged into the next one and so on. And to really have that time to first decompress a little bit, put the clubs away, and then you have time to start up and do both proper gym work and get ready physically and feel rested mentally. So when you're taking on a new season, you feel like you're ready to go. And I've had my team over in Orlando. We've practiced, and I've always been a player that tends to practice more than I play. But with my son, almost 15 years old, he likes to play quite a lot. So I think in the last couple of years, I've tend to switch over a little bit and do a bit more practice playing than maybe I used to back in the day.
Well, it's probably good for him and it's good for you. Would you like your son to follow in his father's footsteps and be a professional golfer?
Yeah, we'll see if he can make that happen. I think he's got his sights set on college. He's still got a few years before that, but he wants to play college golf, and he's turning into quite a nice little golfer himself. So we'll see if he can make it all the way out on the tours.
So speaking of players that have had obviously their main goals, Rory McIlroy has always wanted to win the Masters. Do you think he's there yet? Do you think we're ever going to see that?
Oh, that's a tough one. I mean, Rory is obviously a phenomenal player, done so many great things in the game. I know
he's got one of the majors left to go for a Grand Slam, the same as Jordan Spieth got one as well. So that's obviously what the natural target for both of those players. So I'm never going to say that someone can't do anything, and you know, that's obviously a quest of his. And come April, I guess we'll see.
There was one quote from Rory. He said that Tom McKibben, obviously he's just joined Liv from the PGA. He's only 22 years old. Rory said that may be a bit of a misstep at his age. What are your thoughts on that?
I think everyone's going to make the decision they feel is the best for themselves and their careers. And you know, I'm not one to tell anyone if they should walk left, right, or centre. So yeah, I mean, each one to their own. And obviously, I saw him the other day and wished him welcome here to Liv, and yeah, another young, exciting player to follow and watch. And of course, I'm going to try and beat him when I have the opportunity.
Of course. And then to just finish on, so there's always talk amongst, well, especially in interviews, who would you have at a dinner party? Your 4 favourite guests. Who would you have as your guest on a 4-ball on the golf course?
On the golf course? Well, I don't want to disappoint my son, so I guess he's going to have a spot in there, and then I'll take some of the all-time greats. I'll take Jack Nicklaus and Ben Hogan.
Great, it's a very good choice. The very best of luck this weekend, Henrik.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Osaka. There's just so much to learn, see, and do. Osaka has a population of about 2.5 million. Often, Osaka is considered the anti-capital of Japan, where Tokyo is its capital. It is the central metropolis of the Kansai region, and the largest of the Osaka, Kobe, Kyoto trio. However way you regard the city, there are many opportunities for you to discover it. Enter the city and you'll immediately get a feel of its commercial-centric vibe. To be able to tour around it better, know how the city is divided into 24 wards. There's Kita, the newer center of the city. Umeda is where the main terminal is located. You'll find the huge department stores and boutiques there, as well as theaters for entertainment. Just look for the shops clustered around the JR Osaka Station and Umeda Station. Namba is the main railway station, also surrounded with department stores and endless places for shopping. Meanwhile, Minami is the traditional commercial and cultural center of Osaka. It is further broken down into 2 wards, Chuo and Naniwa. Shinsaibashi and Hori are the fashion wards, while Dotonbori is the best place for eating and dining. Semba is where you will find the business districts of Yodoyabashi, Duojima, and Homachi. as well as the financial district of Kitahama. Tennoji is the area around the main subway stations and rail lines. The ward was named after the historical Shitennoji Temple. You'll also find the zoo and the park here, as well as the Tsutenkaku Tower. Then there's the Shinsekai, known as the amusement area in the old days. Of course, there's the Osaka Castle, one of the most visited tourist attractions in Japan. Kyobashi nearby is where you will find the Osaka Business Park. The north includes the Shin, Osaka, and Juso wards, while the east houses Osaka's suburbs. The southern suburbs of Osaka, containing various districts, which has the Sumiyoshi Taisha Grand Shrine. And finally, the Bay Area is where you'll see the gigantic facilities.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawiya Alami and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analysis and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. The news of President Trump's latest retaliatory tariffs on China, which went into effect last night, constituted the main story in most newspapers today. The economic shock waves, as a result, clearly echoed in most opinion articles and editorials published in the past few hours. The Chinese media outlets and newspapers reiterated China's official stance regarding those tariffs. The Global Times editorial, for one, not surprisingly, criticized President Trump's retaliatory tariffs on Chinese imports, labeling them as economic bullying, and the threat also to globalization. It emphasizes that economic globalization is an irreversible trend driven by interconnected trade and mutual dependence among nations. The article highlights the benefits of globalization, including increased trade volumes, technological advancements, and improved global prosperity, while pointing out that the US has been its biggest beneficiary. The editorial argues that Trump's protectionist policies are misguided attempts to solve domestic problems by external means, citing historical failures like the Great Depression and recent tariff experiments that raised consumer costs. It warns that such unilateral actions could lead to de-Americanization of global trade, as he calls it, rather than reversing globalization. The piece concludes by advocating for open cooperation and inclusive globalization, calling on the international community to resist protectionism and work towards a balanced, universally beneficial economic system. On the other hand, the China Daily editorial stressed that tariff coercion won't work against China, which will fight US bullying to the end, as it says. The editorial critiques the United States America First trade policy, particularly President Trump's additional 50% tariffs on Chinese imports, labeling it as economic coercion and a form of global bullying. The article argues that China's firm countermeasures are not confrontational, but necessary to defend its sovereignty and economic interests. Despite US pressure, China remains committed to modernization and global cooperation, emphasizing fairness and mutual respect in trade relations. The piece highlights China's resilience, noting its ability to withstand US tariffs while keeping the door open for dialogue. It also outlines potential retaliatory measures, such as tariffs on US agricultural products, bans on poultry imports, and restrictions on US businesses in China. The editorial warns that unilateralism harms global trade and isolates the US, while China's approach aligns with fostering a shared future for humanity. Moving on to The Guardian, where Marina Hyde had Trump's billionaire friends in mind amid the chaos created by the president's sweeping tariffs war. The article humorously critiques President Trump's tariff policies, likening them to medicine that harms rather than heals the economy. The author highlights the chaos unleashed by Trump's trade war and with China, where escalating tariffs have led to retaliation from Beijing and global markets instability. Despite Republican support for tariffs, the piece underscores the economic illiteracy and disastrous consequences, with hedge fund billionaire Bill Ackman calling it an economic nuclear winter. The article mocks Trump's unpredictability, contrasting his actions with rational expectations of his wealthy backers, who are now disillusioned. It also pokes fun at Elon Musk's passive response and Nigel Farage's silence amidst the turmoil. The piece closes with a satirical take on Trump's defiant rhetoric, urging Americans to avoid being weak and stupid while markets crumble. Ultimately, the article paints a picture of self-inflicted economic chaos under Trump's leadership, blending humor with sharp criticism. Holman Jenkins Jr. tried to make sense of the trade war in the Wall Street Journal. This article critiques President Trump's sweeping tariffs on over 100 countries, portraying them as chaotic and economically damaging. It suggests that Trump could salvage the situation by negotiating away these arbitrary measures, but warns that America's global relations are at risk, with former allies viewing the U.S. as adversaries. The tariffs have sparked market volatility and confusion, with China at the center of an escalating trade war. The article highlights the broader, as you can see here, the article highlights the broader economic impact, including a modest effective tax increase on U.S. consumption and also potential benefits for selected domestic manufacturers. However, it emphasizes that long-term risks of Trump's trade gambit, including deepening economic imbalances and political instability. Criticism extends to Trump's Criticisms also extend to Trump's leadership style, marked by firings and internal chaos, while Congress and the courts are urged to intervene. The piece concludes with skepticism about Trump's ability to resolve the crisis. Newspapers also took interest in the newly announced Iran-US nuclear talks. The Washington Post published an opinion article written by Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. The article emphasizes the importance of diplomacy over military action in resolving tensions with the United States. Recent exchanges between the two nations, including letters and messages, signal Iran's willingness to engage in indirect negotiations scheduled to take place in Oman. Araghchi highlighted Iran's commitment to peaceful solutions, referencing past indirect talks mediated by the European Union in 2021 as proof of their feasibility. However, the minister expresses concerns over U.S. policies, particularly the maximum pressure strategy, which undermines trust. The piece also defends Iran's adherence to the nuclear deal, citing intelligence reports affirming Iran's compliance and peaceful intentions. It argues that mutual respect and guarantees are essential for progress. The message is clear: Iran seeks peace, but will not yield to coercion or threats. Yet on the other side of the Atlantic, The Times published an exclusive by Gabrielle Winiger, warning that the Iranian regime is secretly providing surface-to-surface weapons, some of which can reach as far as Europe, despite preparing to enter negotiations with the US. In a significant development, Iran has transferred long-range missiles to its proxy militias in Iraq for the first time, escalating its military presence in the region. Analysts suggest that this is a part of Iran's strategy to assert influence amidst setbacks, including weakened proxies and diminished defenses. The author emphasizes that the timing of these transfers complicate diplomatic efforts, with President Trump's warning Tehran against militia provocations. While some Iraqi militias have discussed disarming and joining politics, others resist, raising fears of Iraq being drawn deeper into Iran's conflicts. Observers note Iran's dual approach, escalating support for proxies while maintaining readiness for talks. As tensions rise, this development underscores the fragile balance between diplomacy and regional instability. On other matters, the New York Times published an article written by Bret Stephens, who wrote concluding that there is nothing real about Trump's real America. The article highlights the troubling deportation case of Kilmar Garcia, a Salvadorian migrant with no criminal record apart from minor infractions. Despite a U.S. immigration judge's order to halt his deportation, Garcia was sent back to El Salvador, where he now faces life-threatening conditions in a notorious prison. The government admitted this was an administrative error, but has petitioned the Supreme Court to block efforts to return him to the U.S. temporarily. The piece uses this case as a lens to critique the broader failures of the Trump administration's immigration policies, which it describes as lacking compassion and undermining core American values like due process and justice. The author reflects on the erosion of America's democratic ideals under Trump, contrasting these actions with historical examples of moral leadership and decency. And finally, Jed Babin urged NATO members to kick Turkey out in his opinion article in the Washington Times. This article examines the transformation of Turkey under President Erdogan, contrasting its secular roots with its current Islamist state. After the fall of the Ottoman Empire, Kemal Atatürk established Turkey as a secular nation, safeguarded by the military for decades. However, Erdogan's rise to power marked a shift. His government dismantled secularism, consolidated control over the judiciary, military, and the media, and transformed Turkey into what critics describe as a dictatorship in all but the name. Erdogan's policies have strained Turkey's relationship with NATO, as his actions, such as purchasing Russian S-400 defense systems and supporting Hamas, conflict with alliance goals. Domestically, Erdogan has suppressed opposition, jailed political rivals, and the article argues that Erdogan's leadership weakens NATO and aligns with Russian interests. It calls for stronger U.S. action, including relocating strategic military bases and demanding democratic reforms in Turkey. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics, and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake, and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.